FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the full on Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Thursday. Happy Football Friday on a Thursday for you. Good to be with you. We are with you till 10 a.m. today, and then we are back with you at 4:15 this afternoon.
What?
For Texans Countdown. Yeah. Seth, today is a game day. Can you turn Seth up, Jordan?
Turn me up.
Today is a game day. There you go.
There we go.
Yeah, not that high. A little lower, Jordan. There you go.
Little lower, checking on the Seth volume.
Yeah. There you go. And good. How are you, my friend?
Good. I'm excited. It is, as I told you, Sean, as a player, the Thursday night game kind of just jumps up on you. You know that's a short week. The coaches are preparing for you to tell you that it's a short week. You're on an airplane traveling to another city, and yet Thursday arrives, and you're like, oh, wait a minute. We got a game today. Let's go out there and not look like the classic Thursday night football sloppy messiness that we sometimes see.
Does it help that the game – this is gonna sound like a very basic question. Does it help that the game is at night? Do you get an extra day here? Like, most of the games are at noon, so you show up, probably eat your bagel and your eggs, and you just go warm up and you go play. Are there any last-second, preparations or stuff you can do?
Sure, Sean. Well, it's a little bit different, though. Sunday night game, you watch football all day long, and so that's nice. On a Thursday night game, typically, I don't know if it's changed at all, but it's just a different daytime viewing slot. You've got they'll be watching their Sally, Jesse, Raphael, their Donahue, all the stuff that young men watch on when they're home from school for the day.
So you don't do jack crap during the day is what I'm hearing.
No, you know what? D'Amico actually talked about it, and he said that's one advantage of it being a night game is that you have some walkthroughs during the day.
That's what I'm saying.
It's always interesting, the game day stuff, because everybody's kind of finicky about not wanting to spend too much energy, and some guys are just holed up in their hotel room the whole time. Other guys will just go get out and about, go have lunch with family. But it does help that it's a night game. If you had to wake up at noon and play at noon on a Thursday, it would be, I'd say, 5 times more difficult.
I would hate the night game, sitting around all day waiting for a game. Would not agree with me. That's why I like morning radio. You get up and you go, man, and then you're done, and your day is yours after that.
You've got the rest of the day to be really tired. It's like, oh, my, I got the whole day ahead of me.
No, man. I'm not tired during the day. I like it that way. The
first 2 years I did morning radio, that's what it was
that's
like.
How it was.
Like, I've got all this time, but I'm so tired.
Yeah. So Texans Jets tonight. Jets still a small favorite. J.J. Watt was aghast at that. We'll get to that later in the show. That was funny yesterday.
Yeah, J.J.
J.J. was salty on McAfee yesterday.
J.J. was upset about the benching of Anthony Richardson, too.
Oh, he was just generally salty. He was. I liked it. That's the first time I've ever sat down and watched a whole J.J. Watt on McAfee segment. I didn't realize he was on with him for 45 minutes every week.
Right, yeah, you see all these clips. They do a really good job of spitting out all these. And you know what? It's funny, too, Sean. I shouldn't be saying this until after the game tonight, but there is a part of Aaron Rodgers, really any polarizing public figure these days, if you go and you watch the long-form stuff, you realize, okay, well, that was taken out of context a little bit. I don't know. I've watched a couple long-form the press conferences and interviews and stuff with him, and you start to get the feel that, all right, you know what? Rodgers he's kind of a dry and sarcastic guy, and I think that means there's sometimes where a lot of stuff gets just kind of blown up more so than it probably should be.
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah, but he's a guy that's definitely not physically the same as he used to be. And, he'll swear up and down that his heel is fine, but I'm not 100% convinced. Last week he did not move around well. but he had like 3 different injuries he was dealing with. He says the Achilles was fine, but he had all these other injuries. Okay, that's kind of one of those deals where, man, when you're 40 and you got one big injury, it tends to cascade. Yeah. And there might not be any pain in his Achilles or anything, but he's playing behind an offensive line that I think, honestly, when I've watched them, they're like solid enough job blocking, but he's been sacked a lot. Yeah. And I think a lot of that is he just can't evade pressure the way he used to. Yeah. He's a little bit more Tom Brady back there in the pocket, but without the discipline to just be real, to get rid of the ball, run a structured offense, all that stuff. Yeah. He's just not the same physically.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure it'll all get fine in 3 days. I'm sure 3 days to heal from a Sunday game will be just fine for him.
We've got some audio later where he'll explain exactly how, just several days after a game in which he looked really hobbled, that he actually feels like he's 23 years old.
Yeah. So I've heard. Injury report. Even though Azeez Al-Shire and Jimmy Ward practiced this week or would have practiced, they were listed as limited.
They're hypothetically limited.
They are hypothetically limited. They will not play tonight. Damian Pierce won't play tonight either. Jared Patterson, not surprising with a concussion, he's out. Henry To'oTo'o will play tonight. So he's in. Kalen Bullock, Kamari Lassiter also listed on the injury report, but none with a designation. They're all going to play, so that's good. Especially Lassiter. That's good because one of the strengths of this team with the Jets is their wide receiving core. They do have a fairly deep wide receiving core. Kenyon Green will start tonight at left guard.
Kenyon Green will start.
How long is the rope for Kenyon Green tonight?
I don't think it's very long at all, and I honestly think that there are things going on here where I think they believe in the upside of Kenyon Green, and yet he's not delivering on it right now. Himself in this tricky spot where, all right, we are devoted to the development of Kenyon Green, but should we also be devoted to the brain and kidney health of one C.J. Stroud?
I think that's more important.
We'd prefer C.J. Stroud not to have to, get on an organ donor waiting list by the end of this game.
Eat liquefied food through a straw for the rest of his life.
Yeah, it's a lot harder to do with Kenyon Green in there, especially on a team where Quinnen Williams, the defensive tackle, is the guy who hurt C.J. Stroud last year when they had inadequate play at left guard. Yep. So all kinds of rumors and speculation about, whether Kendrick Green was going to start or Kenyon Green was going to start. And so based on, Aaron Wilson, I can't remember exactly how Aaron Wilson had reported it. They'd considered, starting Kendrick Green, but it's going to be Kenyon. I think because it's a short week and because there was no practice, it really wasn't an issue of, hey, we've got to get the starter in there to get reps. So Kendrick Green won't really be any better or worse off for not having taken the practice reps if they have to insert him. Yeah. So I think they'll put Kenyon Green in there on a very short leash, see if he responds to the tough love from last week, and if not, then they get Kendrick Green in there ASAP. Is my speculation.
That is a game of guts poker, man, because you're right, because the downside, you talk about the upside of Kenyon Green, the downside to starting Kenyon Green, as we know last year, it only takes one Quinnen Williams QB hit to knock C.J. Stroud out, not just for this game, but after that in Week 14 last year. So that is a huge concern in this game. The Texans protecting C.J. Stroud. We'll get into the ins and outs of the game in the next segment. We'll do a special Thursday six-pack in the next segment. I feel like I am texting the show right now. I'm looking at this right here on the 5-Hour Energy fan line. 5-Hour Energy, the official energy shot of Sports Radio 610 and football superfans. It says, Seth, I hate that the Dodgers won the World Series, but I love how the Yankees lost last night.
Yeah.
It's exactly how I feel. Garrett Cole with that sad, like somebody farted near me look on his face for the entire fifth inning. Aaron Judge, after he hit a home run earlier where everybody's like, Judge is back. Oh, the monster's been awoken. And then what does Judge do? Drops a fly ball that a 7-year-old could have caught.
Yeah, and he and
opened the gateway.
He opened the gateway to 5 unearned runs. So Garrett Cole doesn't get charged with those runs as he and Judge and teamed up to just blow to lose the World Series, right? Yeah. Between Garrett and and Aaron Judge. It couldn't have been any better than this. I mean, I guess credit them for not getting swept, I suppose. Good job for you. You get a tussle of the hair.
Yeah.
New York Yankees, you didn't completely and totally blow it. Yeah. But my God, Aaron Judge has just been so bad in the playoffs. So bad.
Yeah.
Just he's a 0 in the playoffs.
Yep.
He's got a 200 batting average career in the playoffs.
I don't know what his career numbers are. I don't have them in front of me. You pointed out yesterday he was a 603 OPS in this postseason. Mm-hmm. And he was worse in the last postseason he was in when they got swept by the Astros. I would say this to baseball. Hey, man, at least the Astros put on a good show when they lose in the World Series. They lost twice in this version of the Astros, not the one that got swept back in 2005. I'm talking about the golden age, the Altuve era of Astros baseball. Hey, man, at least we lose in 7 games, 6 games.
Yeah.
Win it on occasion, huh? At least
and even I'll go back to 2005 when they got swept. Those were all very tight games too.
Yes.
They at least put up a fight in getting swept.
That's true.
This was a more serious bludgeoning by the Yankees, even though they won a game, than the 2005 Astros got in getting swept.
Yeah. So the Yankees are big losers. The Dodgers are World Series champs. Freddie Freeman is your World Series MVP. If you didn't care to partake in watching the World Series this past week, which I understand, if you live here and someone says on the 5-Hour Energy fan line he turns into Kyle Tucker in the playoffs. That was cold, man. That was cold. Judge's James Harden. Aaron Judge failing in the postseason is not us inviting you to text in all the prior Houston failures in the postseason. We're not reliving that today. The Jets play the Texans tonight. All right?
All right, things are looking up, Sean. I didn't want to tell you this because I didn't want you to stress, but I was temporarily blind because of an electrolyte imbalance. So I took my electrolytes, and my eyesight is coming back, so we're good to go.
You mean
it's gonna be a good day.
You mean just now during the show you were blind?
During about like a half hour before the show, I'm like, I just can't see. It's not that. And I discovered finally that it's usually because I need some electrolytes. So okay. Like when I pass out. That's
3 times.
It's because I need electrolytes. Yeah, so we're good.
Okay.
We're good. It's to the beginning of this 18-hour day that you and I are about to embark upon. Being blind at the beginning is usually a bad sign, but now I feel good.
18-hour day with a 4-hour show coming tomorrow too at 6 in the morning.
We had a couple technical glitches before we hooked up, and I'm like trying to mash at the keyboard with the heels of my hands, hoping I hit the right button.
Like an ape?
Yeah. I'm just...
Me can't find
around.
Keys.
I can't read anything. Yeah.
Man. All right, let's get to the 6-pack coming up next. We will get to the...
Feeling good.
The key. Yeah, Seth's feeling good. I'm feeling good.
Seth has vision.
Jordan's feeling good. Jordan's in for Ben today. He's feeling good. Everybody's feeling good. Let's get to the 6-pack. Texans, Jets... Keys to the game, storylines for this game. We'll get to that coming up next. But first, Texas Star Grill Shop. Hey, today's a great day to get there. I would say tonight is a great night to cook out, do
Football, fall, and Sagamore Rye Whiskey. It's a match made in heaven, y'all.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
All right, welcome back. It is Payne and Pendergast Football Thursday. Texans Jets tonight, 7:15 kick. Game is on, obviously, on SportsRadio 610. TV, we've had a few people ask that because it's streaming on Amazon, but locally, if you're not an Amazon Prime subscriber, you will be able to watch the game on Fox 26 locally. So you can make a note of that. You do not necessarily need to subscribe to Amazon to watch the game tonight. Now, if you do, there are many great benefits that come with subscribing to Amazon, like picking out any random object and having it show up on your doorstep in 5 or 6 hours. It's really amazing.
You still get that. It's just that you don't. You pay a flat fee instead of having to pay for it.
I'm just saying, if you dip your toe in that Amazon water, if you haven't done
the
it
Amazon
yet.
Prime water.
Yeah, the Prime water.
You need the Prime. I don't know how much Prime costs anymore.
$16.93 for me. That's what shows.
For the year?
No, per month.
Oh no, you got to pay by the year. It's a lot cheaper than that.
Okay, Seth, as you know, this is where you and I diverge in the woods. You are somebody who multiplies these things by 12, and then if there's a deal, you pay that. Me, I'm somebody who goes, that's $16. Fine.
Maybe I'm wrong. I'll ask Brent. I'm pretty sure it's a way cheaper, though, if you do the... Anyway, whatever.
Yeah, whatever. The bottom line is things show up on your doorstep, and it's amazing. It's really, really cool.
It's $139 per year if you pay it
that's
by
less.
year. So that's a big discount, though, Sean. Yeah, it's a big discount, though. Just pay the yearly fee.
Blow anything? I kind of like that. 16 doesn't even feel like anything. I'm like, that's like 2 drinks. 139. Oh my God, that's a whole dinner. Wow. So, anyways, as has been outlined, you are more fiscally responsible than I.
Oh God, no. Oh God, no, I'm not.
At least on subscriptions, you are.
All right, yeah.
Yeah, and subscriptions. So let's get into this game here, the Texans and the Jets. And let's get to the keys to the game, 6-pack style. We get things started. Jordan, can you can me here, please? Yep. Thank you very much. Can number 1. Pound Joe Mixon again. Pound him, and pound him some more. Joe Mixon won the Angry Scepter Award this past week for his touchdown against the who'd they play? The Colts. The Angry... What's so funny?
It's the Angry... Yeah, no, go ahead.
The Angry Run Scepter. Yeah, the Angry Run Scepter. Yeah, sorry. The Angry Run Scepter Award. Here was Kyle Brandt going insane about Joe Mixon's touchdown.
This is going to Houston, Texas. This is going to Joe Mixon, who did the full Texas tornado at the goal line. Woo. And his star wide receiver, used to play in Buffalo, celebrated it before it even happened. Guys, it's been a minute. The Houston Texans win the scepter. Western New York's going to be furious. You will have your day. Joe Mixon, Angry Runs winner. We will see you next week. Happy Halloween. Boom.
Yeah,
Let's go.
We need a lot of that tonight, I think. No Stephon Diggs. That clip was sad because you could hear Kyle Brandt say, teammate celebrating already before Mixon's even in the end zone. I'm like, oh, that's Stephon Diggs. That's so sad. But no Diggs, no Nico tonight. This will be on offense. This will be a Joe Mixon night, I think.
This will be all this, and really, I wouldn't expect a high scoring affair at all. Not just because it's Thursday night football or anything, but you've got 2 teams that have really good cornerbacks. So between the Jets and the Texans, there's 4 really quality starting cornerbacks. And Sauce Gardner is not the same guy that he used to be, but hasn't been playing the same way as when he was really, really humming. But they're still good. Yeah. And you've got 2 passing attacks in the Jets and the Texans that have struggled. Now the Jets don't have Stephon Diggs, or at least they've struggled according to expectations. So I think a lot of this does come down to line play, the pass rush, and then especially the running backs themselves. And Joe Mixon's he's got that ability to break the game for you with some big plays, but also churn yardage, and Breece Hall hasn't been quite the same. He's just he's not exactly what he needs to be for what the Jets are right now.
Dude, Mixon, even Mixon, like the little swing pass they threw to him early in the Colts game, where they put him out in space and he's one-on-one with, I don't know, he's one-on-one with a linebacker or a corner or whatever. I don't know if he's one-on-one with a linebacker who he's quicker than or a corner who's making business decisions. But just Joe Mixon's ability to make, for a guy that runs with that much power is, I mean, like that was a play, like they throw it to most of the running backs the Texans have had catching passes the last few years. They throw it to him and he runs right into contact, whoever it is, and gets tackled for a 3-yard gain. Mixon gets a 9-yard gain out of that because he's so quick.
And both CJ and Caserio had mentioned that as one of the keys to really getting a more efficient and better offense while teams are doing all these things to limit their passing attack is you gotta trust that Joe Mixon can make plays like that.
Yeah.
So all right, all your the checking down to the running back is not the same as we're only going to get 2 or 3 yards. No, you got a chance for potentially explosive plays by checking down to your running back.
Yeah.
You included Gumbo in that on third downs when he's in there.
Yep.
So I think CJ's been doing a better job of just kind of making that less of an ordeal where he's just automatically now checking down at times or hitting the hot, and that's just key in a game like this tonight.
All right, number 2. You touched on it. I think this is defensively. This is a Will Anderson, Danielle Hunter game. Texans pass rush against a decrepit version of Aaron Rodgers that can't move nearly as well as the Green Bay version of Aaron Rodgers. And this is not a very good Jets offensive line. Tyron Smith, their left tackle, is not what he used to be. Here's Aaron Rodgers yesterday on that edge rushing duo of Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter.
Yeah, I'm going to have to move around a little bit. With great pass rushers, they're not the only ones. They get a good push in the middle. They can bring 5-man pressure, 6-man pressure, all-out pressure. So I got to be able to move a little bit. And I'm not the runner I once was. I led our team in rushing a handful of games over the years. I don't want to do that, but I got to be able to move around. I mean, obviously, week 3 I moved around pretty damn well, and I had some success. So I need to be able to get off the spot.
You can't do that anymore. I don't want to be the guy to lead our team in rushing. Well, that's good because you won't be.
It's funny because he mentioned week 3. That was a Patriots game, and the Patriots are really the only time the Texans have or the Jets have looked like the offense that you want to look. When you remove them from the Patriots game, it's a whole different deal.
So that was the first time. They played them twice already. So that was the first time they played the Patriots?
Yeah, they've owned the Patriots. Yeah. They've owned the Patriots.
No, they haven't. They lost last week.
Aaron Rodgers has looked like semi-competent versus the Patriots.
Yeah.
Except for, they didn't. They actually looked really incompetent in the second round versus the Patriots. But,
Yeah. So I think, Seth, overall, this is a game that the Texans are going to win on defense, and if they're going to win it on defense, they're going to win it up front. To your point, this is a game that will be won in the trenches, and I think it's a Danielle Hunter, Will Anderson game. Number 3, kicking game. Texans have a big advantage in the kicking game here. Ka'imi Fairbairn's been the best kicker in football all season long. He's been reliable from 59 yards in big situations, clutch situations. The Jets put Zerline on IR, which is bad news for the Texans because he has stunk this year. He's been awful, and I don't know who their starting kicker is going to be. They tried out about 6 of them earlier this week. They signed 2 of them to the practice squad, including Spencer Schrader, who was the Notre Dame kicker last year, who's got a big leg but not a very accurate leg. So I know a little something about him, but the Texans, if this game comes down to kicking game, the Texans should have an advantage here.
Yeah, that's we've talked about if you swap Ka'imi Fairbairn and Zerline, the kicker for the Jets, who knows? These two might both be 500 teams right now.
Agreed.
So they've been tight margins with the Texans, and the Jets have had some tight margin games too. I think the biggest thing is that you look at everything that's wrong with the Jets right now. It's not a lack of talent that's keeping them back. It's a lack of really clicking offensively. It's the Jets' defense, which had I'd say in 2 of the last 3 games, just hasn't been playing as well as when Robert Saleh was the offensive coordinator. But they did look better last week. The Jets' defense looked better last week. I don't think it's going to be hard for the Texans to respect this opponent despite what the record is, because you can point at all sorts of film of players who are playing well, guys who have played great in the past, and a lot of it boils down to Aaron Rodgers not being the same guy he used to be. But there's nothing to preclude it from all of a sudden clicking in the middle of the season.
You can show them film. You can show guys, a lot of them, playing really well against you in Week 14 last year. It's been less than a year. So that's number 3. Number 4, the coaching, I'll put air quotes around chess match. I don't know what this Jets staff would look like if you stuck him in front of a chessboard. They'd be like, is this where you king me? Is this where you put 2 checker chips on top? The Texans have, I think, a big advantage in the coaching game here between these 2 teams. D'Amico Ryan's excellent head coach. Bobby Slowick, beleaguered offensive coordinator. I get it, but I still, my trust factor with Bobby Slowick is not negative. It's probably even right now. And as you pointed out, Seth, no Robert Saleh. So the defense, the Jets essentially, while firing their head coach, also threw the baby out with the bathwater. They fired their defensive coordinator as well because he's the same guy. Yeah. So this is not as good a defense. Ulbrich is still very much feeling his way as a head coach. And their offensive coordinator situation has been in flux as well. They fired Nathaniel Hackett a couple weeks ago. Todd Downing's their OC now. This should be a game where the Texans have an advantage with the coach-on-coach matchup here. And my big request to Bobby Slowick is, let's get a touchdown in the second half of a football game. Let's do that. Can we do that?
Yeah, can you? Well, and again, it's even against bad defenses, good defense, it doesn't matter. The Texans' offense has really struggled to move the ball and to score in the second half.
Yes.
And you look at this Jets defense. The Texans are number 1 in opponent completion percentage, 56%.
Got to be by a mile, I would imagine.
Well, the Jets are number 2 with about 60% completion percentage. So the defensive backs, despite Sauce Gardner's missed tackles, everything else, they're 11th in total passer rating for the opponents. So they've done some good things in the pass defense, and they can very much, just like other mid to lesser defenses have limited the passing defense in the second half. There's just absolutely nothing about this game where the Texans should take this lightly. Whether Saleh or Ulbrich is the defensive coordinator, they've got very real talent, including Quinnen Williams, obviously.
Yep. Number 5. Speaking of Quinnen Williams, number 5 key, protect C.J. Stroud. That'll be a key until they prove they can actually do it capably, because they've done it at a completely poverty level the last 2 games. As bad as the Green Bay game felt and as bad as they were protecting, that one probably felt worse because they actually lost the football game. They were, by some outlets, they were significantly worse protecting C.J. Stroud from pressure in the Colts game than they were in that ratchet Packers game that they played 2 weeks ago. So they've got to figure this out. They're starting Kenyon Green. That's a concern. It's got to be a concern. There's nobody that can feel good about Kenyon Green right now starting for the Texans. I think what you hope for is one of 2 things. Kenyon Green, the light goes on, or that the Texans have literally like a 1-series rope for Kenyon Green. Like, okay, this looks like the first half of the Colts game. We can't do, not on this turf. We can't.
Yeah, I think if Patterson were not concussed, I think Patterson would 100% be starting.
I agree.
The hesitancy to put Kendrick Green back in last week was weird, but I think some of it is them stuck trying to figure out, okay, we like Kenyon Green's upside. We've got to give him some time to develop. So we'll give him one more go. And I would say Kenyon Green was better after he was reinserted, but some of that was because of some of the play calling. And I don't feel like he was substantially better just because he didn't let up a sack afterwards or something. He still had some pretty rough snaps. And the other big thing to watch from the pass rush, aside from Quinnen Williams, is that right now, Sean, if you're worried about individual accolades, Will McDonald for the Jets is second in the league with sacks with 8. Yeah. Will Anderson's tied for third with 7.5 sacks.
Yeah, McDonald's having a good year, man. He's having a good year.
Will Anderson's tied with Aiden Hutchinson. So He can do no better than remain tied with Aiden Hutchinson or surpass him this evening.
Yeah. If we're still saying Will Anderson is tied with Aiden Hutchinson in a few weeks, because Hutchinson's number ain't moving. Will's having a good year. Yeah, McDonald he's a good young player, man, no doubt. All right, my prediction. Last can. And you'll give your prediction later in the show, Seth, as always. I think it's going to be a low-scoring game. I think it's going to be a field goal game. I think Texans 19, Jets 17. I think the Texans are going to have trouble just getting into the end zone. I think Kaimi Fairbairn's going to kick a bunch of field goals in this game. And I think that's tonight.
I think I'm definitely taking the under. Yeah. And part of it, too, is Garrett Wilson's had 100 yards receiving in 3 of the last 4 games. It's been kind of under the radar, but at least part of it is that Davante Adams is not producing, but he is getting a lot of attention, and they're playing cloud coverage and keeping him from being able to do too much. So Aaron Rodgers has been able to find Garrett Wilson, and just don't be that version of the Texans that all of a sudden loses guys in coverage and gives an opportunity for Davante Adams to break loose or free, or Garrett Wilson. So the Jets certainly have that potential. They just haven't been able to figure it out yet.
That'll be a fun matchup. The Texans corners against this Jets receiving core for sure. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Let's get to headlines. People asking about the injury report. We'll get to that in headlines. We'll get you up to speed on who's going to be playing tonight, who's not going to be playing tonight, some news around the NFL yesterday, and we do have a world champion in the world of baseball. The one thing we knew, we would hate whoever won this World Series. The good news is we hate who lost it, too. And how they lost it is pretty fun as well. So we'll get to all that in headlines coming up next. But first, I want to
Whiskey. Innovative features only Napoleon can offer. Let's kick off the season right and get Houston grilling again. Texas Star Grill Shop, where you'll find the best grills at the best prices.
Football, fall, and Sagamore Rye Whiskey. It's a match made in heaven, y'all.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, let's get to headlines. The Texans injury report for tonight. We've had a few of you asking who's playing, who's in, who's out tonight. The out for tonight, there's 4 guys out tonight. Azeez Al-Shaair, Jimmy Ward, even though it seems like they're making progress with their issues health-wise because they were listed as limited yesterday or would have been limited had they practiced, they will not play in this game. Dameon Pierce, who, this is his second soft tissue injury of the year. Earlier it was a hamstring, comes back. Now it's a groin injury. He will not play. I'm guessing that means Steven Sims will be returning kicks or Robert Woods. And then Jarrett Patterson, who unfortunately came in for Kenyon Green and did, I thought, a nice job for the handful of plays he was in for, but got concussed on the Joe Mixon touchdown run. He will be out for this game as well. Kenyon Green will start at left guard for the Texans. In for the Texans tonight, as far as guys who have been on the injury report this week, Henry To'oTo'o is back from concussion protocol. He will play. That knocked him out briefly on Sunday, not enough to keep him out tonight. He will play. And Kamari Lassiter, who is continuing to nurse a shoulder injury. He played through it last week, but he had a broken scapula. It's still enough to get him on the injury report, but he will play again this week. No big surprise there. So that's the medical report, Seth, tonight for the Texans. The big one is one that's not on here, or 2, I should say. No Stephon Diggs out for the season. No Nico Collins on IR. Those are the injuries that really matter for this team tonight, I think. Can you...
of circumstances for what it was like at the beginning of the season, Sean. The wide receiving group that looked like, oh my gosh, it's so crazy. You've got this embarrassment of riches at wide receiver. Now you're going with Tank Dell, who hasn't yet really popped or just really shown up in classic Tank Dell moves or fashion, and you don't have your top 2 guys. This is the one game, assuming Nico Collins comes back next week, and none too soon against the Lions, but this is the game where it feels like, oh yeah, okay, you're banged up and you're injured. The one area of the team that you thought was going to be an extreme strength is really banged up right now, and you're going against a good couple cornerbacks.
Yeah.
You have to be a better and more efficient and more physical offense than you've really shown so far this season. I don't care what the Jets' record is. You've got to prove that, hey, if you're a Super Bowl offense, then it means you can withstand one of your star players being out. And I'll just say, I'm not even going to include Stephon Diggs in the equation.
Yeah.
Because Nico Collins comes back and he's a receiver there. So, yeah, win this game versus a 2-win football team, even though you're down Nico Collins, then it feels like, even without a huge scoring output, it feels like, all right, this is a team that's built for adversity.
Yeah.
This team's got a shot at it in the second half of the season.
You know where it felt like this for the Texans last year, ironically, was the game right after the Jets game, the Tennessee game, where we thought Davis Mills was going to start all week, and then Case Keenum winds up starting that game. It feels weird to say that because C.J. Stroud is healthy and he's your quarterback, but they've had such a tough time protecting him over these last few weeks, and you are down big time at wide receiver right now. Your number 1 wide receiver is Tank Dell, who really hasn't gotten out of second gear all season long, at least in terms of his usage. I haven't watched the All-22 to see, well, Tank's open on every play. They're just not throwing to him, or CJ's getting buried by the pass rush. If he had just had time to throw, he would have hit Tank for 30 yards. I haven't had a chance to dig that deep into it. I'm just talking about how it feels as a fan, is that this does feel like a game where it's like, okay, there's some players on this Jets defense, and you're on the road at night in a place you lost last year. You're going to have to muck your way through this thing a little bit and kind of find a way offensively.
Look, you got Will McDonald, who's second in the league in sacks right now. You've got Quinnen Williams, who has really started pouring it on in terms of quarterback pressures, and we know the troubles that the Texans have had against that defensive tackle before. But you're looking at the end of the day, Stroud's being pressured on 71% of his drop. Early in last week's game, he was being pressured on 71% of his dropbacks. By the 57.5%. But so he was pressured on the majority of his dropbacks last week. When you talk about, okay, is he missing opportunities downfield, this or that, that's where it gets a little dicier and more uncomfortable because you can't quite pin it down. A lot of it boils down to, CJ's judgment as to when he should hold on to the ball and extend a play versus when should he get rid of it quickly. He's making progress in figuring that out, but it's a hard puzzle to fix because it's just, okay, how do you deal with inadequate circumstances? A lot of times there's no right decision.
Mm-hmm.
Like, oh, okay, wow. If he had held on to the ball a little bit longer, Stephon Diggs was going to be wide open. Right, but he can't trust that he can hold on to the ball a little bit longer. So there's a lot of times where it's a roll of the dice, to use CJ's words. And I think he's gotten better at checking down at times. But, in a perfect world, you don't check down when with an extra eighth of a second you could hit somebody deep. It's really hard with this pass protection for him to figure it out.
Yeah, they're going to have to lean on the defense again. They've been leaning on the defense all year long. I think the Texans are comfortable doing that. I think D'Amico Ryans is comfortable doing that. But I think it is tailor-made for another nail-biter tonight. And I know they're 2-6, the Jets, and the Texans are 6-2. These two teams are way more even than their records would indicate. And you know who knows that? Vegas, who has installed the Jets as a favorite in this game. So
yeah, and I know that Caserio has said that it's a lazy narrative that the offensive for whatever it's worth, maybe it's complete garbage, but the ESPN win rate stats, they have the offensive line 25th in pass block win rate and 30th in run block win rate. So it has not been a magnificent. I'm sorry for the lazy narrative, but the offensive line has underperformed.
Yeah.
It's okay, great. Titus and Laramie have been great in pass protection. We can't ignore run blocking or the offensive line in its entirety.
Agreed. Anthony Richardson officially benched in Indianapolis. Joe Flacco will be the quarterback. Everybody met with the media yesterday up there to talk about it. This was the clip I like the best. This is Anthony Richardson on finding out. What was it? Describe it to us, Anthony. You finding out from the coaches, from Shane Steichen, that you were being benched.
Shane made the decision to switch quarterbacks. How did he explain it to you? Like, why was the decision made? How did he explain that to you?
He just told me that they were going to go with Joe, and that was that. And, I just had to, just take the information and just grow.
Did he explain why?
No, not necessarily.
Maybe because he can't stand his face right now.
Not necessarily.
Shane Steichen was like, I don't know how to deal with this kid. This kid's so clueless, I don't even know where to begin.
Yeah.
I think that it's funny that I don't know, man. People are so dramatic about this, and they act like, I can't believe you would draft a guy in the top 10 and then bench him before he has that much experience because, what are you doing to this poor child? I don't think people are really understanding how far behind Anthony Richardson is in his development as a quarterback. There's so many things that he did poorly tapping himself out, but that does seem to be the kicker when you look at anonymous GMs and scouts and coaches talking about it. The biggest thing is that, all right, the guy had errors before and made mistakes before, not just errant throws, but it's like if you cover for this kid after he taps out of a game as a quarterback, which just isn't done. Like in 100 years of football, we can't find an example of a starting quarterback willingly taking himself out of a game because he's just tired. That it could almost be detrimental to the quarterback himself because it's really easier for players to start hating that guy.
Yeah.
To be like, what are we doing here? We're just giving the kid all these. We're just letting him screw us over and over. Not because he's not accurate as a thrower yet or anything, but just because he's willingly tapping out of games. I cannot criticize Shane Steichen for anything he would do to respond to that because nobody knows how to deal with it because nobody's ever seen it before.
No.
And I keep seeing people try to make counter arguments. Well, hey, other teams, other positions swap out and rotate. Right, but there are reasons that those players do, and it has a lot to do with the tax load physiologically. I don't care who you are as a quarterback. It's not the same.
No.
The level, shaking off Foley Fatukasi and then running a few yards and taking a sack is not the same as rushing the passer 7 times in a row.
No.
It's just not.
No.
It's a soft. He's soft and weak. All right, Anthony. Like that's the problem. That apparently nobody wants to say. I don't care what he looks like physiologically. He's soft. He's weak, and he's clueless, and you can't leave him out there.
Payne and Pendergast with you. There's nothing I can say to top that.
It's just the softest thing. Even bad quarterbacks don't do this. It's not good quarterbacks. It's not bad quarterbacks. They just don't take themselves out of the game.
Amen.
Yeah.
All right, those are your headlines. By the way, the Yankees lose the World Series to the Dodgers. So the World Series, thankfully, it's just over. But the Yankees, if you missed it, lost in cataclysmic fashion. They had a 5-0 lead. Multiple errors in the 5th inning opened the door to a Dodgers comeback, including Aaron Judge dropping a fly ball that your 3-year-old daughter would be able to catch. It was really, really funny.
It's a real shame.
Yeah.
It's awesome that he can It's nice when you see a guy he's gotten paid like he did, but now he's finding ways to reinvent collapsing in the playoffs.
Yeah, it's good. It's
he's
creativity.
Already done it at the plate over and over again, but now he's collapsing.
You know what I haven't done yet? I haven't screwed us over defensively yet. I need to do that right now. I need to check that box, and he did. Did he ever? The Yankees lose the World Series to the Dodgers 4-1. Baseball season is over. Now the Astros have 5 days to figure out if they're going to give Alex Bregman a qualifying offer or not. So we'll be keeping an eye on that. J.J. Watt was on the Pat McAfee show for his weekly visit yesterday. He was salty yesterday. The J.J. Watt's reaction when he found out the Texans were underdogs to the Jets is gold. You will want to hear it. It is coming up next. You know what else? Out at around.
Official on-demand food delivery partner of the NFL.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast into the 7 o'clock hour. Happy Halloween, everybody. We've been so caught up in it being a football Friday on a Thursday and the Jets and the Texans tonight. Good luck out there tonight, parents. Looks like we have Fox 26 on in the studio here. I think it's still on from last night's World Series game. And it looks like some really delightful weather out there tonight for you parents bringing your kids out trick-or-treating.
So you've got weather to navigate, not to mention if you want to watch the game.
Right.
The game starts early enough that it's not so late that kids would be done with their trick-or-treating already.
Oh, yeah. You're getting interrupted during the game. The game kicks off at 7:15. What's the latest acceptable time to ring a doorbell on Halloween night for you?
Oh, that's a good question.
Yeah,
I think 9.
9, huh? Wow.
Yeah. I feel the teenagers usually are out. I'm always like, well, all right.
Okay.
If we're going to go by the centuries-old tradition of, all right, if you're not going to get a treat, then you're going to get a trick. I try to cover my bases and take care of the teenagers until 9 p.m.
That's fair. I don't think 9 is insane. It feels a little late to me. Now, here's my other question, and we'll get to J.J. Watt on the Pat McAfee show in just a second, I promise. But this is important. When teenagers ring the doorbell for Halloween, I'm talking like junior high age, 13, 14. Those are the earliest you'd be a teenager. What am I talking about here? Yeah, so do they have to be in costume for you to give them candy, or do they just show up as a junior high student as their costume?
No.
You're not a stickler?
Yeah, I respect them gaming the system.
Respect a good hustle.
Yeah,
huh?
yeah, I respect the fact that they're like, what are they going to do? Be jerks about it?
Yeah.
So I give it to them. Maybe I give them a little bit of a side eye, you know?
Okay.
Yeah.
Were you ever that teenager? Did you still trick-or-treat when you were 13, 14?
I think there was one. I think that maybe the last year we went trick-or-treating that we did, yeah.
Yeah.
There was one, and then the year after, I remember I was in high school, there was this little hamlet in our town that was like still kind of country when I grew up before it became super suburban.
Mm-hmm.
But there was this group of kids, like basically known juvenile delinquents in this neighborhood, like a proud tradition of it for years. One of their traditions was that they would save tires all year long. They would find old discarded tires,
car and truck
tires.
Yeah.
And then they would find a place on a country road out in the middle of nowhere, on Halloween, pile up all the tires in the middle of a road, douse them with gasoline, and then set them on fire.
Whoa! Okay.
And I didn't know this, and it was a big game of cat and mouse between the volunteer firemen and the teenagers in this place. So I got invited out one night to go what I told was trick or treating, and then all of a sudden I found myself in the middle of this, and I didn't know. My stepfather is a volunteer fireman at the time.
Oh, jeez.
So I fled.
Yeah.
I never dimed anybody out or anything. But when I realized what was going on, I got the hell out of there.
Look at you. You're okay.
Yeah.
So your instinct meter was set to good. You're wrong about that.
Yeah, or just cowardly.
I'm going to get out of here.
I don't know if it was good old-fashioned making a moral choice or it was just I didn't like the idea of getting caught. Whatever it was, I got the hell out of there.
Either way.
Usually that's what discipline is for. It's to keep the coward part of you enacted until you get old enough to actually have a conscience.
I get it.
So I don't know where I was there. I don't know if I was acting out of fear or conscience, but I got the hell out of there.
Yeah, you're still learning a lot about yourself at that age. I get it.
Those kids from Fishers, man, they were bad kids. Bad kids.
That was the name of the hamlet, Fishers?
Yeah. It was this tiny little, like, you know the old Four Corners where it used to be, you can see back in colonial days, it was probably a thriving little mill town or something.
Yeah.
But so the skeleton of the little hamlet was still there, but now it's all houses that have been turned into quads and it kind of just everything in disrepair. Yeah, it was that kind of
Fishers like Fishers or Fishers like Fissures, like anal fissures, like cuts.
It
was the first one? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That would have been funny if it was the second one. It sounds like it's a more appropriate name for it.
It's a fissure on our community is what it was. And
that's what I mean.
Anal fissure.
It's an anal fissure on your community, lighting all those tires on fire. Metaphorically.
They had kids that were like awesome athletes, but by their junior, by junior high, they were kind of like
stoners.
Screw this. I ain't listening to no authority figure. I'm gonna go hang out in Fishers and collect tires.
Yeah, collect tires and smoke.
We had BB gun fights. It was like no. We're doing 50 pumps on the air gun. It's not just your little Daisy BB gun fight. We're out trying to maim people.
Oh my God, BB guns. All right, let's get to J.J. Watt. J.J. Watt was on Pat McAfee yesterday. This was J.J. Watt finding out that the Texans are a 2-point underdog, or at least as of yesterday they were. I'll double-check. But as of yesterday, the Texans were a 2-point underdog to the Jets. Here was J.J. Watt finding out that little bit of information.
Let's talk about your Houston Texans. Big game tomorrow night against the New York Jets to kick off Week 9 of the NFL season. You guys are underdogs, I do believe, in New York. Aaron Rodgers and the Jets.
You gotta be
What?
Are you kidding me?
Brother.
You gotta be kidding me.
Brother.
This is, what the hell does Vegas know that I don't?
This is what they know. This is what they know. Prime time?
Back.
Prime time?
Is he going to be on the Jumbotron?
J-E-T.
Didn't see that coming. Could be wrong, but I don't think I am. If I just look at these two squads truthfully right now, obviously I'm slightly biased, but I believe Houston Texans are the better team.
McAfee's crew sounds so much like the kids from Fishers.
They need to light tires on fire today on the show.
I can't. Those are grown men that sit around thinking of like, hey, what do we do when at various points in the show we want to like sin, or when we call somebody a dog. Hey, when we say somebody a dog, we're all gonna time it out and we're gonna say he's a dog. Yeah.
Dude, I'm not lying. I watched that show. I'm like, I wonder how much McAfee pays those guys. McAfee makes a ton of money. Like, he can afford to pay them a lot.
Paying them like $15,000 a year, and they have to sleep in a back room at the studio.
I could see any scenario. I'm just curious what the actual answer is. You know what I mean?
And then he dresses them down as much love as there is on the show.
Yeah.
Whenever the cameras are off, it's like you never forget. You should never forget why you're here and who brought you here. You bums.
I brought you into this world. I could take you out. Yeah.
Yeah. I think he actually does treat them pretty well. Like
they have a career in broadcasting now. I never heard of any of them. Yeah, he's treating them well. They're on TV. If the McAfee show goes away, I guarantee you those guys are going to wind up somewhere else.
Who knows, though? I mean, it's kind of like the old either MTV VJ or ESPN Sports Center anchor.
Maybe.
They've got jobs, but they get treated like crap because the company knows SNL cast members, unless you're one of the superstars.
Yeah, that's true.
They just kind of treat them like dirt, you know? And the franchise is what feeds them.
Jets down to a 1.5 point favorite now on the Texans.
So what was the greatest that they were?
2. They were a 2-point favorite, down to -1.5.
I do think that at least part of this, because you gotta look at a couple things here. Despite what the Jets' record is, and as much as I try to prop it up a little bit by pointing out, wow, they have a lot of potential and you never know when it might click. Since week 3, which points to week 3 against the Patriots. Like, he refers to it almost like it was one of his MVP seasons or something. He's like, yeah, you look back, I was moving around pretty well in week 3. Week 3 was a long time ago, man. Because in the last 5 weeks, the Jets ranked 27th in scoring, 25th in total yards per game, 31st in rushing, 31st in third down conversions, 28th in red zone efficiency, and 25th in total EPA.
Yeah.
They've been a bad offense since his glorious days back in week 3 versus the Patriots. So this is my theory for what Vegas is thinking. I think that the computer models show this to be a much tighter game than what people initially thought it should be. And I think part of that is because when you look at the defense, a lot of the overall numbers on defense look pretty good. A lot of the individual players overall look pretty good. But a lot of that has changed since Robert Saleh got fired. The defense hasn't been the same since Robert Saleh got fired. So I don't think the computer models can't take into account the effect of a good defensive coordinator in Robert Saleh, who is actually calling the defense, getting fired when that unit is performing well.
Yeah.
So I think the computers plug in all that information from the season, but they like good defensive coordinators whose units are performing well don't typically get fired in the middle of the season. But that's been a huge change for this Jets team.
So you're saying that the Jets should be looked at by not only humans but computers, as their defense at least, as pre-Saleh firing and post-Saleh firing.
Yeah.
That if you could access a computer to run the simulations on this thing, you would say, do not take into account the first 5 games of the season with the Jets defense, just the last 3.
But the computer looks at it and says, well, 3 games is too small a sample size.
Right.
And even if it weren't a small sample size, there's not really not a lot of precedent to go by.
That's why they'll never win,
data
Seth.
points to go by.
That's why we'll never be working for the computers ever, because they don't know about sample size.
You got to have some restrictor plates.
Yes.
It's like, hey, AI, for instance, is a great tool, but if you don't have humans checking the work, it's a disaster.
Yes.
As many news outlets have discovered.
Right.
It's like, oh, you just put like it puts out 90% cool stuff, but 10% completely just reverses everything else. So yeah. I'm not scared of the computers on this one. The Texans are a better team, even on the road.
Yeah, I think so too. And you've not given your prediction yet, but the one thing you did say earlier, and I agree with you on this, the over/under is 42 on this game. I feel strongly that this is going to be a low-scoring game. I don't think. Yeah. I think this is one like if one of these teams, first one to 20 wins. Like if one of these teams gets to 20, they're winning this game. That's my feeling on that. The other thing we learned about J.J. Watt, and I don't want to put words in J.J. Watt's mouth, but it seems as though he's just as disgusted with the whole Aaron Rodgers 2024 experience as the rest of us are. This was J.J. Watt finding out yesterday that Aaron Rodgers now has a concoction that he drinks, thanks to punter Thomas Morstead, the Jets punter, put him on to putting cayenne pepper in water. So this J.J. Watt finding out that this is the elixir that's going to turn Rodgers back into the MVP.
Aaron Rodgers, 40 years old, he's still doing it. Cayenne pepper not getting added to this is it.
That's it.
Fire Coach Saleh.
Yep.
They trade for Devontae.
Sprinkle it on the playbook. Maybe it'll pick the good plays if you like a Ouija board.
Okay. Jeez Louise, this guy.
You like Ouija boards, Jage?
That is wild.
Never seen one. I still don't understand what they're supposed to.
All right, so that was after. This is the one I wanted right here. This is where he finds out about the cayenne pepper. Here we go.
Jage, what about the fountain of youth? Thomas Morstead has given Aaron, I guess, water and cayenne pepper. I thought that was something that my mom's friends used to do before spring break to try to lose a few pounds. What do you think? You never do this?
No. Yeah, right out of the darkness, baby. That's it. I mean, I'm going to do that today, actually. Then I might sign up for a team. Maybe that'll do it.
Maybe.
Okay.
Is this a joke, man? Like, is this a joke?
Jay!
Like, come on.
What do you mean?
What is wrong?
Let's just go play the ball, man. Just go play the ball, try and get better, score some touchdowns.
That's why he's drinking the cayenne pepper.
Because he wants to play the ball for
a long time. Trying to get better.
Oh, man. I'm so sick of all of us talking about this shit. Like it's not working. Like we're 2-6. Like we're 2-6.
Sure
like
it's the first.
I know how it is. I've been there. I've been on really I've struggled. I was on 2-14 team. I know exactly what that's like. So it sucks. All you want to do is go out there and win the game. You still have to answer the questions, but you also don't have to like stoke the fire a little bit here. Like let's just. I mean. They're 2-6.
He's so disgusted.
The cayenne pepper stuff, and we'll play Aaron Rodgers talking. There are anti-inflammatory properties to cayenne pepper and pain-killing properties to cayenne pepper. And more importantly, no matter how powerful that is or is not, sometimes stuff like that has a good placebo effect in the short term. I don't think all of a sudden, it's not like all of a sudden the cayenne pepper and water is what's going to rapidly enhance his Achilles tendon repair.
Yeah.
But who knows? Rodgers also said that it wasn't. He was kind of putting the cayenne pepper stuff out there, I think, as a joke. He came out after having 3 different injuries that weren't his Achilles in the game Sunday, where he looked like he was hobbled. He looked like he couldn't run as well as he used to. He said he walked in on Tuesday and said, "Nope, I feel great, feel awesome, feel way better." And they're like, "Well, how?" And he said, aside from the cayenne pepper, he said he didn't take that many hits in the game on Sunday, so that he was able to kind of recover even as he was playing a game on Sunday because he wasn't re-aggravating those injuries.
Yeah.
I'm not 100% buying it. I think you're going to see the same somewhat hobbled Aaron Rodgers on Thursday night after playing on Sunday.
Well, look, this is where, again, not to beat a dead horse, like this is where Will Anderson Jr. and Danielle Hunter can have a big say over how this game goes. Pop him good a couple times early in the game, and he's probably feeling a whole lot like he was with all those injuries that he had.
Pop him good.
Pop him good, man. Go get him.
He's done things that he doesn't typically do in peak Aaron Rodgers form. He's taken a bunch of sacks, and he's thrown a bunch of interceptions.
Yes.
So this is Aaron Rodgers throwing interceptions is not what Aaron Rodgers does when he's at his peak and at his prime.
Right.
Everything's just a little disjointed and off. They can't get the snap off. He doesn't look the same physically. It's on a short week. I'm more. You know what? I'm as befuddled as Aaron Rodgers is when trying to figure out exactly why the Jets are favored.
You mean J.J. Watt? Yeah.
What did I say?
Aaron Rodgers.
What the hell?
You said,
yes, J.J. Watt.
Yeah.
I don't know why J.J. Watt is so befuddled.
Right. Yeah.
No, I do know why J.J. Oh, man, we got to start this show over. Start the period over. Blow the horn. Blow the horn. That's what a coach. You know, there's a air horn that coaches use. Some coaches use to change the period.
Yeah. That's what we need.
Usually what'll happen is like when a coach gets really disgusted and he wants to start the period over, he's like, blow the horn.
Yeah.
We're starting over.
Is an air horn, would that be a sound that would distract drivers? You know what I mean? Like, that's what we need to take that into account. Like us playing little things like ding and stuff like, stuff like
kazoo?
that. Yeah.
I can't find I think Brandy stole my kazoo out of my bag.
That was probably a good
She
move.
hated the kazoo.
Yeah. That was...
So, once I find my kazoo again, we'll use that.
I don't know many people who are pro kazoo.
It's a bad thing when your wife hates your kazoo. I'll tell you that much. There's nothing she likes about my kazoo, it turns out.
Affects the relationship big time.
She's not out looking for another kazoo. She just doesn't like kazoos in general. She came to that realization all of a sudden.
This is how it's going to be.
It's not just your kazoo, Seth. I don't want any kazoos anymore.
Kazoos. Oh, okay.
Yeah, she and her friend Sally are going on a vacation together. Girls' weekend. I don't know. It's cool. Whatever.
I'm not liking the kazoo. It's kind of hot. Five.
Can I watch you hate kazoo? You're not gonna.
5 Hour Energy fan line. And 5 Hour Energy, the official energy shot of Sports Radio 610 and football superfans. Seth Bo Baggins living in a hamlet as a child. That is very Lord of the Rings.
It's a hamlet of fishers. That's all I remember is that it was described as.
Okay.
It's like a little community within a town. Kind of like Bel Air is a little town within a city.
Yeah,
they've got their own post office and everything. That's what Fishers was like, just with a resident. Instead of Bel Air or Westview, it's a resident. It was a population of like 73 people.
We have a lot of those in town, like Village, the village of such and such.
Hillshire
here.
Village. Or
yeah,
whatever.
here in town. We have a lot of village. It's always funny in Houston because of the lack of zoning. Like, this is the village of wherever, and you think of these little flutes playing and all these hobbits dancing around, and there's a strip club like 50 yards to the left. You know what I mean?
There's that one little one.
There's a Valero with a convenience store inside. Nice little village you have here.
There's that one that it's off of Voss, like north of I-10, I think, where
That's a village.
And they've
Hunter's
got notorious Hunter's Village. They've got notorious speed traps.
Yes.
And I always wondered is this like a Dukes of Hazzard type situation where all I have to do is make it instead of making it across the county line, I just got to make it across the hamlet line.
Right.
And I'll be out of trouble. So I had fantasies about testing that. Like, just blow past the speed trap and see if I can make it over out of the Hunter's Village line to get there.
You're only allowed to play Waylon Jennings, though, the Duke Boys theme song. if you find to jump up and over I-10 as you're leaving.
Yeah. You know what? It's Spring Valley Village north of I-10. I think it's
Hunters Village is south. Yeah.
Spring Valley Village is the one that will get you.
Okay, kids.
Do not speed in Spring Valley Village.
Good warning, Seth.
Get you.
Yes. Good warning.
5 miles per hour over the speed limit.
Yeah.
No, you are not. Get the hell. Just go the speed limit, damn it.
This ain't no Hamlet of Fishers over there, man. They're there to bust people, all right? There's no tires getting burned. They're just busting people for speeding over there. That's it. Got to hit quota.
Oops, I turned off my body cam, it turns out. Yeah, just be careful. Be careful, all right?
You and I are so getting pulled over there now.
I can't never go back to Spring Valley Village no more.
Nope.
They're vigilant. Nice parks there, though. That's the thing. That's how they get you.
That's how they pay for their nice parks, by catching everybody for speeding.
Entice you in. That's true. That's true. You might as well just throw a wad of cash at the park.
It's a give and a take, man. It's a give and a take. One more from J.J. Watt. He's a big Will Anderson Jr. fan, as are we.
So Will Anderson,
I personally love seeing Will Anderson get some shine, because I think he sometimes gets overlooked because he was drafted third when C.J. Stroud was drafted second. So everybody gives C.J. Stroud a ton of love, rightfully so. But Will Anderson Jr., even from year 1 to year 2, he was Defensive Rookie of the Year last year, but he's taken his game up a completely another level this year. He's playing unbelievable football. Has Danielle Hunter on the other side, which obviously helps. But Will Anderson deserves a ton of shine too. This is a very good list.
Okay, so I'm assuming they were looking at the odds board for Defensive Player of the Year. And then let you talk about Will. 5 Hour Energy fan line. Danielle and Will are going to hit Rodgers, and a plume of cayenne pepper is going to be emitted like cleaning an old rug.
It's going to be like pepper spray.
Yeah.
That's the real reason he's doing the cayenne pepper.
Good call,
He's hoping that his breath is like pepper spray to defensive linemen.
Yeah, man.
So I want to see Will out there in sports specs. He and Danielle Hunter have to be wearing goggles out there.
Goggles,
just
masks,
even swim goggles.
Glass shields, yes, for sure.
With an N90 mask. So, is it N90? I can't remember.
I think it is. Yeah, I think it is.
Look, Will Anderson has some personal scores to settle here too, because Will was critical of himself in that playoff game versus the Ravens. And the offensive tackle that he was facing for much of that day was Morgan Moses.
Ooh.
Now Morgan Moses is the right tackle for the Jets. Morgan Moses, kind of like a lot of the other old guys on that team, isn't looking quite the same as his peak self. But one of the reasons Will Anderson wanted to gain weight was that he felt like by the end of the season, he just didn't have it to really fight and take it to guys like Morgan Moses.
Yeah.
So I think you see Will Anderson go full. Like Jerry Springer show, hey, you used to bully me in high school, but look at me now, on Morgan Moses. And Will has flipped the switch in terms of some of the more elite type and style of pass rushing. He's more of a true edge rusher now than he was even earlier in the season. He's attacking edges and getting around the corner really well these last few games. I think he's out of way.
Yeah, he's been elite lately, man. He's been so good. All right, you ready to do this Circle of Swarm, a Thursday edition? All right.
Yes. I've got my cayenne pepper. I got to track down my cayenne pepper. I was hoping to do my cayenne pepper and water before the Circle of Swarm.
Okay.
To just really strengthen me for it, but I'll have to do it without it.
Yeah, you got this. All right,
I'm going in raw.
Let's do it.
D'Amico always says swarm.
What we're looking for is players, right, who are looking to swarm.
The swarm mindset, that whole mentality.
We want players to have a special work ethic and a relentless mindset in everything that they do.
Who's in?
This is a special group of men, believe it.
It's the Payne and Pendergast Texans Circle of Swarm.
Circle of Swarm. It is the completely subjective Payne and Pendergast acknowledgement of Texans who capture the essence of the swarm mentality, who have captured it throughout the season, who have captured it in recent games, and who we hope capture it, in this case, tonight against the New York Jets. So there is some degree, a lot of a degree of recency, but with hope that they apply it tonight as well. We each pick 3. There can only be 6 every week. It's not the Circle of Trust, where it can be everybody or nobody. There are 6 every week, come hell or high water. And, Seth, it's your turn to go first this week, I believe.
I do think the bottom half of the Circle of Swarm is probably going to be pretty blue-collar this week. That's what I'm anticipating.
Yep.
I'll go blue-collar, but also a star player for my first choice this week, and Joe Mixon.
Joe Mixon. He's on my list. too. So you swarm. He is as swarmy a running back as there is in the league.
There's just everything about him grinding out extra yardage, doing everything, just being a team leader, everything that you'd hope to get out of him. I think he has been, other than the durability. So especially because I think tonight the running backs are really going to matter. I think it's about defensive line and running backs tonight. And I think Breece Hall has not been performing as well as people would hope or expect, but he's got it in him. Joe Mixon's got to win the battle of the running backs tonight, and I think he will.
I would agree. Mixon is a great choice. I am going to go blue collar right out of the chute on this one, and blue collar under the radar, and a guy who I've had on the fringe a couple times this year because of big plays that he's made in the game, and I think he's overachieved expectations, and a lot of that has to do with opportunity because Jimmy Ward's been so banged up. Eric Murray had 3 pass breakups in the last game. I think Eric Murray has been very solid for this team this year. He's shown up. Had a big interception a couple of weeks ago against the Patriots, but he was big early on. He had 3 pass breakups, I want to say, in the first quarter against the Colts. And I feel like there's some degree with the circle of swarm where we reach a point where we go, you know what, that guy, he's been real solid all year, and he had a really good game last week, and this is the week. And that's what this is for Eric Murray. I'm putting Eric Murray in this week's circle of swarm. Boom.
So, all right, this leaves me with, I think, probably the last.
2 left for you, Seth. Here.
2 left. I'm going to go Jalen Petrie.
Okay.
I think Jalen Petrie, who early on, the Texans defensive backs picked themselves off to allow a big touchdown. Jalen Petrie completely reversed and negated that touchdown with his interception that led to a touchdown at the end of the first half. And he's just doing more and more of what you hope to see out of the vintage rookie year Jalen Petrie. With much less of the bad. So, yeah, Jalen Petrie. Primetime Jalen Petrie.
Primetime Jalen Petrie. All right, I'm going to just go. I went kind of off the radar on the last one. I'm just going to keep this one simple. Will Anderson Jr., I think, deserves to be in there again. I think he was excellent.
Oh, yeah.
Excellent. I just want to make sure as we go through this, okay, there's some obvious ones we got to make sure we get in.
This doesn't feel that blue collar as we get into this now, doesn't it?
We'll see. We've still got 2 slots left to fill here, but I just wanted to make sure that we got Will Anderson Jr. in there because he has been excellent all year. He's been super excellent the last few weeks, and he was huge against the Colts, man. Big sack in that game, led the team in tackles. He was the player of the game that game. He was our guest on the postgame show and had on maybe the greatest outfit of any postgame guest ever. Shades, black cowboy hat, leather jacket, brand new cowboy boots. That matters in the swarm mentality. You got to look good after the game, too. All
right. Now, this is a tough one here.
Yeah.
It's going to be very subjective and maybe bending the qualification rules a little bit. Cool. I'm going to go with the defensive lineman.
Okay.
Has Tim Settle been in the circle of swarm yet?
He has.
Oh, he has.
He has. Yeah, I put him in. I put him in last.
Oh, all right. Okay, I feel like that was a bit of an attaboy because he's not one of the best players on the team, but he's really come along as he's learned the system.
Sure.
And his reps haven't changed all that much since week 3. He's been getting about 30 or 40 snaps per game.
Yeah.
And now, yet all of a sudden now he's turning in a sack every week, and yet.
Yeah, he had another one this past week. Yeah.
This is a primetime game. I got to just keep it simple. Danielle Hunter. Danielle Hunter, one of the league leaders in pressure rates. Yep. The sacks have started to come. He was huge in last week's game. Danielle Hunter.
Okay. I was really hoping you would have taken one of these guys to take the pressure off of me. I'm down to 2.
Okay.
I had Hunter on my list. I just crossed them. All 3 of the guys you had, I have a list of about 8 guys in front of me. All 3 of the guys you picked were on my list. You made great selections this week. Mixon, Petrie, and Hunter. On the one hand, you look at needs in this game, and you look at how he played against the Colts, and you look at him playing with a broken scapula.
Oh, good call.
Kamari Lassiter, I think, is an excellent choice. And yet, I said after the game last Sunday that might have been, even though statistically it was a kind of an average game for him. Mm-hmm. That might have been one of C.J. Stroud's best games I've ever seen him play. Given the pressure he was under all game, he was so good, and he takes so many hits, and he's so tough.
Okay.
So it's down to those 2, and I think I think it goes without saying you need C.J. Stroud every week, right? Like the tie tiebreaker in this needs to be a good Lassiter and Stingley game. You know what I mean? Like, these are good wide receivers on his team. Devontae Adams on one side, you've got Garrett Wilson, Mike Williams.
Garrett Wilson's had 100 yards receiving in 3 of the last 4 games.
Yeah, like this is a big test for Stingley and Lassiter, and so I think that's going to be – and I don't know that Kamari's made the Circle of Swarm this year, and he's had a really good rookie year. So, and this is what the Circle of Swarm is all about. It's a combination of all the elements. So the tiebreaker here is the need for like saying that C.J. Stroud needs to play well is like saying that we need air conditioning in July. You know what I mean? Like it's Lassiter, the corners and the defensive ends, man. That's what's going to win the game for the Texans. Pressure on Aaron Rodgers, and then when they make Aaron Rodgers throw indecisively or make poor decisions, it's up to Stingley and Lassiter to make plays on the ball. So I'm going to put Kamari Lassiter, I believe, for the first time in his career. So you know that somewhere in New York right now he's feeling a tremor in the force. Yeah, he's never been in the Circle of Swarm. This is a big day for Kamari Lassiter. I'm telling you right now, it's a big day for him. He's in the Circle of Swarm.
All right, good.
Yeah.
So this is it's going to be a defensive battle as far as we can foresee.
And that's reflected in the Circle of Swarm, by the way. It's mixing in a bunch of defensive guys.
I think I think one thing that you and I are starting to do a little bit more is I think we're factoring in who's got the challenge this week.
Yeah.
And exactly what, like all of that. So it's a little bit aspirational,
yes,
which is good. That's what the Circle of Swarm is all about.
That was a tiebreaker for me with Lassiter, like that's, yeah. So it's mixing, and admittedly it's easier for defensive Swarm. Mixon, Eric Murray, Jalen Petrie, Will Anderson, Daniil Hunter, and Kamari Lassiter. Tiebreaker, this is from the 5 Hour Energy fan line. Tiebreaker, CJ didn't tap out.
Yeah.
That's true.
I think the fun thing about this was, we were going to be very, very... It's a high bar for any offensive lineman to clear to make the Circle of Swarm.
Yeah.
There's a certain personality to that offensive line that I just flat out give the side eye emoji.
Yeah, there you go. That's a yeah.
If Kendrick Green ends up playing most of the reps and Kendrick Green plays really well, he will most assuredly be in the Circle of Swarm.
It's funny you say that because
next week.
I actually wrote this down to ask you. Hypothetically, if Jared Patterson had stayed in the game last week, and the offense had kept moving, would Jared Patterson have made the Circle of Swarm? And I think it would have been worth having a conversation in my mind. And it sounds like you might have put him in if that had happened.
If he had played, Patterson and Kendrick Green are the leaders on most likely to make the Circle of Swarm at some point.
Yes, because of newness, because of filling a severe deficiency on that line that may actually tighten things up a little bit, Yeah. I like that. A lot of people saying Kalen Bullock should be in there. Kalen Bullock's had a solid year, man. I don't, I'm thinking back to Sunday's game. He missed a decent chunk of Sunday's game because he came back in, and that's very swarmy. Coming back in off of a shoulder injury, but but not. There can only be 6. There can
What's
only
up
be
with all the shoulder injuries to the defensive backs.
You remember Justin Reed used to hurt his shoulder all the time because he exclusively tackled with his shoulders.
Right, trying to avoid targeting, he would go in with his shoulder and do it. Justin Reed did a good job of making the clean legal hit.
Yeah.
But now Lassiter got thrown down by Keon Coleman. Wasn't a dirty play, but it was.
Oh, on the OPI. Yeah.
It's a frustrating injury because I like to say that the scapula is a useless bone. Lots of people pointed out that your shoulder will fall out of the joint without the scapula. Details. It was a weird injury.
For you, hasn't your shoulder already fallen out of its joint with a scapula? Right? Didn't you have a shoulder issue?
Yeah, that logic sounds impenetrable. So yes, yeah.
No, I'm saying you of all people know that it's useless. It didn't prevent you from having your shoulder pop out of joint, right?
Yeah.
So there you go.
Plus, I didn't. Last week, it's a week-by-week thing, and last week, I don't think Kalen Bullock had like a swarm-worthy performance last week.
No, I don't think so either.
He missed a couple tackles last week.
Yeah. Text message, 5 Hour Energy fan line. Do you think this game will be a showcase so Caserio can look at a couple of Jets receivers that may try to trade? He may try to trade for if the Jets lose. I think the only one that's really on the block that's an impact player because they're not trading Devontae Adams. And they're not trading Garrett Williams. I read an article by Garrett with Houston Stressens. He had a list of receivers that the Texans might go after, to kind of shore up, as a third receiver, that kind of thing. And I thought he made a good point in there that Williams is more of like a Nico guy. He's more of like an X, like an outside guy. Yeah. And if you're trying to replace Diggs, you probably need somebody that's got more of a middle of the field element to them, slot element to them. Yeah. So Williams might not be a real great fit.
I think they look at their replacement for Diggs as Tank Dell, and it's just a more conventional. It's a more conventional looking offense where you don't have three stud wide receivers on the depth chart. You've got your X, and whether you want to call him a Z or a Y or an F or a Z in this offense, whatever the terminology is. Yeah, he's more of a Diggs type.
I think it's a combination of Dell doing the downfield stuff maybe Diggs used to do, and Robert Woods doing some of the, the 3rd and 3, little out pattern or a little crosser, and it'd be Robert Woods probably. We'll see.
I got just somebody tried to get me into an argument about wide receiver position group terminology yesterday.
Yeah, you're rubbing your eyes pretty heavy the last 10 seconds.
Well, because it's like every coordinator does it a little bit differently, and they use different letters for this or that, but then people it just gets annoying.
I think 95% of the people listening have no idea what the letters mean.
Right. Yeah, which I shouldn't have even brought it up, but that's why I was rubbing my eyes. It wasn't because of the cayenne pepper and water. It was
on your fingers.
Yeah.
All right, Payne and Pendergast.
It's not like no, Seth, an F receiver. It's like, oh, stop it. Just stop.
Yeah, I agree. Did they get a go die? There you go. All right. Text message. Good morning, boys. It's good since the Yankees lost. It is a good morning. Yeah. Not that the Dodgers won, so it's not great, but the Yankees lost, and Aaron Judge was a complete goat, and not the good kind. Like, he was a donkey in the whole thing.
If we were doing Yankees talk radio and we had a circle of swarm for the Yankees, I think Aaron Judge would kind of be like the Texans' offensive tackles.
Yes.
There's very little they can do in the regular season that's going to put Aaron Judge in the circle of swarm.
Okay.
Because you have it constantly hanging over you that he chokes in the playoffs.
We got to go to break, and we got to give away football tickets, but I love this. Maybe even a more appropriate comparison. Would if they had a circle of trust like we do for the Astros, would Aaron Judge be in your circle of trust if you were? He can't be, right? In the postseason,
no. The captain, the vaunted captain.
And yet he's gonna win MVP of the league, probably.
Yeah,
or
he's the least trustworthy guy in baseball.
It's crazy, man.
He's awful.
Yep. Let's give away those tickets.
In the playoffs,
he's terrible. Yeah, he's money in the regular season. All right, let's give away the tickets. U of H football, 713-572-4610. Caller number 5, 4-pack of tickets to U of H and K-State. That's 713-572-4610. Call now. You'll get a chance to win tomorrow as well. But call now, and you can be on your way to Cougs K-State, 2:30 kickoff at TDECU Stadium. Okay, speaking of the Yankees in the World Series, if you haven't heard this yet, you will never believe, or maybe you will believe, who one of the college buddies is of the Yankee fan that tried to rip off Mookie Betts' glove the other night. This is tremendous, and we will have it for you coming up next. But speaking of U of H football, if you're not, I'm looking at the phone lines ringing right now. I can see who caller number 5 is going to be, all right? Any of you other ones on there, if you want to go to the game, if you want to go to U of H and
713-913-5285. 713-913-5285. Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln at Katy Freeway, 1 mile west of the Beltway, exit Kirkwood, under the giant American flag.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, top of the hour, we will hear from Aaron Rodgers on the elixir that is going to get him back to MVP status. That's going to be the fountain of youth for him. We'll hear from Aaron Rodgers, who we hope the Texans rip off of its torso tonight at 7:15, starting at 7:15 here on Sports Radio 610. If you missed it, we just did our Circle of Swarm, usually on Fridays, but it's game day today. Circle of Swarm this week. Joe Mixon, Eric Murray, Jalen Petrie, Will Anderson, Danielle Hunter, Kamari Lassiter. I'm very comfortable with that 5. That's a good 5 right there on the Circle of Swarm. Good job, Sean.
There's enough, and the Texans are doing well enough that there's plenty of people that are angry about other omissions. But hey, that's Circle of Swarm, baby.
That's it.
You're never going to feel good. When the team is good, you're always going to feel like a few guys got screwed over, and that's the way it should be.
That's how it goes. So Austin Capobianco is the name of the Yankee fan that was ripping at Mookie Betts' mitt in Game 4 in the first inning. Gleyber Torres, if you guys are listening to a sports talk show, I'm assuming that 99% of you have seen it by now, or at least heard us talk about it, where Mookie Betts, playing right field that night for the Dodgers, made his way over towards the stands to try to catch a pop foul off the bat of Gleyber Torres. He jumps up into the stands, catches the ball, but 2 of the fans there, Capobianco and another buddy of his, last name of Peter, one grabbed the gloved arm of Mookie Betts, the other grabbed the ungloved arm, and they tried to slap away at the ball. And in the process, in my opinion, could have hurt Mookie Betts. I don't know if I'm being overreactive about that, but Mookie Betts is dangling by his wrists.
No, they were trying to they were trying to wrestle the ball out of a guy's hand. It was one of the in an MLB baseball.
It'll
game.
be the most memorable thing from this World Series. Probably Freddie Freeman's home run in Game 1, the walk-off grand slam.
Yeah.
And these 2 clowns clawing away at Mookie Betts' glove to try to prevent an out for the Yankees. Yeah.
They were they were ejected from that game. Obviously, they were not allowed to attend last night.
Right.
The Yankees, who were getting some criticism early that because for a while people thought, wait a second, they're going to be allowed back in.
Right.
They're not at least this year. And Yankees gave those seats to a teenage cancer patient and his family.
So there's a good story that comes out of it.
Good job, Yankees, on that at least.
Yep.
Not because they wanted to, but because they knew the PR move by them, but whatever.
Fine, if Capobianco can't go, I guess.
Yeah.
If I had to put together a power ranking just based purely on Capobianco's look, his energy, and the fact that he's clawing away at some dude's arm who's an active player in a game, if I had to put together a power ranking of current or recently retired athletes that would have been on the friends list for Capobianco, I think Gronk would have made the top 10 on this thing for sure.
It's he. You know what I would say? It's one of the least surprising names that could have come out.
Yes.
You said, okay, there's a great NFL player, current or retired, who was buddies with this guy growing up in high school. Then Gronk wouldn't have been a surprise.
Well, it wasn't high school. That's the crazy thing about it. They're friends they're friends at Arizona of all places. When I first heard, I thought the same thing, Seth. When I first heard they were buddies, I'm like, that makes sense. They Capobianco might have crossed paths at some point. Here's Gronk talking about it on Kay Adams yesterday.
This is actually the first time I'm seeing this live, and here's a little fun fact. That guy right there grabbing Mookie Betts' glove was my friend in college.
Gronk, stop it right now.
He was on the ice hockey team, the club Arizona Wildcats team, ice hockey team, and let me tell you, the whole hockey team, they were absolute maniacs. They were undescribable, just how wild animals, yes, how wild these guys were. Him doing that represents him very well. I mean, he is all in for his teams. He is all in for the Yankees. I remember him talking about the Yankees all the time, how he loves them so much. And that describes him perfectly, just doing whatever it takes to help his team out. But he's a beauty. He is a beauty. Okay, and I just want to say congratulations.
Congratulations!
For shining when your moment came.
Okay.
The crazy. Okay, I don't know why I thought it was his high school hockey team. That dude was playing college. Gronk. That's the most amazing thing about any of this is when Gronk was in college as a college football player, he was playing intramural ice hockey.
No. I think he's just saying that guy was on the hockey team, and he was saying those hockey guys are crazy. I
thought he was saying he was on my hockey club.
No, I think he was saying he was on the club team at University of Arizona. I don't think Gronk played hockey, and there's no way.
It wouldn't have surprised me.
One game, and then the coach said, "Stop playing hockey."
Yeah. Yeah, that's don't cheer that behavior, Gronk. That was bogus, man.
Now, to be fair, he did go on to kind of say, "Hey, you shouldn't do that kind of thing," but that's not as funny as playing the audio that he actually said right there.
That guy, I can tell you right now, that Capobianco, or it's not clear whether it was Capobianco or Peter. Whichever one, because there were two guys grabbing the glove.
Capobianco was the guy grabbing the glove.
It was the guy. Okay, so yes. Capobianco, boy, I got to tell you one. As a classic, looking like an aggressive, angry New Englander who's talking about the Yankees all the time, or a Northeasterner, I don't think he was probably very popular out in Arizona. That level of intensity just doesn't travel well. A lot of people, when you're out on the closer to the West Coast, especially, people are kind of like, "Bro, what are you? Why are you so angry about this stuff?" I think he was popular with Gronk, who himself is from Buffalo, and it wouldn't have been as much of a shock to him. I'm guessing he wasn't all that popular in college.
Yeah, that's the crazy thing to me when I listened to that cut was like, okay, these two. Both Northeasterners, so that makes sense. They might run into each other, but it was at the university. If Gronk went to Syracuse, I'd be like, oh, okay, that makes sense. But they were at University of Arizona, dude. The club sports guys in the big contact sports. We had a club rugby team in college. I think rugby is club at most. I don't think there is an NCAA sanctioned rugby, if I'm not mistaken. The rugby team at my school was insane. Like the club sport dudes, because they're not governed by the same body that the NCAA sanctioned sports are. So they're crazy. They have good parties, man. The club teams.
Yeah, they don't have the same rules and restrictions around the drinking side of things and everything. Yeah.
So they're fun. So Gronk, good buddies with Capobianco, man. I think Seth's favorite, Brino Giacomini, would be BFFs with Capobianco. Yeah, give us the list. Who are the athletes that you would have guessed would have been friends with? Dude, Brino Giacomini for sure.
Jason Peters, 100%.
The whole Peter family. Yeah. Well, dude, the guy sitting next to him's last name was Peter.
Well, Christian Peter, actually.
Yeah.
Not Jason Peters, but Jason Peter and Christian Peter.
Yeah.
Right? Was Christian Peter was the real rough one.
He was the insane one that went to Nebraska.
He was too rough for New Jersey.
Yeah.
They after a few years, they're like, all right, you can't be on the Giants no more.
Yeah. Dude, I wonder if that guy's related to them. The guy who was sitting next to Capobianco, his last name was Peter. I wonder if he's related.
He was behaving like a Peter brother.
Sure was. Behaving like a Peter.
That was because those guys came from the Nebraska football team that acted like a club rugby team off the field.
Yeah, what am I saying?
Those guys were a club rugby team, basically.
Dude.
And that was sanctioned by the NCAA.
Yeah.
And your hero, Tom Osborne.
Florida,
yeah. You want to talk about the old days of cops looking the other way.
Yes.
Those old Nebraska teams, my God.
The Yankee fan, this is the 5-Hour Energy fan line texting in. The Yankee fan probably complained as he's getting taken away.
Cashman for sure. How many times is Cashman this offseason going to somehow find a way to just pivot back to the 2017 being better than everyone else scandal and making an excuse for not winning the World Series or even showing up in the World Series this year? At least once he's going to point out that the Astros got caught doing doing things electronically, just like the Yankees did. Yeah.
Richie Incognito's getting a lot of support on the text page now. Yeah. All right, text in.
Yeah, we should have an all-time Capobianco team in the NFL.
Yeah, text
just
in.
The biggest meatheads you can think of.
Right, text in. 713-572-4610, the 5-Hour Energy fan line. 5-Hour Energy, the official energy shot of Sports Radio 610 and football superfans. All right, into the 8 o'clock hour we go. Hey, we'll do a Thursday edition of 5 Reasons I Hate You. We need one more. We've got 4. I like leaving the last one open. So we're asking you guys to do a lot. send in your sports meatheads, Capo Bianco style, and also send in a good fifth reason to hate the New York Jets. We'll do that at 8:25 on the show. As we head into the 8 o'clock hour, up next, Aaron Rodgers on the elixir that's going to drive him to victory tonight and in future weeks. This is some of the dumbest stuff you're going to hear. We'll do that coming up next. But Prize Picks, great night for Prize Picks. Now, baseball is in the rear view, so now we can hyper-focus, people. We've got basketball season is here. There's a lot of money to be made on Prize Picks in basketball.
Yeah, you just said that.
Did you say I just said that?
Yeah, I'm cutting you off.
Did you say you're cutting me off?
You earn We Match. Unlimited cashback match. See terms at discover.com.
KILT-FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, I want to make sure people are gathering the essence of the all Capo Bianco team that we're trying to assemble here, because we're getting some really good entries on the text page. For those of you who missed it, we just played the audio of Rob Gronkowski yesterday. He was doing an interview with Kay Adams, and she played the video of the Capo Bianco character out in right field there, who was grabbing at Mookie Betts' mitt in Game 4 of the World Series. You guys know what I'm talking about. And Gronk goes, I know that guy. I went to college with him, baby. I know that guy. He played club hockey, baby. He didn't say it exactly like that, but Gronk knows him. And what I said to Seth was, if I had to put together a power ranking of athletes that I would think, just based purely on judging a book by its cover, that would be friends with Capo Bianco, Gronk would have made my list. He would have been on the radar. So Seth said, well, we should put together an all Capo Bianco team of athletic meatheads that would probably be friends with him. Mm-hmm. And we're getting some really good answers to this. Richie Incognito. Brian Cushing has made the radar here. And I think, Cushing's not an unintelligent person, but I think he definitely has that. And he's from North Jersey. He's got that Capo Bianco. I could see Cushing, as a diehard Yankee fan, maybe kind of losing his head a little bit and clawing at Mookie Betts' glove. I could see that happening. Breno Giacomini has been suggested. Trevor Penning has been suggested. Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, especially somebody that's like doing tough things but without consequence. That's Trevor Penning.
Yeah.
Like, he can't block actual grown men or defensive linemen, but he's hell on wheels when he's blocking an undersized safety.
Right.
He'll block him right out of the building, but then he lets defensive ends just go ahead and hit the quarterback.
Yeah. Now this is why I want to put some guardrails on this. Aaron Hernandez, people texting in Aaron. No, it's not. He didn't murder anybody, Capo Bianco. He's
not diabolical wannabe criminal mastermind.
Sociopaths, right?
It's meathead, like pure meathead.
Yeah, meathead.
Yeah. Rodgers, Hernandez was a different level of.
He was a meathead for sure. Yeah, but that was that's. He's not known for that. He's known for, killing people.
I know, but meathead's also got to be more of a just, loudmouth, crush a beer can on your head.
You're right.
To kind of just sloppiness to him.
You're right.
Hernandez was a different type.
They're rolling in. Tommy DeVito as our quarterback? Yes. Someone said Jeff George.
No, but it's Tommy DeVito. He's not all that much of a meathead.
He kind of is, dude.
Is he?
Yeah, he's got no personality. He's got. Well, I know meatheads have big personality. He seems a little dumb. I'm just saying. The interviews I've seen.
Does he seem like the kind of guy that would stuff a nerd in a garbage can?
I think so.
Okay. All right.
I think
he makes it then.
We're gonna have a hard time finding a quarterback. Like someone said, Jeff George. No, Jeff George is just an a-hole.
He's just a jerk.
Meathead. Yeah.
Right? Yeah. Like the meatheads wouldn't need after a while. They'd be like, yeah. Go find somewhere else.
Bill Romanowski.
Oh, yeah, Romo, 100%.
I got to write Romo down for sure.
Romo's big-time meathead.
Romo. I'm open to other quarterbacks. DeVito is the quarterback for now, but I'm open to other quarterbacks if you would like to send those in. Tony Siragusa, R.I.P., somebody said. Is Siragusa's kind of a meathead, huh? Or was, I should say. R.
I don't know. You know what? Siragusa was actually into wine and food and everything.
Okay.
I don't know if he was as much of a... He was way more suave than you'd expect out of a guy so rotund. Yes.
He's also not here to defend himself, so there is that.
I don't think he would take that as an insult.
Probably not.
Now, would he have driven an IROC unironically? Yes. With a Playboy Bunny air freshener, 100%. So, yeah, he might be in there.
Can there be at least a portrait of Siragusa in the facility where the all meathead, all Capo Bianco team is going to work out feverishly every day with large weights? Can we at least have a picture of him there, as sort of an homage? Siragusa. All right, so Siragusa is sort of our patron saint of the meathead team. Aaron Rodgers, not a meathead, but definitely not well liked. This was from his press conference yesterday, right? Do you want to set this up, Seth? This was from his press conference yesterday.
Yeah, this was he opened up the press conference by saying he actually feels really good, and despite it being a Thursday night game, and despite being hobbled by 3 different non-Achilles tendon injuries, he's ready to go, and he's going to be fine on Sunday. And he shared that he's going to refer to Timo here. He's talking about Thomas Morstead, the punter for the Jets, that Timo gave him a special concoction.
Timo gave me a little fountain of youth. He said he's been taken for a while, all legal, of course. I've been kind of gassing him up. That's why I've been feeling a little bit better. But he's been taking like cayenne pepper and water. So he gave me some before the game. Felt pretty good.
Okay.
So there you go.
All right.
He's got cayenne pepper and water, and he took it before the game and looked hobbled. But now it's apparently maybe it just needed some time. He needed a few doses. Apparently that's his fountain of youth that's going to have him looking more like week 3 when he could run around a little bit.
Have you talked to anybody that says this works, this cayenne pepper and water?
I read some I read some articles that said there's evidence that it's an anti-inflammatory and that it can have pain-killing properties.
Okay.
I don't think it's not going to all of a sudden like outdo Toradol or something on the pain management scale.
Should I be doing it is what my question is.
There's also theories that it could have heart protective benefits.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Okay.
There's almost no spice you can look at that doesn't have some kind of health benefits.
Yeah.
So I'd say this is my advice to everybody that's a little intimidated by cooking.
Yeah.
Don't bow down to Big Recipe. Big Recipe wants you to believe that everything has to be all this and that and in specific. You dump it. There's almost no combination of spices that doesn't taste good together.
Okay.
Just dump them all in there and it's good for you.
So what I'm hearing eating 40 buffalo wings a night, and that's going to keep me healthy because they're very spicy.
It doesn't completely negate the bad stuff that you might be doing, though, Sean.
Well, then
no.
what the hell?
Yeah.
All right.
But the cayenne pepper, there's some benefits to it. I don't think that's all. I think Aaron Rodgers is still hurting.
Yes.
I think that to put it into context, there was a Patriots defensive lineman, Gottschalk, who said that Aaron Rodgers doesn't move as well as he used to, that Gottschalk himself could have caught it. He was asked about that in the press conference.
Did you see the comments from Gottschalk after the game?
No.
He basically said that you...
Like, he didn't go after him like a... like one of his podcast opponents or something.
Well, he goes after everybody who has something bad to say about him, so it was a little surprising. Like, I think if Aaron Rodgers cares about what people think about him as he advances, as he eventually retires from football, because you can make a lot of money being a retired football player that people like. You can get a lot of commercials and things like that. I think embracing little shots and barbs at his age, probably a good strategy right there.
This is where I give him credit, because this is actually a couple questions later.
Yeah.
He did a callback at the end of this, and again, but also an explanation, maybe a more realistic explanation for why theoretically he's claiming that he feels better today than he did on Sunday, and he's fine. He'll be fine this week physically. This is Rodgers saying probably the realistic reason he could feel better today.
If you look at the game, I only got hit a couple times. I got sacked once. I didn't really move a whole lot. That was probably part of it. But I expect to be able to do a lot more this week. I'll be under center, and hopefully be back to my faster than Gottschalk speed.
That's pretty good.
It was good, wasn't it?
Yeah. There are times, like Aaron Rodgers, like there have been times throughout the years I'm like, I could like this guy. Like he's kind of clever. He's kind of funny.
No, I'm telling you, man, honestly, it's the hazards of being perpetually online. There is Rodgers is just a different dude, and I think he's got a real sarcastic, dry wit about him.
Yeah.
So there are a lot of times where I think, and I'm not saying, you can love him, hate him, whatever. I think there have been some times where he's victim of the soundbite, and that, you're going to hear this little chunk, but not the entire interview. But I'm I don't 100% agree with a lot of things he says, but he's got a sense of humor about him.
Seth, this is going to shock you, but in Los Angeles, they celebrated the World Series. I'm looking at the TV screen in our studio right now, and they celebrated by burning buildings and looting in Los Angeles last night. I just whenever Los Angeles does something, and sometimes it'll get framed as
So America couldn't have a better example of how to celebrate success.
Yeah, if you're planning on going to the Apple Store on whatever street this is here.
We won the World Series. We all get iPads.
We all get the new AirPods, yes.
Did they break into the Apple Store?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, this Apple Store.
They looted the Apple Store.
They're looting the Apple Store, and I'm looking
Dodgers
right now.
fans are, man, maybe that's what it takes.
Well, that's what I was saying.
Do we need to loot the Apple Store the next time the Astros win the World Series?
I was listening this morning to the show before ours, and not the outdoor show. I was listening on the Infinity app. I was listening to Maggie and Perloff. And Maggie, at one point, like as they're kind of winding down their World Series thing, she's like, and you feel great for Dodger fans, and you feel great for blah, blah, blah. I'm like, no, who feels great for Dodger fans? Other than Dodger fans.
The Apple Store is the dumbest store to loot, too, because like 90% of the stuff in there.
All tracked.
They can shut it right down. They know exactly where you are.
It's dumb.
Like,
well, no,
but I'm going to go loot the GPSs from the FBI headquarters.
No. But the dumbest that is dumb. But the dumber one, because I think these looters probably know, like, look, if I can just sell it to somebody, then it's their problem.
Somebody else dumber than me.
Sell it to it's a dumbness trickles down.
Well, I was talking to somebody at the Verizon store, and I was having some trouble with my phone, and she's like, "Listen, like do this. I do this on almost everything." She turned off some kind of theft protection device or something that screws up other stuff.
Yeah.
And I was like, "Oh yeah," because like it's not even worth trying to steal an iPhone, right? Because you can't use them. And she's like, "Yes, but you always got a safety." So there's no. So again, going back to Dodgers fans, the amount of meth they must have been taking in celebration of that Dodgers World Series victory, you can understand why they might not realize that stealing an iPhone does nothing for you.
Yes. Good entry here on the text page. If you're just tuning in, we're assembling our all Capo Bianco team. This is mostly football. We're not crossing over sports. It's all football players. Makes it easier. Capo Bianco is the Meathead Yankee fan that tried to rip off Mookie Betts' arm in Game 4 of the World Series. We've got several football players on the list. This is a great recommendation to coach this team. Dan Campbell. Dan Campbell.
Oh, 100%.
Be the coach.
Yeah.
He would definitely be friends with Capo Bianco for sure. This all stems from Rob Gronkowski informing us on Kay Adams' show that he's buddies with the guy from college. With Capo Bianco.
Is this an all-white team so far?
No, Ndamukong Suh was sent in as a name.
Oh, good call. Yes, a really good call.
Yeah.
And he's you know what? He should be he should be the coach because he's probably the most intelligent one out of everybody we've mentioned so far.
No doubt.
That's what's so weird about Ndamukong Suh.
Dude.
You see an interview with him and you're like, holy crap, is this guy the CEO of a company or something? They're like, no, he's the guy that was one of the dirtiest players in football.
Seth, it was so funny.
So yeah, kind of like a CEO, but also, yeah.
John Harris and I interviewed Ndamukong Suh at the Lombardi Awards back in like 2009, whatever his last year in college was. I think it was 2009. It was Gerald McCoy and Ndamukong Suh. Like, it was some big guys that turned out to be real one of them. So I think, actually, I think he was a finalist that year. Texans legend Jerry Hughes. Anyways, we interviewed Ndamukong Suh, and he was, like, so charming, so nice, so thoughtful. Told us how he played soccer in high school. Like, that's the nicest guy ever. And then he gets drafted in the NFL by Detroit, second overall. You knew he would, and this and that. And he's playing for Detroit, so he's kind of off the radar. He doesn't really pop up on the radar for being a good football player. He pops up for being a dirty jerk of a football player on the field. And for Johnny and I, we're like, man, this is like some kid you knew in high school who was like honor roll, like you'd want your daughter to date him kind of thing.
Oh,
like,
I know.
Oh, my God. Somewhere along the way, he got into drugs. And what,
He mastered the duality of man.
Yeah, man.
He was able to tap into that antisocial part of him off the field, but or on the field, but off the field, he was a completely different dude.
Yep.
I would say I would disagree that he doesn't attract notoriety for his play. I mean, he was a damn good football player.
No, I didn't say he wasn't a good football player. I'm just saying he was playing on the Lions, so he was off the radar for us here in Houston.
When he did come onto the radar,
he first popped onto the radar, at least for me. Because I knew he was good because I'm in sports talk radio, but where he really became prominent in the NFL was as much for being
Picking
dirty.
That job in the junk.
Stepping on that guy's arm and things like that. So the Boz is getting some love on the text page. I'll put Brian on there. Bosworth. I think he would probably embrace that. I would think. Baker Mayfield as the quarterback. Someone says.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah, DeVito can be the backup to Baker Mayfield. How's that? That'll be our depth chart. Some people are sending Jeff Kent. No, it's not a baseball team. Plus, he's just more of like an angry person than a meathead.
Jay Cutler probably. No, Jay Cutler's too. Like, to be a meathead, you got to also be. You got to be capable of full bore buying into something and like attacking it with grit. Where Cutler was always just more like, nah, I'm too cool for that, or like, I'm cynical. It's you gotta. There's not as much cynicism necessary.
Right.
Yeah.
Someone said Sean Cody. Sean Cody, not a meathead. Sean Cody's a comedian. He's really funny.
No, I don't get meathead vibes from him.
No.
What about Jamarcus Russell? Not really a meathead, I don't think.
No, not a meathead. Tim Tebow. Tim Tebow's not a meathead. I just don't know, like, that Tim Tebow was, like, the smartest quarterback in the world.
He didn't have a high football IQ.
Right.
He was a meathead quarterback. Of meathead quarterbacks, I know.
Can he be our emergency quarterback?
He was a goody two-shoes. No, you can't have a goody two-shoes on the meathead squad.
Yeah, you're right. He would never grab. You have to ask yourself the question, in a drunken state, would this guy try to rip Mookie Betts' arm off near the wall?
Has he gotten – you cannot be on the meathead squad unless you've gotten out of trouble at least once in your life specifically because you were a football player.
Yes, yeah.
You know? Like, it's got to be – at some point, the principal of the high school had to, like, explain to the math teacher that the meathead is higher on the totem pole than you. You're passing this.
Peyton Hillis, starting running back. I don't know if he's a meathead.
He just went crazy.
Well, but Peyton Hillis, like a year ago, rescued one of his kids from drowning in the ocean. Like that, Peyton Hillis is maybe as much badass.
Did he right the ship? No, remember he went through a rough patch.
He did.
At the end of his career, or right after he retired, where he had like paranoid delusions about stuff.
Yeah.
He thought
Yeah, I think I don't know if he's come out the other side of that or not. I just remember seeing the story about him saving his kid. All right,
Richie Incognito is like the model.
He's the captain of this team. Like,
Before now, he went off. That's how close he was.
Right.
He got to a point where he went off the deep end at the end of his career. Richie Incognito is like the best and the worst version of this team that we're talking about.
Yep. All right, 5 reasons I hate you. We usually do it on Friday, but the game's tonight. 5 reasons I hate you. Jets edition is coming up next. But first, Daily and Black. If you are a homeowner, a business owner, and I don't care if you're a meathead or not, if you own a business,
Anesthesiologist. He was an anesthesiologist.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, let's do it. 5 Reasons I Hate You, Jets edition. Normally a Friday staple. Today it's a Thursday staple because the Jets play the Texans tonight. 7:15 kickoff. Last I checked, the Jets are still favored. That's one reason I hate them. They have no business, I say, being favored by 1.5 points. But the Texans got to prove it on the field tonight. You can hear that game here on Sports Radio 610. You can hear Seth and I on Texans Countdown starting at 4:15 here on the station today and on the Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app. All right, let's start. Reason number 5. We've been talking about Aaron Rodgers, so why not just transition right into this and stick with Aaron Rodgers? Aaron Rodgers, very hateable. As we've played audio throughout the week of him sneering at media members, talking about his cayenne pepper. Admittedly, he was likable for about 15 seconds in his press conference yesterday. We will admit that. But this is a segment about hate. And I like bringing up petty little things like this. Most wins by a New York-based quarterback since the start of last season. Zach Wilson, 4. Tommy DeVito, Daniel Jones, Aaron Rodgers, 3. Aaron Rodgers is technically getting credit for that, for the 4 snap that he took in the Buffalo game to start last year. I'm going to give that one to Zach Wilson. Zach Wilson should have 5, and Aaron Rodgers should have 2.
I forgot that he gets credit for that win.
He started the game. Yeah, he started the game. Took 4 snaps, shredded his Achilles. He got credit for a win. He should be tied with Tyrod Taylor and Trevor Siemian at 2.
And it's one of those things where it's even worse than it appears, because there were some glimmers of hope early in the season. Week 3 versus the Patriots, for instance. Since then, over the last 5 weeks, the Jets' offense is 27th in scoring, 25th in total yards per game, 31st in rushing, 31st in third down conversions, 28th in red zone efficiency. They've been really, really bad with Aaron Rodgers as their quarterback.
Okay.
And even despite having multiple former Packers on the roster, despite trading for Devontae Adams, nothing seems to get it going with a guy that was supposed to be just A-okay after his Achilles tendon tear.
Yeah, you bring up the former Packers. One name will be out tonight, Alan Lazard, who's actually had a pretty decent season so far for the Jets.
Yeah.
He will miss the game tonight. I'm going to say they're loaded at wide receiver. They got good wide receivers on this team. Actually, they are kind of loaded. If you get the peak version of Devontae Adams and Garrett Wilson and Mike Williams, you're pretty loaded at wide receiver.
Brian Baldinger did a piece from a play last. Brian Baldinger does those Baldy breakdowns that everybody loves when they do one. This one wasn't for so many things going on. There was, on one given play, it was emblematic of the entire. It was like the butt fumble times 4, Sean. Because offensive lineman is getting destroyed. Rodgers could have gone hot. Instead, he tried to go somewhere else. Ends up rifling the ball into the back of a tight end or wide receiver, a tight end. The ball bounces in the air, and then like a hot potato, hits 3 different Jets offensive linemen's hands before everything finally ended. It was a comedy of errors, and it didn't look that much different than a lot of what the Jets have been doing lately. So, including last week, the Jets, they had to burn 3 timeouts in the first quarter to avoid delay of game penalties. Aaron Rodgers got a delay of game penalty in the fourth quarter. It's gotten way worse than even it was before Robert Saleh was fired.
It's a shoddy operation. It is a shoddy operation. All right,
it looks like it's being run like an interim head coach.
100%. 100%. So reason number 5, Aaron Rodgers. Reason number 4, Mike Greenberg of ESPN. There's something about national personalities that wear their fanhood for their team on their sleeve that just annoys me a little bit. Like the McAfee Colts thing. And McAfee actually played for the Colts, so maybe I should. But the Colts thing with McAfee has started to veer towards that for me a little bit.
Yeah.
I would imagine JJ, when he takes up for the Texans, people are a little like, ugh. Mike Greenberg and the Jets, though, because he never played for the Jets. He was just a Jets fan growing up.
Yeah.
But that every segment about the Jets turns into that bothers me, because I generally like ESPN's programming, but I don't need Mike Greenberg's preferences for teams or his affinity or affiliation for teams bleeding into my enjoyment of the content.
Well, and I don't buy it either because it's just too easy because, it's a massive fan base that, will feel like he identifies
He's pandering.
with them. And he's pandering to the Jets fan base. And they're like, oh, look at poor beleaguered me. I'm just like you.
Yeah.
Except
for the 9
sure,
million.
I got Golick fired, but still, I'm just like you.
Yeah. I make $10 million a year.
Yeah, but I'm just like you. I'm sad about the Jets.
Yeah, I love the Jets so much. I love New York so much. I live in Weston, Connecticut.
Look, when you're covering the entire league like that, you got to check your fandom at the door.
I think you do. I think
not
you do.
Completely and totally, but a little bit.
No,
I don't mind. I don't need there to be an illusion that every single sports writer doesn't have a favorite team, this or that, or anything. But most writers actually try to adhere to that.
Oh yeah,
but he's a TV guy. Whatever. Yeah.
So Greeny bothers me. That's number 4. Number 3, and this probably could be number 1 if we were truly ranking these. This Fireman Ed. This sort of adopted mascot that the Jets have had for several decades now. He's been a Jet season ticket holder, dresses up in the Jet gear with the Jet fire hat on. Apparently of late, Seth, Fireman Ed has been complaining because he's been getting a little more minimized, it seems, by the Jets in-stadium
he's gotten
team.
Very diva-like.
Yeah.
This extent he could quit the team and he just wasn't going to go to games anymore. This goes several years back. So, he's a little full of himself.
Yeah, this was Fireman Ed on his Instagram just a few weeks ago.
Hey, I've been getting a lot of emails and texts from fans about the Jet experience in the stadium with the big screens. Last night in particular, although on the Denver game also, last night in particular, we scored a touchdown. And normally, as a tradition, we're always put on a screen. Me, Scott, and Jetman are put on a screen to do the Jet chant and get the crowd going, which is a staple in Jet Life Stadium. Also, on the defensive end, which is the most important, normally they will put us on the screen to get the crowd going. It gives them more of a widespread experience for the fans to see, and we can get the defensive chant going. But something's going on in the Jet production team over in Jet Life Stadium. I don't know exactly what's going on, but they're phasing us out, and I'd like to know if somebody knows anything, please let me know, because it's evident that it's happening, and it needs to stop because we need home field advantage. That's what we have, and we need to keep it going. So something's going on. Please let me know if you know something. Thanks a lot. Go Jets.
Dude, get over yourself.
He said, what the hell? There's nothing more of I'm going to cloak my diva-dom and concern. It's not about, it's not even about me.
Dude.
It's about what the team loses by not having me and my increasingly monetizable in this digital world space, just being able to be out there and getting the crowd going.
Can you imagine, Ultimate Fan or Debbie the Texan jumping on their Instagram and being like, hey, what's the deal with me not being on the Jumbotron as much?
Yeah, at one point I suspected that Aaron Rodgers had something to do with it. So the guy's like a Gen, he is what we would complain about with a Gen Z.
Yeah.
Where we think he thinks he's the main character.
Yes.
He thinks he's the main character.
No, he thinks this is the reason they're 2-6 right now.
It feels like the story that they told about Trent Dilfer asking why he couldn't get a private jet to get to his game day appearance because Kirk Herbstreit has a private jet.
Yeah.
And it was okay, do we really have to explain to you why you don't get the Kirk Herbstreit treatment?
You ain't as good.
See you later.
Yeah.
See you later, Trent Dilfer.
That's great.
See you later, Fireman Bill, whatever his name is.
Yeah, this is not the way to get back on the Jumbotron, bro. Okay? So that's reason number 3.
What was the name of the fireman that Jim Carrey played on In Living Color?
I don't remember. I don't recall.
He's turning into that dude.
A little bit. Not nearly as funny. Well, ironically, he's funny. Number 2, 5 reasons I hate you. Hassan Reddick is on this team, and look, it's his money. I don't care. There's something about me there's something about guys that just take $9 million and light it on fire that bothers me. Hassan Reddick and accumulated over $3 million in missed game checks and nearly $6 million in fines that he cannot get back. And he didn't even get a new long-term contract. They redid a few things. They kind of Steven Nelson'd him, it sounded like. All right, here's a few little things we can do to this year, and then we'll work on a long-term deal with you down the road. Hassan, it's just dumb. And it bothers me when people do dumb things that light $9 million on fire.
When Belichick was on McAfee, he said Reddick came into the game and just ran past the quarterback multiple times, whether it was Drake May or Jacoby, and created those scramble lanes that the Patriots took advantage of. Hassan Reddick, not gonna let that slide. He put on social media, "Hey, someone call Bill Belichick and give him a job. Seems like he's home bored and can't keep me out of his mouth. Come up for air, why don't you?"
Okay. He's got 7 jobs right now.
Yeah. Seems like he's bored. He was actually working at a job when he said that.
Right, he's doing Inside the NFL, as he's saying.
Yes. This is how checked out Hassan Reddick is on anything, including the way to do business in the NFL, which he miserably failed at this last offseason. It was well, he does have a job. That's what he was doing when he said those things about all the things that you did do in the game last week.
His job is to talk about how poor you played and how silly your holdout was. That's his job. It's all of our jobs.
So we need Hassan Reddick running past C.J. Stroud multiple times tonight. Create some passes. Create some running lanes for C.J.
We still have reason number 1. Is it still playing? Okay. Oh, it had to reset. I got you. Reason number 1 to hate the New York Jets. I mean, this is a pretty simple one, but it's annoying. They're not in New York.
Not in any way, shape, or form.
No,
they're in New Jersey.
All of their
the Jets used to have their offices in New Jersey, but no longer. So both the Giants
they used to have their offices in New York.
Isn't that what I said?
No, you said in New Jersey.
Okay.
Yeah.
They used to be in New York, but now they're in New Jersey.
Right.
Both the Giants and the Jets are completely and totally New Jersey entities.
Yes.
And yet they're the New York Jets.
Yeah.
Which is. No. It's really annoying. And it's one of the ugliest parts of New Jersey.
Yeah,
I'm offended almost on behalf of New Jersey.
The Meadowlands?
More so than anything else. Yeah.
Yeah, they are not the New York Jets. They are the Newark Jets. They are more the Newark Jets than they are the New York Jets.
The new stadium is more of a joint venture than it used to be, because it used to be, it was the Giants Stadium and the Jets happened to play with it.
Yeah, it was called Giants Stadium.
But it was always fun when you go to play there, because it was such a low-rent way to try to make it look like Jets Stadium.
I know.
You walk through the hallways and you could see the permanent paintings on the wall of the Giants stuff, their logos and everything. But on game day, the Jets would put a janky tarp up over it, with a Jets logo on it. But it was from 2 logos ago, and
they're a homeless team. They're like an orphan team, because they've never, even before they played in Giants Stadium, they were playing in Shea Stadium before that. They had to share it with the Mets. So man, y'all are billionaires now. Life Stadium. Shut up, Fireman Ed. You suck. All right. Up next, does Aaron Rodgers have beef with C.J. Stroud? Let's reprise some audio. Does Aaron Rodgers have a little extra in the holster tonight for C.J. Stroud? We'll have that audio for you coming up next. But first, Seth has the injury report.
Oh, we do. Look, Azeez Al-Shire and Jimmy Ward both out, although they hypothetically would have practiced yesterday, but they're out for the week. Dameon Pierce, a guy who's gotten a lot of excitement as a kickoff returner, and Patterson, the guard, is still in concussion protocol, so all 4 of those guys are out. In for Thursday Night Football, Henry To'oTo'o, Kalen Bullock, and Kamari Lassiter. That is your injury report, brought to you by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. If you are on the injured list right now, if you're in an injury and you could not play football tonight or go about your day because you're in an accident and it wasn't your fault, whether it was an auto accident, a slip and fall, whatever it might be, call Mokaram Injury Lawyers. It's as simple as that. Mokaram Injury Lawyers have helped thousands of Houstonians when they're in situations just like you are, where you're not sure where to turn. You don't know exactly what the process is legally. You call Mokaram Injury Lawyers. They'll pick up the phone 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Just give them a call at 281-222-2222. That's 281-222-2222. The first consultation is 100% free. You pay nothing at all unless you win. So call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. That's 281-222-2222.
Happy Halloween parties, everyone.
It's game day. And we're hosting a special
See HomeDepot.com/delivery for details.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, we still have nominees for our All Capo Bianco football team. For those who missed it, Rob Gronkowski turns out is buds with the guy who tried to rip off Mookie Betts' baseball glove in Game 4 of the World Series. Yankee fan in the stands trying to do that. And his last name is Capobianco. And I don't know if he is a meathead in real life, but I would guess that he is. He certainly conducted himself like one on that night. And in the interviews that we've heard from his brother, apparently they've been planning for this moment for a long, long time. Hey, what if on an important play, we could do something about it? So
you know what? So we've got it so far. What's the list at?
So far, the list is at that has made it through the Payne and Pendergast filter, because we got a lot of names that haven't made it through the filter.
Relatively recent all-time meathead list.
All-time meatheads.
All-time, like going back a couple decades.
Yeah, and we've kept it to football because it's Gronk who got us on this. So Gronk is on there, obviously. Richie Incognito, Brian Cushing. All of the Peter brothers from North Jersey. Brian Brayman was sent in. I wrote that one down. Yeah. Brian Brayman's a good one. Yeah.
Good call there. Yeah.
Brian Bosworth, Breno Giacomini, Trevor Penning. The quarterback room is Baker Mayfield, Tommy DeVito, Jameis Winston.
That's and I would say I
think Jameis a thumbs up.
He makes the squad because since we're bringing historical players into this, I would say non-sober Jameis Winston, especially classic meathead behavior, like over the top. There's a line you got to cross where like your gung-ho-edness or your enthusiasm just goes way too far. Him standing on the picnic table yelling
what he yelled,
lewd things to other students. That's meathead behavior right there. Yeah. That's like, it's like Booger from or not Booger, the other one. Ogre from Revenge of the Nerds. Yeah. So Jameis Winston, definitely. Pre-sober Jameis Winston.
Yep, so we got our quarterback room. Tony Siragusa, R.I.P., is an honorary member of the team. Bill Romanowski.
Although Siragusa didn't turn into a wine connoisseur later in his career, but still.
Fair. Bill Romanowski, Ndamukong Suh, and Dan Campbell is the head coach. That's a pretty good squad so far.
Ndamukong Suh is the one that's almost it's the most impressive because he's actually super intelligent, but he's able to tap into his meathead.
Yeah.
So to be a conscious meathead, that's almost like art there. That's tapping into the most meathead side of you when you're playing football, but then being like you confuse him for an accountant when you talk to him.
That's a talent, man. That's a talent.
Yeah. Those are the guys that become dictators.
Yes. Yes. Big charisma. Yes. All right. C.J. Stroud and Aaron Rodgers. Does Aaron Rodgers come into extra for C.J. Stroud? Remember this, where C.J. and Tank sat down on the $1 Million Worth of Game podcast, and Aaron Rodgers kind of caught a stray here from C.J. Stroud while C.J. was praising Matthew Stafford.
He might be up there with Brady and them, bro.
No, come on.
No,
bro.
that's crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah,
that's crazy. Let me go back. Hey, because look, look, dog. Hold on. Before you do all this extra, I'm a student of the game. Stafford a dog.
He is a dog.
No, you don't understand, bro. You saying that? That's all I watch. I don't watch nobody else. I watch Mahomes at times because Mahomes does some stuff that like you can't coach. Stafford, dog, he will beat you with the same thing every time. All that no lick stuff, I got that from bruh. Like, look, that's one of my big. Like, I'm a fan of his. Like,
if
when I go to
great
LA,
quarterback,
I be trying to find, bro.
But
like, we
it's
got the same trainers. I be trying to go to where they working out and just watch.
That's all I'm saying.
Elite, dog.
Like Charles Barkley.
Hold on. If you give Matthew Stafford a chance like Aaron Rodgers, I guarantee he might have had more rings for sure. I think Matthew Stafford.
Matthew Stafford had more rings than Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he could have another ring probably.
I'd say he had like 3, 4.
He might. It's possible,
bro.
He good.
But
what I'm saying is, it's levels of greatness.
Okay, so Aaron Rodgers kind of, caught like, like CJ's in there fighting somebody, and Aaron Rodgers just caught an elbow, like to the side.
Right, which is, and it always comes back to that class. It's kind of like when you're arguing about who should get on the All-Pro team. Mm-hmm. It's not an insult to say that somebody's the second best player in football at their position, and yet that's how it gets perceived. So, like he said, he is actually complimenting Rodgers. I even put him ahead of Rodgers. Like,
yeah,
like that's almost like that's still a little bit of a like, man, even Rodgers. Like that's how good I think Matt Stafford is, that he's even better than Rodgers.
I don't know. I was too busy listening to CJ put anybody ahead of Aaron Rodgers, knowing who Aaron Rodgers is and how highly Aaron Rodgers thinks of Aaron Rodgers.
I think it was more shade at the Green Bay Packers organization definitely the Lions organization. Yeah, the Lions organization that that if you were put in a different situation. But I would say that's the question. If Matt Stafford were put in the Packers situation, would he have won more than one Super Bowl?
Yeah, well,
Rodgers very rarely had a really good defense to help him out. That was one of the big issues, and they never drafted wide receivers in the first round. And whereas Rodgers, despite all of the Lions' issues and problems and everything, they did at least try to help him out in the draft.
Be interesting if Stafford had never won a Super Bowl and we were asking this question. Like that Stafford actually went on and won one with L.A., I would say, sure, he definitely would have won one with Green Bay over the course of those 15 years, or however long Aaron Rodgers was there. You know what I mean?
I think Stafford grew more as he got older in terms of being a guy that could play within the scheme and make some of the more veterans. Whereas I think Rodgers, what you're seeing right now, is a guy who, at his core, still wants to be an improv guy, but he's just not capable of doing all the improvisational genius that he once was. I honestly think this Jets offensive line is performing pretty well, except that Rodgers is just taking more sacks than he normally would. So it's I think I would. That's a tough one, man. It's tough. I still can't put. I can't put Stafford above Rodgers.
I just wonder if Rodgers, like, if he heard that, like, what was Rodgers thinking when he heard C.J. Stroud say that? Did he take it as shade, do you think, or did he?
I think he probably just that. I think he figures that's the kind of stuff, and he knows either gets talked about or gets taken out of context.
Yeah, he's a young guy.
It's not a direct shot or anything.
CJ giving his takes.
CJ played basketball with Aaron Rodgers this offseason.
That's true. He did say that.
He said he has a good jump shot.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Yeah.
Does that soothe your hurt feelings, Aaron Rodgers, who's never actually said that his feelings were hurt by that, but Mike Florio is convinced that Aaron Rodgers has been stewing about it all offseason long?
Are you surprised?
That he's got this marked on his calendar.
Are you surprised how much CJ loves Matthew Stafford? Like he was. I mean, that is some serious love right there from Matthew Stafford.
I think like that's part of the conundrum of Matthew Stafford. There's some things about him that are Hall of Fame worthy.
Yes.
But then his record versus winning teams and other things like that are certainly not Hall of Fame worthy.
Yeah, like CJ is clearly giving him a pass for playing for the Lions all those years. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Matthew Stafford is like throughout the course of his career is not a winning quarterback. And won a Super Bowl with the Rams.
You know what? This one might be relevant to CJ too as a young quarterback in that I think one thing that the really great quarterbacks how important the run game is, and CJ understands that, but I think that the quarterback, when he truly comes into his own, is as much responsible for the run game as the pass game. That's why it would always bother me so much when Deshaun Watson in 2020 would act like the offense had a good game just because his passing numbers were good. Like, no, you guys aren't scoring touchdowns. It wasn't a good offense, which means it wasn't a good quarterbacking performance. If you're not scoring, all that matters to me is how many points are you scoring. And sometimes you're sometimes that's because of incredible quarterback play. Other times it's not. But when you're a genuine, bona fide NFL quarterback, your gauge is how good is your offense week in and week out. How many points do you score? And it wasn't a good offense that year. This year, I think CJ is doing some really, really good things despite adverse circumstances, but ultimately you're going to be judged by how prolific is your offense. So right now, the offense is middle of the pack. And CJ, to his credit, he's mentioned a couple times now that he's asking the coaches to put more on his plate.
Yes,
that he wants to be more involved. I think he wants the pre-snap operation to be more of a quarterback-driven operation than it is right now. And I'm guessing Bobby Slowick just doesn't feel like he's quite there. He doesn't want to put too much on his plate. But CJ understands that part of the assignment, but he's still being treated like a young quarterback in some ways.
Hey, real quick, just two names I want to bounce off you for our all Capo Bianco Meathead team. Pat McAfee is the punter someone sent in. Is McAfee a meathead?
arrested for swimming in a
Oh,
canal
he's a meathead.
while
Yes,
drunk
yeah.
in
He's a
Indianapolis.
very wealthy meathead and a very smart meathead, but he's a meathead for sure. And he wears the tank tops all the time. Oh, for sure. He's our punter. You are getting a lot of love on the text page, and I'm going to let you choose whether or not you are on this team. I don't think I wouldn't put you on this team. I'm just reading the texts.
I've never gotten out of trouble by being a good football player. Well, I did. You know what? I got in in Pop Warner football, I punched a kid in the handshake line at the end of a game once. And Farragher's dad got me out of getting kicked out of the league. So Farragher's dad had to go attend a meeting, a special meeting that was called to decide whether or not to kick me out of the league. And Farragher's dad got me from prevented me from getting kicked out.
I need you on this team so you can tell me what kind of chicanery goes on in the post-game parties and at the bars. I need you on this team.
Okay.
Yeah. So.
Oh, yeah, just to be
my mole. Yeah.
To be the mole?
Yeah. Yep.
Sources tell me, Sean.
That's right. That's right.
Last night, some guy told me this. Yeah.
Yep. All right. Into the 9 o'clock hour we go. Texans-Jets tonight. Simple question. Who is the Texans' leading receiver going to be tonight in this game? How do they attack things with no Stephon Diggs? That is next.
We finally have word on Stephon Diggs' knee injury, and it isn't good.
He tore his ACL, so he'll be out for the year. Hurts our team to hear that news, and he brought a lot to our team, and we have to pick up the slack.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
From the traffic center, this one brought to you by D. Serono. Got rain in the area, so give yourself a few extra minutes and practice patience. 290 Northwest, eastbound before Mushki, the left lane is blocked, and the Cordell crash cam showing 69 Southwest Freeway southbound at Bissonnette. Right lane blocked there. 83 forced this afternoon with this hit or miss rain throughout the afternoon. 76 right now. I'm Val, Sports Radio 610.
Football, fall, and Sagamore Rye Whiskey. It's a match made in heaven, y'all. It's that time of year. Whether you're watching ball with your friends or you're enjoying this fall weather on the back patio, Sagamore Rye Whiskey is the way to go. Grab a bottle or two at your local liquor store. Check them out online at sagamorespirit.com. Savor responsibly, y'all.
Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig Jewelers.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. The first place Texans go trick-or-treating into the Jersey Swamp tonight, unspooked by Vegas making the frightful Jets gasp slight favorites. Will Aaron, Cayenne, Pepper, Rodgers, and Gang Green wake up from their zombie-style play against the NFL's second stingiest defense tonight? And how will C.J. Stroud adjust to life without Stephon Diggs? I wouldn't be surprised if the Jets won, but I think Houston's going to prevail 27-23. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Hello, this is Precinct 5 Constable Ted Heap with a message about the November 5th election. I've served in law enforcement for 40 years, the last 8 as your constable. It's been an honor. I'm asking you to go down the ballot and vote for Terry Albritton for Precinct 5 Constable. Terry Albritton is a 30-year law enforcement veteran who will work tirelessly to make our neighborhoods safer. Go down the ballot. Vote Terry Albritton. Is going on right now.
Paid political ad, Terry Albritton campaign, Ted Heap, treasurer.
Getting tired of paying for all your monthly subscriptions? Me too. But did you know your glasses and contacts are probably your most expensive lifetime subscription? Unless, of course, you have LASIK at Berkeley Eye Center. Then poof, no more subscriptions for contacts, cleaning solutions, new glasses, just clear, natural vision. Even better, Berkeley will give you 30% off LASIK. Heck, we'll even make it tax-free if you have an HSA or FSA account. Call 713-526-EYES now for your free consultation.
Tune in this week to Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti, where they break down all the headlines in the NFL, presented by T-Mobile. Head to T-Mobile.com and get a great deal on the iPhone 16 Pro.
As Americans, we share our voice every election. It's our chance to be heard, but not my brother Josh.
Not my mother Martha.
Not Layla. Not my brother Daniel. Or the thousands silenced by killers let out of jail by bad judges. We don't all share the same politics. What we share is the same pain.
So however you vote for president,
please
vote out soft on crime Democratic judges.
Political ad paid for by Stop Houston Murders PAC.
The Fed just lowered interest rates, and that is great news for those in the market for an automobile. Lower rates means lower payments for you. My friends at D&M Auto Leasing have been laser focused on offering smart, low-cost leasing solutions for decades. That has never changed. The Easy Lease at D&M is the most consumer-friendly lease on the market, all backed by the industry leader. Make no down payment, have no payment for 60 days, and build a relationship that lasts a lifetime. lifetime. 7,000. Visit online at dmautoleasing.com.
We make leasing easy at P&M.
Let's talk about Our Vision Homes, y'all, the Houston area's premier turnkey custom home builder. A lot of y'all may not even know exactly what turnkey means. Hell, I didn't when I first met these guys. Well, it's simple. It means they take care of everything from start to finish. Site prep work, property and plan design, construction, to all the necessary permitting and HOA paperwork needed along the way. There's a reason Our Vision Homes has been leading the pack for 17 years, and they remain at the top today. Our Vision Homes, your turnkey custom home builder. Open 7 days a week. Call today or visit ourvisionhomes.com to get inspired. Our Vision Homes, where your vision is our vision.
Yo, it's Reggie from In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Join me for a spooktacular Thirsty Thursday watch party on Halloween night this Thursday at Buffalo Wild. Buffalo Wild Wings in spring. See you there.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, we are about a little over 10 hours away from kickoff. We're a little over 7 hours away from Texans Countdown. It's Jets and the Texans right here on Sports Radio 610. Thursday Night Football, first of 3 straight primetime games. The schedule gets crazy, man, in the second half of the season. 3 primetime games in a row in week 14. I can't ever remember the Texans having a bye week that late in the season. It's the second weekend in December is the bye week. Now, this weekend is sort of a semi-bye week because you're playing on Thursday. But, man, and then they come out of that bye week, and it's 3 games in 11 days. And then they sit for another 11 days and play the Titans to close out the season. It's just I would imagine, Seth, just logistically and trying to get into a routine, like it's almost impossible with the schedule the way it's laid out here. You know, it's a whole lot of fun for people like us, but I'm anxious to see how the team adapts to it. Here's my question. No Stephon Diggs, no Nico Collins. Big adjustments for the Texans here. Who is the Texans' leading receiver tonight in this game?
It's
is Tank Dell the obvious answer here?
The Jets have a couple of really good cornerbacks, and I know Sauce Gardner's not having the year that he's, like a quintessential Sauce Gardner year, but he and DJ Reed are both really good. I think there's a really good chance that Dalton Schultz ends up with the most receptions.
Most catches.
I think yeah. I think for one, because the cornerbacks are really good, but 2, also because the best way to protect CJ against the blitz, or even the simulated blitzes, and some of that is some of the quick passing game.
Yeah.
And I think that's where Dalton Schultz comes in, and some of the underneath stuff. So the last couple of weeks, it's not like CJ's been good versus the blitz all year. It's the Packers game where the Packers didn't even blitz that much, but they did such a good job showing blitz, but then dropping everybody out and then selectively blitzing, that it was an issue. And I thought the protection in some ways improved as the game went along last week, but CJ was still under pressure nearly 60% of the time. And I think getting the quick passing game going and getting the tight ends going is the best way to combat that. I wish they were better at setting up screens. I think they're too predictable, and they're too sloppy in setting it up. They're not good with the screens, so
Dude,
I think it ends up being Dalton Schultz.
That sucks because Joe Mixon on a well set up screen is that is tasty right there. You know?
And Joe Mixon, I think part of the problem with some of their predictability right now is I think they just trust Agumbawale more in pass protection. So it's easier for him to seep out on things, whereas with Joe Mixon, I think they're more keyed in. They're more keyed into what Joe Mixon as a receiver, but he still did as an outlet, and as a check down, he's kind of a secret weapon now. So because he did some really good things out in the flat in this last game.
Yeah, he's been nice as a pass receiver this year, man. You think Tank has a more Tank-like game tonight, or is this more of a game that's conducive to Tank kind of getting snuffed out just because he's the only threat out there as a wide receiver? I mean, like Xavier Hutchinson and Mechie have done some good things. Woods is a cagey vet.
Yeah.
But Tank Dell is the one guy that can hurt you in that receiver.
I think there's a chance that ever since Saleh left, this team has gotten the Jets have started playing. It just hasn't worked out well, but I do think there's a chance for a deep strike by Tank Dell tonight if the protection holds up. So a lot of that goes back to, all right, what's Kenyon Green doing? I'm not optimistic that Kenyon Green's going to hold up versus Quinnen Williams. I think by the end of my prediction would be that by the end of the first quarter, Kendrick Green is playing left guard.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, I think that the team had a hard time making the decision, and because it's a short week, that probably factored into it. They probably figure, well, we can't get Kendrick Green a bunch of extra reps because we're not even really practicing. So we're going to roll with the upside of Kenyon Green and see if a kick in the rump kind of did it for him. And we'll see what he looks like. But it's got to be a very, very short leash.
What would you, like, what are the instructions for Kendrick Green? You know what I mean? Like, is it, hey, man, just go out there, like, focus, because he hadn't gotten a ton of reps, obviously, right? If Jared Patterson was the first guy they put in the last game, then clearly Kendrick Green probably is not getting at least a ton of reps at left guard. We know he's the backup center also for this team, so maybe he's getting reps there. I mean, is it basically just like, dude, find your guy? Because Kenyon Green strayed off of his guy so much, it felt like.
And it's always, he's trying to do the right thing. Like the hard thing about this, with Kenyon Green especially, but early in the season it was all the offensive linemen, so now it's been more Kendrick Green and the interior line at times, where they're just blind to the possibility of there being movement by the defense. And everybody else has improved at it, but Kenyon Green now, he's like totally aware that he's got to be scanning, but now he goes looking for work and vacates his area and allows really big human beings right up into C.J. Stroud's lap. It really is. It's not rocket science. It's play your techniques, play your rules, let things sort themselves out. And it's been frustrating for me to watch because in college, I actually thought he was advanced in that regard.
Yeah.
I thought he did a good job of just keeping his shoulders parallel to the line of scrimmage and just being in the right position. I think he was probably way more confident in his ability to physically win in college, so maybe that was part of it. But he's seemingly lost that ability.
Yeah, I feel like when it's giving instructions to whoever's playing left guard, I feel like it's like when in Rocky IV, where Rocky says, "I'm seeing 3 of them out there." Talking about going to Von Drago, and the instructions were hit the one in the middle. I feel like that should be the instructions. Like, hit the one in the middle. There's
a lot of, with playing offensive line, it takes a lot of confidence to just trust that your feet and your technique are going to take you there and get the job done. And he just doesn't look like he has that confidence.
Yeah.
So you end up taking 3 steps when you should have taken none. You take 2 steps to the left and then realize, oh crap, I got to get back to the right, where you just should have stayed in your spot the whole time. There's a little bit of that there, and that springs generally from a lack of confidence in your technique.
Hindsight's 20/20, but do you think, like, in retrospect, obviously in retrospect, in addition to shopping for all these things they shopped for in the offseason, might have been well served to go find another veteran interior offensive lineman. Like, is this something? I'm trying to remember. Like, were we cool with the Kenyon Green reclamation project?
No, I'll tell you. I remember really well that there were a lot of people that were irate that the Texans didn't address the interior offensive line.
Yeah,
and I was, I think, too casual in it in my skepticism over it, because I felt like, well, I think they like the upside of Patterson, and I think they really feel and believe that Kenyon Green has the ability to be a good. So I was way too casual about it. So yeah, anybody that wants to say "told you so" to me, 100% you can, unless Kendrick Green comes in and balls out for the rest of the season.
There you go. Well,
and then I'll say, well, they were just too slow to make the decision in season. But
Patterson. Yeah.
Yeah, if Jared Patterson comes back, and then it'll be like, okay, well, why didn't they do it earlier?
Yes.
But so there's still, you can say "told you so" for the moment, but I reserve the right to retract that "told you so."
Yeah, and the reason I asked that, like, and the Diggs injury kind of highlighted this for me yesterday, because Diggs was having a year where I felt like he was worth the trade. Like, I felt like Diggs, it hadn't been big explosive stuff, but Diggs was having a good season, and I was like, this is a good trade. And the reason I bring up the interior of the offensive line is that's what's killing this team right now, is their inability to protect C.J. Stroud. If we were talking about they should have done this or they should have done that in the offseason, then it kind of overshadows the fact that the offseason, just in terms of the guys they did go get, have really, really, like, way better than as a collective group you expect free agents, and I'll even call Mixon and Diggs free agents because they were Mixon especially. He was about to be a free agent, and they traded a 7th-round pick, and they gave him a contract. But, like, Mixon has worked out better than I think when he's been on the field. I know the injuries.
Yeah, the only thing I would say about – oh, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say Mixon, Hunter has been really good. Aziz, again, when he's been on the field, I think has been good. Now, Danico Autry getting suspended, that's a negative right now. I think the D-line, what they did with that group, that was under a big microscope by a lot of people, like that trade with Malik Collins.
Line,
the interior, yeah, and I think that group's been pretty good so far.
Danico Autry and how he ends up, faring by the end of the year, that'll be the interesting one.
Yes.
He hasn't made a huge impact immediately, but I thought he did more things in the second game than the first. So, I think that the whole thing about the offseason strategy where they were super aggressive, the only thing I wonder about in hindsight is, look, they said all the right things in terms of, like, yeah, hey, it's fun, it's exciting, but we haven't won anything yet. We haven't proven anything yet. Yeah. I think that there was maybe too much of a focus and concentration on, wow, how do we unleash this embarrassment of riches that we have at wide receiver? Yep. And I think they got a little ahead of themselves. Because when they were surprised by how much cover 2 they were seeing, they couldn't take advantage of it. They had not developed the rest of the offense well enough to take advantage of that. They couldn't run the football when teams were all but inviting them to run the football. I think in terms of the overall strategy was, all right, yeah, there's a reason you don't get 3,000-yard receivers very often in the NFL. It's not as simple as having a boatload of dudes out there and then you're off to the races.
Text message, it's a 5-Hour Energy fan line. 5-Hour Energy, the official energy shot of Sports Radio 610 and football superfans. Sean and Seth, sorry if I missed it. Can Seth give his score projection for the game? He's been nails on the over/under lately. You're going to do that in the final segment, right?
Yeah, and I will be taking the under, but I haven't hammered down. There's a couple more things I want to look at before I give you my final prediction.
Final
for
score,
the game.
yeah.
Yes.
Okay, yeah. So
I've been pretty good with the totals. I've been off a little bit on the if the damn game would have ended, when it should have. Right at the end of the third quarter last week, I think I would have nailed it almost precisely.
The part where you've been really good when in the last few weeks is nailing down the type of game it's going to be.
Yeah,
that's where the total comes in. Like, okay, is this going to be a tight defensive struggle? Are there going to be a lot of turnovers? That sets up short fields, things like that. You've been nails on that part.
The last time I really put a lot of energy into kind of just figure out both fantasy and the gambling side of things, my whole method then was I would listen to podcasts all week long. Mm-hmm. I would look at all the advanced stats and everything, but then I would trust my brain to take all of that information and then just use my intuition.
Yeah.
It was like an informed intuition about what I was feeling from listening to and I would listen to really smart people like Greg Cosell and what have you. Oh, damn it! It wasn't enough for me to erase my gambling.
Yeah.
I wasn't even gambling. I was just kind of dabbling in some stuff. I had
We'll get to JJ Watt on the McAfee Show in the next segment. Speaking of podcasts, there's a lot of really good podcasts here locally that cover the Texans. We're real fortunate in this town. Like you've got the radio stations and the mainstream news outlets that cover the team all do a really good job. We've got that layer of folks that cover the team, that are enthusiastic about the team, that generate content about the team that are really good. Texan Fan Battle Podcast, I know you and I have both been on there, Seth. They do a really, really good job. Kenneth the Messenger and Fifth Ward Crenshaw, who I saw these guys, they were out at the Buffalo game. They came by our pregame show, and they just dropped a YouTube of the official Swarm music video. So we're going to play some of this here for the audience here. And then we will do our American Idol on this thing. So here you go. Here is the Swarm official anthem for the Texans, Kenneth the Messenger and Fifth Ward Crenshaw.
Got the Texans Fan Battle Podcast. Fifth Ward Crenshaw, the best out there. Keno, Bo Diggity 713. To all my Texans Nation. If you feeling good, I want you to throw them H's up high. Yeah, like that. I see you. Let's swarm. Yeah, Houston, Texas, born and raised. Yeah, that's where I'm from. The best city in the state. Yeah, we stay turned up. There's excitement in the air for the our year, causing havoc, we reckon. Coming off that edge, we got 5-5, time for our one. Thing on the outside, locking down your number one. All about the swarm mentality, and the H standing on business is the way we operate. I rep that 7 like CJ, that 1 like Diggs, that 3 like Dell. H-time we doing it big, you know that 12 out here, and don't you never forget, better pick your poison, cause we got Joe in the midst. We rock that battle red, still blue, Liberty white, H-time blue, drip galore, man, we so fresh, fire like the field. Shout out to the whole squad, chasing greatness, eyes on the prize, one goal, it's time to take it. Let's get it. Throw them H's up, throw them H's up, now you throw them H's up.
All right, there you go. Okay, so we'll down cue. So we got the first verse in there. I thought they did a nice job, man.
Yeah, I thought that was good. That was good. Fifth Ward Crenshaw's put out some good stuff
He
before.
does, yeah.
And I'm going to say, yes, I'm trying to, as a member of the all-time Meathead team, that we're still
charter
building
member.
right now.
You're an original Meathead,
I'm a charter member of the all-time Meathead team. And, you know, it's kind of like the all-time Meathead team getting together with rappers. It's kind of like when, it's kind of like back in the day when Aerosmith did the video with, Run
DMC.
Yeah, with Run DMC.
Yeah, Run DMC, yeah.
It's when the two worlds collide and it's a better mix than you expect.
Right.
That's, I could see myself, I could totally see myself like kicking a nerd or crushing a beer can against my head or something like that while listening to that and jumping around arrhythmically.
And swarming on that nerd, not letting him up.
Asking, you guys do mosh pits at this stuff? And they're like, well, no, that's not quite our thing. All right? Listen, Seth, there's no mosh pit here, okay? Don't go trying to, don't go slamming into some dude you don't know.
No. Yeah. That was good, man. They got it all. 713, H is up, Swarm. They got CJ.
Joe is in the mix.
Joe is in the mix. The only thing, like anything that mentions Diggs, man, it's still too soon for me. You know, like it makes like they mentioned.
What was the Diggs line?
7 for CJ, 1 for Diggs, and 3 for Dell. They did the 7-1-3. Yeah, so they mentioned Diggs. So that made me sad, but that's not their fault. They wrote this and put together this video before Diggs tore his ACL. So I can't get angry at Kenneth the Messenger and Fifth Ward Crenshaw about that. It just made me sad for a moment. But that was really good. I'm going to put the link. The whole video is about 3.5 minutes long, so there's more verses to it, obviously. I'm going to put it up on my social media. I'm going to put it up on my X feed and retweet it if you're up there. The video's fun. They shot a lot of this before the Buffalo game, it looks like, out by the stadium.
I wanted to listen to it raw, so I'll watch the video after this. Yeah, that was the first time I'd heard it. Yeah,
I'll CC you on the tweet.
No, I could 100% stuff a junior high science teacher in a garbage can.
To that.
Listening to that music, yes.
You meathead.
The all-time Meathead, what am I called? Charter member? Charter member of the all-time Meathead Club approves.
Indeed. Yeah, good job, fellas. We give it a thumbs up. I love that there's generating the enthusiasm that leads to content like this. That's the big thing here. So good job, fellas. We appreciate you sharing that with us. I'll put it up on my Twitter feed momentarily. Up next, J.J. Watt. He was on the Pat McAfee show. The Texans are still underdogs to the Jets. J.J. had not gotten that memo. He got the memo on the McAfee show, and this is some pretty incredible audio that you're about to hear from J.J. Watt, and that's coming up next.
You know, as a charter member of the all-time Meathead Club, I learned early on that I was not to be left to my own devices when it came to managing my finances. Way too emotional.
Evan kicking. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
If your bedroom performance needs work, then it's time for a tune-up. TheMen'sClinic.com. TheMen'sClinic.com.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
And all the Halloween people are lurking in the building now here. All the costumes and everything else. Figgy just scared the living daylights out of me. There's a window to our studio here, and I could see someone over my back shoulder standing in the window, and I turn around, and it's Figgy painted up like the Joker with a maniacal smile on his face.
And he's just standing there?
Just standing there, yeah. Just standing there. Was standing there for a good 30 seconds, like waiting for me to turn around.
What the hell, Figgy?
Man.
You can't do that. These, I'll tell you what, too. Adult houses, these adult horror houses, these house of horrors.
Horror house.
Yes.
Horror houses.
Yes. Horror.
Now the other kind.
Houses of horror?
Yeah, of horror.
I
there
guess
you
that's
go.
why they call it a house of horror.
House
I never
of horror.
thought about why they do. They call it
now we know.
a house of horror, not a horror house.
Yeah, it's a little close.
Is it a horror house, a horror house, or a horror house?
Yeah. So what were you going to say about the houses of horror?
The House of Horrors.
Yeah.
They're a bit much, man.
Yeah.
They're a bit extreme. I saw one yesterday where they actually strap you down and put tarantulas on your face.
Okay, that's messed up, dude.
You get a prize if you make it through all 7 levels of this House of Horrors.
Okay.
Yeah, but I was watching. I was like, yeah, I could totally handle that. And then I got to the tarantulas. Nope, tapped out.
How far in were the tarantulas? How many stages?
Seems like the 4th or 5th level.
So could you have gotten through the first few? Do you remember what they were?
Probably not. Yeah. No, I'm all big talk when I'm seeing it and I'm not involved in it. I've learned this from VR.
Typical Meathead. Yeah.
No, yeah, classic Meathead. No, man, I'll tell you what. If you've ever done VR goggles, that whole it doesn't matter how and how fake it is. You're standing on a plank 20 stories up, and it's the most terrified I've been outside of a nightmare.
I get it.
Since I was like 16 years old. Yeah. So no, I know that. I'm big talk when I'm outside of a house of horrors.
Right.
But if I were in it, I'd be a whiny little baby.
Classic bully. Just punch him in the face.
Yeah, exactly. I'm the bully that all of a sudden gets reduced to rubble
there you go.
when faced with genuine adversity.
I love it.
Or demand for courageousness.
That's right. J.J. Watt was on the Pat McAfee show yesterday. Here was J.J. Watt finding out that the Texans, at that time, were a 2-point underdog to the New York Jets.
Let's talk about your Houston Texans. Big game tomorrow night against the New York Jets to kick off Week 9 of the NFL season. You guys are underdogs, I do believe, in New York. Aaron Rodgers and the Jets.
You gotta be
What?
Are you kidding me?
Brother.
You gotta be kidding me.
Brother.
This is, what the hell does Vegas know that I don't?
This is what they know. This is what they know. Prime time?
Back.
Prime time?
Is he going to be on the Jumbotron?
J-E-T.
That didn't see that coming. Could be wrong, but I don't think I am. If I just look at these two squads truthfully right now, obviously I'm slightly biased, but I believe Houston Texans are the better team.
The McAfee
those guys, man, I hate that those guys think they belong on the circle of meatheads.
Yeah. They make me hate Fireman Ed, right? Is that what they were doing?
Yeah.
They make me hate Fireman Ed even more.
It's their joint. I enjoy the McAfee show. Their little, kind of joint frat boy type stuff, though, drives me insane.
You know,
that's it really gets on my nerves when they do their little chants and stuff.
It probably also translates better on TV than it does on just the audio of it. You know what I mean?
No, I don't like it. No,
oh, okay.
I don't like any of it.
Okay.
Yeah.
See, I don't mind it. When
they all say he's a dog in unison, it annoys me. It annoys me.
No, you're right. You're right. Boy, JJ was incredulous. He couldn't believe it. Now, I think there's explanations. This is what JJ didn't want to hear. And I think the Texans are the better team, too. But I do think there are good reasons, why this is a game that has flirted anywhere from Jets -2 to the Texans were -1 at one point this week. This line has floated around a little bit. I think these two teams, based purely on the not just obviously based on the results, it's very different. The Texans are 4 games different, but the fact how different the results could have been with just a little tweak here and a little tweak there.
Right.
Specifically kicking game for the Jets.
The Texans. The Texans in a lot of ways, when you look at them, they look like a 500 football team. Especially when you're 6-2, very easy to be, incredibly easy to be 4-4. There's very little difference in there.
Yep.
I think for one, obviously you're playing on the road, so a 2.5 to 3 point difference goes there. So the Texans are still looked at as the better team. But so that I think that you take the top off of both of these offenses a little bit because both these teams have good cornerbacks. And both these teams have passing offenses that have not performed up to expectations.
Yeah.
You look at the names on the depth chart, and you think on both these teams until now, the names on the depth chart for the Texans don't look as impressive in the receiving corps as the names on the depth chart for the Jets.
No doubt.
But they haven't been able to tap into that. But the Jets have the advantage if you're trying to look at it as objectively as possible on wide receiver talent. The Texans' defense has been very good. Their one Achilles heel, or one of their Achilles heels, has been allowing the big plays and the deep shots. On a down-by-down basis, the Texans are playing extremely well defensively.
Yes.
But then they have these blemishes that are just huge chunk plays, often in the passing game. And I think that keeps it a little bit closer. I would expect a big play. I expect there's more likely to be a big downfield shot by the Jets today than there is by the Texans.
Oh, no question about that. No
especially
question.
if they figure a couple things out, if they use Devontae Adams a little bit differently. So that's what makes me more nervous than anything else.
Yeah.
I think on a down-by-down basis, yes, the Texans are going to really, honestly, physically mop up the floor with the Jets. But there's a couple little hanging chads that make me nervous.
You're talking about Texans defense mopping the floor with the Jets offense.
Yes.
So JJ also for the asking, will we get final predictions and some other keys to the game in the final segment of the show? I wanted to get this in from JJ because here's the fact of the matter. If the Texans lose this game tonight, they're staring at 6-4 because the Lions might be the best team in football right now, and they're the ones coming to town next Sunday. And who knows what the Colts are now with Joe Flacco at quarterback. I think they're a better football team, clearly, than Anthony Richardson, who tapped out of a game on Sunday against the Texans. Here was J.J. Watt yesterday on the Colts moving on to Joe Flacco.
I personally don't. I think they're a very good team. I do think Flacco gives them the better chance to win games right now. I don't think they're a Super Bowl winning team this year. And for me, if you were going to go that route, then you have to move to Flacco earlier than this. That's my opinion. Because right now, I think the only way you go to Flacco today is if you truly believe you can win the Super Bowl this year. Because otherwise, you have to figure out what you have with Anthony Richardson long term. You have to let him grow. You have to let him develop. There is such an epidemic in the NFL right now of ownership and coaches trying to get a young guy to play at such a high level so early, which, yes, we all want to. We would love if everybody came in and played like C.J. Stroud or Jaden Daniels. It would be incredible. But we're churning through these young guys so fast. If you are in a situation where you are rebuilding an organization or you're drafting a young quarterback to build around, you better understand what situation you're in. You better understand that might not be Super Bowl in year 1 or year 2, but that guy could develop longer term.
I think and I don't disagree with JJ there, but I think the question is, okay, what's the best way to develop a young quarterback? And I think what happened with Anthony, that he wasn't actually making progress, and in some ways he might be regressing in terms of his complete and total understanding of how to play quarterback, which, yeah, shouldn't be a surprise given that he hasn't played that much quarterback. Mm-hmm. Partly because he's been injured so much in his career, but didn't play much quarterback in college. And I think that they got to the point, especially in that Texans game, where he did so many egregiously dumb things by even rookie quarterback standards that they felt like, all right, we're not gonna get the improvement we need out of him if you actually genuinely want to even do right by him, that he needs to take a step back. And it doesn't mean that it's for the entire season. Maybe it's 2 or 3 games. I don't know. But I think maybe for Anthony Richardson's own good, when you try to roll him out there the week after he does not just the bad football decisions, but tapping himself out because he's tired, which just doesn't, I can't explain it any differently to people who are skeptical of this. It just doesn't happen. Some traditions are dumb and you do them a new way because, people realize because people will say, well, he took himself out of the game. What's the big deal? Other positions do that. Right, because it's acceptable for those other positions to do it. There's reasons why. Just flat out, it's unacceptable for a quarterback to take himself out because he's out of breath.
Right.
It's not hurt. A position that physiologically, even the way he plays it, is that demanding where you need blow. And B, if you're the starting quarterback, that's your offense.
Yeah.
It's 3rd and goal.
Yeah.
You're down by 10.
Yep.
And it's 3rd and goal. That's your offense. Why the hell are you taking yourself off the field? It's like abandonment,
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like a policeman disappearing when the criminal shows up. It's cowardice on a certain level.
It is, no question.
And I don't think the fact that Anthony Richardson doesn't understand that shows you how far behind he is in understanding all the other things that it takes to be an NFL quarterback.
Well put. No doubt. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Final segment coming up. We will get on the record with this game. People want Seth's prediction because he's been cash money on on over-under aspects of these games. So we'll dig into the keys to the game. We'll get predictions. We'll talk to the guys on In the Loop, one of whom is in costume today. Well, actually, 2. Figgy and Lopez, both in costume. Unless Reggie's just dressed as Reggie Atatula. I don't know. But so we'll get thoughts from those guys on the game as well. That is coming up next.
You wanna talk about good deals taking the under? Oh my gosh, Zadok Jewel.
Live from the
Dress it all the way up.
Yeah.
You do look like you're about to. You've got. You're a pirate, but it's like a glistening latex pirate's vest.
True.
I'm your. Yeah.
What is that?
Okay,
material?
latex pirate.
Is that satin or is it plastic?
It's, I don't know what it is, to be honest.
Run your fingers across it. What's the texture?
It feels almost plasticky.
Okay, plasticky. I got you.
Plasticky.
Okay, so you're a ratchet Captain Hook.
This keeps all the other fishermen.
You sure aren't very good at finding hidden treasure. That's for sure.
Like you're a Soho nightclub in the 1970s pirate. Yeah.
This keeps all the other fishermen from coming by my fishing spots.
I'll bet.
That's a good way to do it.
I dare you.
Yeah.
I dare you.
That's funny. So do you get a lot of trick-or-treaters in your neighborhood, John?
Well, this is our third Halloween at this one. Last year was a cool thing. The first ward, you can they have a map that they share with everybody, and you put like a ghost on your house, and that means you can have candy. So this year I did that. So I'm expecting a good. I love giving out the candy and all that stuff. That's a lot of fun.
Oh, okay. So
now the kids are gonna and the parents are gonna have a map. Say that house, yes. That house, yes. That house, no.
Okay. Well, now back in my day, which was also your day, if there was a house that wasn't giving out candy,
yes.
They were open. They were open season.
Oh wow!
The eggs were open season on those houses. I'm sorry, if you're not giving out candy, you're gonna have to clean your house.
Statute of limitations.
Soaped windows
has passed.
Eggs on the house. Yeah, nobody in Connecticut's listening right now.
Yeah, and I'm one of those guys that ever since my kids left the house, I am the full-size candy bar guy. So
you mentioned that before.
So
it's a little bit of a flex.
I get a lot of repeat. No, I get a lot of repeat customers. They're like, "That's the house that."
Do you, repeat customers? Like you're making money off of this. My clients love me.
I'm guessing that in a big city, I'm guessing vandalism rates on Halloween are lower than they are out in the country or suburbs. Just because it's not. You know, it's one of those things that happens out in the, like when I grew up and when it was still very much more country and everything, it's kind of one of those things, all right, a kid gets in trouble or caught doing something, but the parents know the parents of the other guy or there's only, there's a punishment, but it's not. I feel like in Houston, kids like they might pull off a youthful prank and then end up with an actual record because of it. So it's I feel like the kids are a little bit more street savvy in Houston. You can't be messing around.
I think you're right.
That's a good theory. I like that.
I also feel from not having a lot to do generally.
Yeah.
I feel like at the very least with the internet, there's plenty. Go play Call of Duty or something.
Yeah.
No, Reginald, that's a great point though. Like just like teen pregnancy and teen sexual activity rates have gone down because they'd rather be on their phones.
Yeah.
Likewise with throwing pumpkins in people's driveways.
Yeah.
Why
also,
would I do that?
Inflation, the cost of eggs, that's also prohibitive.
It's come back down, but that year that eggs went way up, it's amazing.
Thanks a lot, whoever you're blaming. Whoever you choose to blame this Tuesday, yes, thanks a lot.
You're going to be at Buffalo Wild Wings
That's
tonight.
right. I'm going to be holding it down with the watch party out in spring.
Okay.
Yeah, the Buffalo Wild Wings in spring. We got some giveaways happening as well.
Nice.
Signed Nico Collins jersey or football? I think it was a jersey.
2 years ago, we
but
would
then
have
also,
been like, oh, great, a signed Nico Collins jersey. Now it's like, no, he's the best receiver in the league now.
And I mean, if a jersey doesn't do it for you, right? How about Bud Light giving away 2 tickets to the Lions game? That'll do a little something.
Yeah,
that's a hot ticket.
Yeah, that is a hot.
That's I'll tell you what. That's giving out Buffalo Wild Wings for giving out hot wings for Halloween. I think that would be looked at skeptically at first, but then would become a tradition for a lot of people, for the parents especially.
Yeah.
Well, no, if they're hot and you're just putting them right off parents probably like, hell yeah, we're going to that place, get some wings. And give them some wet wipes.
No, I like them. I just want them to drop them in the bags like Snicker bars. And then you open up and there's buffalo sauce smeared on the side of your.
All right, I don't cut into your show any more than we have already, but I just had this memory from childhood and I don't want to lose it, so I want to say it out loud. My grandmother lived in this old house on Maple Avenue in our small town. And her tradition, it was a tradition forever in the neighborhood, was because she had a nursery school there, so everybody knew her. Mm-hmm. Half the kids I went to school with went to her nursery school at this house. She would give out hot apple cider. And people enjoyed it. They would come, and she had this big vestibule that everybody would come in, and you warm up a little bit and drink hot apple cider, and then she would give out candy too and everything. But as the community changed and more people started moving in, it was kind of sad because you could see over time the people coming to the door and kind of looking like, am I going to let my kid drink this unpackaged?
Yeah.
This old lady who might as well, who's definitely poisoned and laced this with cyanide.
Yeah, you gotta check the T for razor blade.
Nowadays, somebody would post her picture on Twitter and say, "Can you please identify her? I want to get her fired."
Right. Yeah,
that sucks, man. Poor Granny.
Poor Grandma Ev.
Yeah, Grandma Ev. On what street was she on again?
Maple Avenue.
I mean, it's like straight out of Central Castle.
The Red Brick Nursery School.
The Red Brick Nursery School was run by Grandma Ev on Maple Avenue, right out of Central Casting for grandmas. All right, Seth, I'll see you at 4:15 today. Antibodies to you.
Oh, yeah. Let's do it.
All right, we're going to do it.
Antibodies and all the full-size Twicker bars you can handle.
Thank you.
Snickers. Oh, boy.
All right, we're done. We're out of time. You're listening to KLT HD2 on Odyssey Station. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. It is a Halloween Football Friday on a Thursday, and they start in the loop now.
Insert spooky cackle here. All right, happy Halloween, ladies and gents. It's a Texans game day right here on Sports Radio 610. It's in the loop. You heard the man.
Yep.
John Lopez, Figgy Fig, and Reginald Atatula, or should I say Pirate, the Dred Scott Pirate Lopez, I guess. You got Heath Ledger's Joker, and then I think you guys can figure out who I am.
Little Questlove.
That's right.
Yeah.
Drumsticks included.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate you guys hanging out with us.
He's the best, by the way.
You can who, Quest?
Yeah.
You had an opportunity to meet him?
I talked to him for about an hour.
That's awesome.
One day in New York at the Super Bowl.
That's nice.
Yeah,
That's nice.
He was really cool.
People already real happy with Figgy's Joker.
Yeah.
Everybody except for Sean Pendergast.
That was messed up, Figgy. I just want you to know it's messed up.
I was standing there for like 10 minutes before he even noticed me.
He used his power for evil in that moment.
Yes, he did.
But I guess what else do you expect from the Joker? Exactly.
The big question is, are you ready for a game on Halloween?
How much am I going to have to deal with when it comes to that?
Oh, goodness.
Are you ready for a game on Halloween?
Yeah. Well, I feel like you should have just gone with, are you ready for some football, right?
Yes,
Like you could have just gone there.
Yes.
But regardless, it is Halloween, and it is a football Thursday here on In the Loop. Let me clean myself up. I'm going to be out at the Buffalo Wild Wings for the watch party, Buffalo Wild Wings in spring. Nico jersey, Colin signed football, but still, Bud Light is giving away a couple of tickets to the Detroit game. And so you do want to come and hang out. But we're just excited for this game, and it's also just like there's an additional level of fun with it being on Halloween.
Weird things happen. Traditionally, weird things happen on Halloween
in sports.
Yeah. Which, of course, begs the question: what weird are we going to see tonight?
Oh, that's fun. Yeah.
What weird are we going to see?
Hit us up on the 5-Hour Energy fan line, which is 5-Hour Energy, the official energy shot of Sports Radio 610 and football superfans. That number is 713-572-4610.
That's on my list.
Sean gave us a submission as he exits stage left. But yeah, what are the weird, spooky things what are the strangest things that you could see on the field at MetLife Stadium?
Well, let me give you some examples to kind of back up. Like, this is not fantasy.
No.
Like, games and sports on Halloween get weird, man. Like, they get really, really weird. 2004, the New England Patriots sporting a 21-game win streak. 4th game of the year, I believe, maybe 5th game of the year. They're facing a rookie quarterback named Ben Roethlisberger.
Benjamin Roethlisberger.
And Ben Roethlisberger beats and snaps that win streak. That's one example. My favorite one was Miami, University of Miami. This is forget the year, but they're playing Duke. They're losing on a field goal, and they have an 8 lateral return walk-off win.
Take it lateral. They practiced that on Wednesday. Time's going to expire on the game, so this either goes or it doesn't. Ball's still alive. It's got to be a backwards lateral. Get behind it. Still alive.
Duke doing a nice job staying spacing all over. Oh, he got
blockers. They got blockers. Rodgers. They've got a lane. 40-yard line. No black shirts between the goal line. Can you believe what you just saw?
Man. Manu Ginobili grabbed a bat out of the air on Halloween.
He sure did. By the way, 2015 is when Miami gets the lateral miracle kickoff return. But yes, Manu Ginobili really did grab a bat out of the air. And it's not just that he did that. Like, that alone would be wild, but that it happens on Halloween?
On Halloween, a bat. You mentioned this, and I saw this earlier, and I couldn't remember the year. 2018, what happened?
So Derrick Rose, and remember, this is 2018. He had been the MVP in his rookie year, 2011,
something like that.
And remember,
knee injury,
and he had never been the same except for one fateful night on Halloween in 2018. Drops a 50 ball for the Minnesota Timberwolves. Just turned the clock back one time in a weird possession, and maybe the spirit of previous Derrick Rose had repossessed him. And he went and dropped 50. So spooky things, strange things happen on Halloween. What are the things that we're liable to see tonight? And, of course, everybody.
I did. Sean did.
What might be the low-hanging fruit, which is Kenyon Green. Just all-pro performance.
He mauls. He mauls.
Road grades, Stonewall's Quentin Williams.
Yeah, keep him in check.
Yeah. He has face paint. You know how they do the eye black? They do creative things. He has face paint and eye black like Figgy looks right now. That's how he comes out of the tunnel.
And if you're just listening, if you're not visiting us with us on the YouTube or the Twitch, Figgy is in full Heath Ledger Joker regalia. He looks passable. We could put him on screen right now.
Yeah.
I got this pencil. You want to see it disappear?
So yeah, keep texting in some of the things, the strange things. I immediately went to Aaron Rodgers, like devolving to like full Wiccan, right? Like there's gonna be some level. I mean, he ends up being that weirdo, right? Like I say that as affectionately as I can, right? The darkness retreats, the ayahuasca, and I'm not trying to if you swear by those things, more power to you. However, but like I think we can all agree, Aaron Rodgers delves very far into all those things. Like if he comes out with something of the occult in this game, would you be surprised?
Absolutely not. I think forget the fans. I think some players are going to have some stuff, whether it's the face paint or whatever, and maybe not to the extreme of Figgy, but you never know. Texas in 713-572-4610. It happens. We just gave you some example. Weird things happen in sports on Halloween. What could be weird? I'm thinking. Not too crazy.
You thinking on the field? Right.
On the crazy or not?
Look, this is New York City. Well, technically New Jersey.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
but I can see a black cat running out there, man.
Oh, absolutely.
Yes.
281 is with you.
Yeah.
In fact, I'm pretty sure that has happened.
That happened in New York.
Yeah,
in the World Series.
That happened
in the World Series, or maybe it was the ALCS.
No, that's when we got the Kevin Harlan infamous call.
And that was a black cat.
No, but there was one in baseball.
That was at MetLife Stadium, was it not?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
I want to step it up. I think that a larger animal. Like I think we get maybe like a possum or something, right? Maybe even a raccoon finds its way in, right? Like let's not just.
That would be scary if it was a raccoon.
Yeah.
Yeah, because like we typically don't let raccoons get that far.
We don't. Yeah, and they're nocturnal.
Yeah.
So all those
they would attack somebody.
I'm feeling a safety.
Ooh.
I'm feeling a safety, a crucial safety.
I could see that, especially with Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers has not moved
very well.
And
the Texans' offensive line.
Well, I was like, we can't ignore that part. But I feel like C.J. Stroud is aware enough, that and mobile enough that he would not actually end up with a safety, knowing the circumstances. Because obviously, if you're in safety situation, like you're going to be far back enough. Aaron Rodgers, however, I think that there's a level of belief in himself.
Yeah.
And he's talked about it. He hasn't moved all that well. He knows that there's a level of challenge within this game with the pass rush that the Texans bring and the pressure that they bring. I think that he knows that he needs to move around a little bit. Those were his words, not mine. Move around a little bit. Hey, you can believe that you can move around a little bit. Let Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter and Tim Settle get on you, right? And you will find yourself
feeling a safe.
How about a big man touchdown?
Oh, that'd be sweet.
I like that.
That'd be
all right.
sweet.
So let's power rank the big men that could possibly make this happen.
Settle, Mike.
I can see. Yeah, I can see Timmy settle.
What if Autry comes out with a bang? That would be a Halloween surprise.
I would absolutely love that. If he is,
and he can pick him up and put him down.
He sure can.
Yeah.
I like it. Everybody, you could tell where, in some ways, where they're saying strange things will happen. You could tell where the concerns are in reverse, right? There's another thing that comes up, obviously, with the people are going Kenyon Green touchdown. He's the big man that gets the touchdown. I feel like bad things would have to happen to begin with, because that means the ball's been put on the ground, and he's picking up rumbling, bumbling, stumbling. But multiple people have gone with 100-plus yard reception games for a couple of the depth receivers that have been foisted in or pushed into important roles. Hutchinson, 100-yard game.
100-yard game from Hutchinson. That would be Halloween.
That would be Halloween-like.
No,
indeed.
if that was from Mechie, that would be Halloween.
Oh my gosh, Mechie.
Yeah, someone went even further and went Mechie 175.
Okay. Let's
I was like, I don't even know.
Realistic here.
I was like, 175. I don't even know how you make that happen.
And the 281 is obviously scarred. The ghost of an explosive offense shows up.
Well, hey, I'd appreciate that. Like that would, if that is a possession there, I'd appreciate it. Fatukasi and Heinisch getting some love. Heinisch would be the fun one.
Heinisch might be one.
Because Heinisch almost has become the forgotten man in all of this, even as he rotates in at defensive tackle.
Yep.
It would be fun to get his name called in all of this.
It would be fun. Now, two of the most bizarre things and biggest things that happen on Halloween are returns, like a punt return for a touchdown. Ask any LSU fan, even the ones that were born 40 years later, what does Halloween mean to LSU football? Oh, Billy Cannon, Ole Miss. Last fourth quarter down, whatever. The Billy Cannon return for a touchdown happened on Halloween. You just heard the 8 lateral.
Yeah.
What about a return?
Okay, I like that.
A big return for a touchdown.
But, I mean, no Damian Pierce in this one.
That's what would make it even more spookier.
Spookier? Who do you anticipate returning this? I think Robert Woods, obviously being back, it feels like he'll be back into it. You think it's Robert Woods'
that would be
return touchdown?
I mean, a veteran guy like that with a big return touchdown, that would fit the mold.
That would be fun.
Yeah, that would fit the mold for sure.
I want to go like super strange, and somehow D'Amico Ryans ends up on the field playing linebacker.
You know what? Screw it. I'm in. I'm going in.
In a more serious case, I think all the linebackers that you have playing, you think of more as run stoppers as opposed to dudes in coverage. How about a linebacker interception, right? Because you're going to have Toto's making his way back in this one, which is exciting. But again, I don't know how much people look at him as like coverage guy. Likewise, Neville Hewitt, who's going to get a lot of it, and then I imagine Hanson.
How about a little Jake Hansen action?
Yeah, one of those guys coming up with the football, right? I know Neville Hewitt caught one off of the Jalen Petrie deflection previously, but yeah, how about like a honest to goodness linebacker interception?
I can feel it, man. The time it's on national TV, which would make it even more prominent as a Halloween weird thing. Some sort of pick six, some sort of fumble recovery, punt return. I'm feeling a safety, like a crucial safety, like a third. I
feel like
quarter,
any safety's crucial,
quarter, right? Either ice the game or take control of the game type safety.
I think the spooky part about a safety is if it's like the first play of the game or something like that, like the first possession.
The old Peyton Manning Super Bowl thing.
Yeah.
So 281 might be winning this on the 5-hour energy fan line. 40-30 Texans, or 40-3 rather Texans, all safeties. Oops, all safeties would be indeed the most Halloween of these. Because you know what that is? Hell. That is Aaron Rodgers' hell. Just constantly
he might get benched at that point.
Yeah,
everybody gets benched at that point.
And here's the other weird part that fits in with the something crazy is going to happen tonight game. They had a spooky experience in New York City last year against the Jets. And in the Meadowlands against the Jets.
Don't bring it up, man.
And we were there.
Don't you bring it up.
It was rainy and nasty, and it was. Yeah, it would fit
what you're
in.
throwing up.
Well, I'm just saying.
We're going to get to this.
Redemption.
Okay, redemption. Very good.
A John Weeks interception. That would be that would be next to impossible. But sure.
I think it would be impossible because we would have some real questions as to why in the hell John Weeks was on the field.
Yes.
To even have the opportunity.
Yes.
Although once he has the interception, you kind of have to be like, that's one of those like in basketball where it's like, no, yes.
Yes.
Right? That would have to be like, what are you doing? Okay, I get
defensive in high school.
I mean, I would hope so. Can you imagine a dude make it to the league and the only thing that he has ever done in life is long snap? It's like, I ain't never played none of these other positions.
For 12 years, baby. That is a great job if you can get it.
Someone else comes in with Cade Stover has a breakout game. I'd appreciate that. It's a lot of receivers having a whole bunch of yards, which makes sense. This is also a tough. This is a tough Jets team, especially like when it comes to the pass.
J.J. Taylor.
I thought you were about to say J.J. Watt. I thought he was about to do that. Here comes J.J. Watt out the tunnel.
Well, that too.
But J.J. Taylor being the running back of note as opposed to like Joe Mixon, that would be real Halloween-esque.
Yes,
I was going to say Dare rushing for like 150.
I wasn't going to go for like 150, but I was going to be like Kendrick Green, fullback experiment again, fullback dive for a touchdown.
Okay. Robert. Is it Robert? No, I can't find the name, but okay, yeah,
on the YouTube.
Turn the tables on Aaron Rodgers. You win it with a Hail Mary.
Oh, that would be
that would be
spooky.
Sweet.
That would be fantastic. Aaron Rodgers, season-ending non-football injury, ghost tackle. Yeah, he's had one of those before, literally last year. So happy Halloween. We are getting going on a Texans Thursday because the Texans play on Thursday Night Football this Halloween. A lot of strange things happen, and tonight could be another night where strange things happen. And so we're looking forward to that, but we're also just looking forward to the football of this all tonight. Appreciate you guys hanging out with us in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, Houston means that MLB free agency has begun. You still have 5 days for things to be officially done, but now we're on Alex Bregman watch. Do you think they get it done? What do they need to do to get it done? Let's talk about that next.
Happy Halloween parties, everyone.
It's game day. And we're hosting a special. Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie at live.
Love it. Love it.
Always local.
Don't ever underestimate the heart of a champion.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, you are in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Halloween to everybody out there. And happy Texans Gameday,
yes,
baby.
Sir.
The Texans in New York at MetLife Stadium to face off against the New York Jets on this spooky Halloween.
It's been a minute since we had a Thursday night game, man.
Thursday night football.
I think the last time we had one, the Astros was in the World Series.
All right, why are you doing this to me? Why are you doing this to me? Because the World Series is over and the Astros did not.
Was that the Eagles game?
Yep, that was the Eagles game.
Oh man,
and they played Philly. Remember they had that
all the Philadelphia fans.
No, and the thing was they had the I think everybody wear red. And Philly was playing the Astros, and their colors were red.
Phillies, yeah.
So it was just like like don't wear red. So that was tough times. Man.
Yeah.
And they had to put the World Series on at the game.
Yes, they did. Everybody was in the concourse, including me. We could say that now. I was like, yeah, tell me what happens.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's a little bit of a different circumstance here. World Series over. Texans playing tonight. In fact, we were, in the Halloween of it all to get in the spirit. We were asking, what is the strangest thing that could happen tonight? Y'all are coming strong. Someone from the 832 on the 5-Hour Energy fan line comes with 66-6 Texans victory. Obviously, you understand the significance there. Someone else, J.J. Watt taking snaps. The Texans look the best. Spooky. And then some great ones coming in. A random Jets coach makes a tackle on the field. And also, Stephon Diggs, magical ACL repair.
Oh, wow. He just walks out there.
He's out here.
That'd be what?
That would be spooky.
Just imagine like a WWE commentator. Wait a minute.
Yeah. My God, that's Stephon Diggs.
Wait a minute.
I mean, I'd take it.
I love it. That would be helpful. But you're going with the guys you got.
You got to run out there like Aaron Rodgers with the flag.
And he just says, psych.
I don't know how I'd feel about that, but I sure would be happy to see him out there. Unfortunately, he's not going. You did mention, though, that last time there was a Thursday night football game, the World Series was going. The World Series ended last night, so that's not going to be the case tonight. But Dodgers get a victory over the Yankees. We'll talk a little bit more about that later. Just a little bit. I know not everybody's super excited about that.
Hate to see that happen, Garrett. Hate to see that happen.
Yeah.
You wouldn't have thought Halloween was yesterday.
Yeah, that was
for the Yankees.
Yeah. Real. He looked like he was seeing ghosts. Yeah. However, you end up with this World Series being over, which means MLB free agency is active, baby. We're going. And so that's the big baseball story for us locally. And even more focused in is Alex Bregman, right? What happens with him? He can't officially make any level of signing until 5 days from now, but you've got some work to do in that regard. I know Chandler Rome put out a fantastic piece this morning kind of talking more about that. But yeah, first of all, like, how confident do you feel in the idea that Alex Bregman team losing? I think that might even help them in the desire to want to sign more players and bring more in. a la Alex Bregman.
Absolutely. I think the Yankees are clearly a factor here. I mean, that's the first thing I thought of as the game ended. I'm like, all right, Alex Bregman clock is officially ticking. And I think you're right. I think the Yankees, desperate to get back. And by the way, potentially losing Juan Soto.
It's a possibility.
As well. And how was that Yankees defense yesterday?
Not the best. Not the best. Although, like, it was a lot. It felt like a lot of mental mistakes rather than just kind of like physical inabilities of getting these things done.
Well, that's fair, but they've been one of the worst defensive teams.
That is true
in baseball.
They're also one of the sloppiest base running teams.
Worst defense, sloppy base running, and 5 unearned runs to get eliminated in the World Series.
I believe most in a World Series game.
Most ever in a World Series. There is a Bregman. I mean, I'm not trying to like, oh my gosh, he's gone. But you're asking the question, you know, what are the odds, or what are my thoughts, or our thoughts on the likelihood of him coming back? I think they shrunk a little bit yesterday.
Yeah, I don't think that helped. One of the things that you kind of look at, we know that this Astros team literally carried the highest payroll in its history, in the club's history last season. And there's going to be some figuring out. Like, they've also kind of set some parameters that we know exist when it comes to the way that they want to pay, which is a certain number of years, which is like 6 being the max. And they don't want to spend a lot of money, as you talk about. Is Jim Crane willing to do that? And then also, I think Rome made a great point in his piece. Like, there's going to be a lot of convincing that you have to do, not just money-wise, but also on the idea that you're going to remain competitive, right? This team is they've had this championship window open for a very long time. And though Jim Crane will say that the championship window is open as long as he owns it, that's something you can say. That's something you have to also you be able to show actionably. Yeah. And so how are they going to be able to remain at that level? Because Alex Bregman knows that he's close. He knows that farm system isn't deep. Like, how do you manage to keep this thing open? And one of the things they suggested, and one of the things that I've come around to, is the idea of trading some of the talent that you have in order to restock. Mm-hmm. And I'm kind of in on the idea of Framber Valdez being number one when it comes to trade chips.
You got Kyle Tucker coming down the pike as well. So there are a couple things that you see as people are talking about Alex Bregman. Oh, he would never be a Yankee. Come on. Like, that does not matter.
Is money green?
I was like, does anybody? If once you sign up with Scott Boras, I feel like there's a agreement that you have to sign, or a clause within the agreement where it's like, hey man, you going wherever, dog. Like, we are not doing this
money talk.
None of that. We get this money and you showing up.
Yes, and no, if there's one team that hates the Yankees more than the Astros, it's the Boston Red Sox. Roger Clemens, Red Sox to Yankee.
Yep.
Johnny Damon, Red Sox to Yankee. Yep. Wade Boggs, Red Sox to Yankees. It happens. It happens. So that's almost a non-factor. And then you start talking about, well, he has an in with they would never want him to go. And, Jose Altuve stumping publicly for him.
Multiple times. Right? Like, sometimes, like, uninitiated, right? Without it being provoked. He's just like, hey, guys, Alex Bregman means a lot to us. Got to have him back.
Yeah. So the Astros definitely want him back. They have, Altuve has certainly stated his case, but then you have to talk about Jim Crane, and he never gives contracts more than 6 years. Well, Matt Chapman, most recent third baseman to sign, about the same age as Alex Bregman, 6 years, $151 million. Not too long ago, Nolan Arenado, he signed a $260 million 8-year, $260 million contract at the age of 28. Bregman is 31. So I'm thinking it's going to be at least 6 years. He's probably going to want more, $200 to $230 million. The Astros won't do that.
But this is one of those put your money where your mouth is.
Exactly.
So many of these rich guys that own teams talk about how they're willing to put that money on the table a lot of situations.
Mm-hmm.
And, I mean, to some degree, you have to give them some level of appreciation for spending the money. But, hey, man, if you really want to do that, and I just alluded to the time where he's talked about the window is going to be open as long as he's here. Either you have to get real creative or you're going to have to sign the check, and it's probably going to have to be both. In this instance, because not only like the money's going to have to be there, as we mentioned, but you're also going to have to do some things to make it assured that you're not just signing a guy back to be on a team that ultimately is on a downturn. but also has the opportunity of playing while football is going on the biggest stage like the Astros have become accustomed to.
And here's the other thing that Jim Crane just does not want to pay the luxury tax, in baseball.
And this is the first time they did it this past year. Maybe he's developed a little bit of a tolerance for it.
Maybe. They are on the books for $211 million next year.
And some of that, though, is like the contracts with the guys that are not actually playing. But I think that some of that also, you look at the talent that you have youth-wise when it comes to pitching, and you can kind of alleviate some of that by utilizing some of these guys. Framber Valdez, one of them in my mind.
Yes. So, man, there is a lot to consider. Alex Bregman, they want him back. I'm sure he wants to be back. But the numbers, the tax threshold, the years, it's going to be very, very difficult. But we'll find out in 5 days.
Yeah.
Because he's going to be one of the first ones to sign.
Speaking of anything being on the table, that seems to come up a lot in Houston sports. Dana Brown has kind of had that approach to like, hey, man, there's a lot of possibilities here. We'll see. This is definitely a space to watch over the next 5 days. Reporting, obviously, will start to give us some level of ideas. But within the next 5 days, I don't imagine that you're going to have the Boris 5 of last year with Alex Bregman, where he's just out there waiting for a long period of time.
I think in 5 days we're going to get the report because they've been he's been talking, I'm sure, with the Astros. I'm sure Boris has been talking with a lot of people, and the Yankees could be one very, very, as we talked about early on here, very, very motivated to give him that, stabilize the defense, give him that, and he may not even play third base. That's been floated as well.
But right now, I think not that's all be all. The projection of their third baseman is Jazz Chisholm. Jazz Chisholm can play a lot of places, right? He doesn't have to play third. And I imagine if you get Alex Bregman onto that Yankees team, God forbid, knock on wood, right? All those things. He would play third base, and you put Jazz somewhere else where he can make contributions. And so, like, there's clearly an appeal there, and the market obviously being there for Bregman is going to make it more tough. This is where you see just how committed are they to this particular guy who seems to not just be a dude on the field, offensively, defensively, but also a pivotal, a vital part to what you do, like in the clubhouse, to the spirit of the Houston Astros as a winning baseball team of the last decade. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. We're just getting going on a Halloween here. Some other Halloween at MetLife type things. What are the strange things that could happen in this football game tonight? Someone said Halloween at MetLife. Do we get Jimmy Hoffa making an appearance?
I thought they dispelled that.
That's what they want you to think. Open your third eye, John. He's under the end zone, John.
I was all about it for years.
Somebody said 0 points for the low effort costume, Reggie. Fair enough. Touche.
That's good. I immediately knew who you were.
Thank you. I appreciate that. All right. It is indeed Halloween here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. So coming up next on the question of the day, let's make it easy. What's the best and worst Halloween candy? Let us know on the 5-Hour Energy fan line, 713-572-4610. Best and worst candy. We'll talk about it next.
We finally have word. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Halloween to everybody listening from our very own John Lopez, the Pirate, Figgy Fig as Heath Ledger's Joker, and myself as Amir Questlove Thompson. Someone did say earlier 0 points for the low effort costume. Allow me to defend myself. There is a theme in our office when it's doing party or what have you, and apparently it's like a spooky sing-along or whatever.
Yeah, karaoke.
Karaoke. There we go. That's what it is. And so we were implored to go with musicians or musical acts.
Yeah.
And so that's where I end up with Questlove. I will say, I won't deny, didn't put in maximum effort on it.
Well,
However,
we should have told you because the contest is going on as our show is going on. So I didn't necessarily bother with the music theme.
And you guys really did end up in a good place. I'm just happy that people were able to tell that I was Questlove without. It's worse. It's the worst when you have to tell people what your costume is.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I'm happy.
Yeah, it was a little tricky for me last year because last year I went as Shaft.
Mm-hmm.
So I had a big fro and a long black leather trench coat. But the only thing is, people didn't know if I was Shaft or Undercover Brother.
Well, shout out to the people that knew about Undercover Brother. That is not where a lot of people.
What's funny is this is two different Americas, but the black folks is like Undercover Brother, and the white folks is like Shaft. So everyone, I'm like, yeah.
And then someone else just accused me of being undercover brother. All right, cool. Whatever works in that situation. All right. We were talking about the spookiest things that could happen in this Halloween matchup between your Texans and the Jets, and somebody said the spookiest thing that I could see is Jack Easterby walking on the Texans sideline.
Oh, stop.
Yeah, that would absolutely.
I'm terrified.
Terrified of that.
Oh, my God.
Please keep that from happening.
Turn the lights on.
We have an announcement to our management team.
Yeah, that would be, I'd be sick.
No, turn the lights on. That's right. Run the bath water.
All right, so question of the day. Let's get into a Halloween-wise. What are the best and worst Halloween candy? 713-572-4610 is the 5-hour energy.
Worst candy corn. Let's get that out the way.
Okay, you know what I'm going to say.
Why are you eating melted down traffic cones?
No, I don't like candy corn by itself, but with dry roasted peanuts, it is awesome. Tastes like a Payday bar, which is on my list of best.
Hey, it could be with a steak. It's still nasty.
What's funny, though, is I feel like that's the most prevalent one. It's not the absolute worst, but it's the one that you're most likely to get and be like, why is this here?
Yeah.
Which is
I would never give candy corn.
I'm proud of you.
On
all right, what is in the Lopez family bag?
Yeah, what you got?
I've got the full-size bars. I got a reputation to uphold in my neighborhood. All the kids remember it year to year. Because ever since my kids grew up, I'm like, well, I'm just going to enjoy it from this side. You know, you're not going to parties with them as much anymore. Or when they were little, going trick-or-treating. So I do full size. I've got Almond Joy.
Okay.
Snickers. M&M's. The full-size 2-pack of peanut butter cups. And one more. Oh, I've got a backup plan. I've got the now and later in case we run out of the full size.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the big now and later, you know.
Yeah, don't sleep on the now and laters, man.
Yeah, they're good. But they're the backup right now.
Okay.
A lot of people voting for black licorice as the absolute worst of it. I do think that Snickers is the best.
Snickers is
I think you get the most people that appreciate it. Although there's people with nut allergies that then they end up in a bad space. But for the most part, I think either Snickers or I guess maybe even Skittles goes a long way, where you're not going to have very many people that are like, I just absolutely hate that. It feels like it's the most versatile while also being good.
I'm a big fan of the peanut M&Ms. Peanut M&Ms, the big bag.
I like the peanut butter M&Ms.
And the peanut butter M&Ms. No doubt about it. Starburst, look, I know maybe, and it's not like an old guy thing. I've always loved Starburst. Starbursts are awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Worse, what about Sugar Daddies?
That's a movie thing, isn't it? I've had them in movies.
I can't even remember what a sugar daddy actually is.
Yeah. If you see it, you be like, ugh.
Yeah.
Like, I ain't trying to open that.
So this morning on Get Up, notorious bad taste haver, Dan Orlovsky, former quarterback in the NFL.
He's the worst.
He had his top 5 overrated Halloween candy list.
Oh,
and
come on.
At least when it comes to matters of food and taste, terrible. I'm not talking about any of the other takes. His top 5 overrated candy list goes as follows. Number 5 is Hershey's candy bars.
Those are great.
I don't love them, but
good old chocolate, just
just
chocolate.
straight chocolate candy bars. All right. Number 4 is Nerds, which that's just Nerds are having a glow up.
Yeah,
they're just Nerds are in a great place. 3 is Twizzlers, which
I agree with that.
I can see you on that.
Yeah.
Now his number 2 is a good answer. Butterfingers. It tastes good, but it's impossible.
Yeah,
impossible.
It's not pleasant to eat.
His number 1 most overrated Halloween candy, Reese's Peanut Butter Cup.
Get out of here.
Yeah.
Kids love
that.
those.
Is a beloved candy. The only reason why I would not put the Reese's Peanut Butter Cup up as the candy is that melts easy.
Yeah,
right? And
it does melt easy.
Like in the situations where you got it in bags and buckets and stuff, you end up with kind of a mess in some ways.
Nobody wants Tootsie Rolls.
Really?
Nobody wants Tootsie
that's
Rolls.
true. That's true.
Except
for Nick Caserio.
That's another one that's hard to eat.
And Nick Caserio didn't even want it. Nick Caserio was just giving us an answer. Like Nick Caserio last
maybe
week.
eating a Tootsie Roll or something.
Yeah, he was asked on Texas All Access by John Harris about, if he had to eat candy. What would he eat?
I feel bad for his kids tonight, man.
So they're good.
They're gonna have to.
They're hiding all the candy. Don't worry about his kids.
Give me 75% of the candy right now.
They'll say, "Sure, Dad," and then they'll hide 85%.
Dang, God bless them.
We didn't have that many candy this year. Tootsie Rolls are on the bad list. I agree. I like how Butterfingers taste, but they're just hard to eat.
What about the little square caramel things? I don't even know what they are, but they
those Rolos,
those little cubes.
No, not even the Rolos.
It's a cube of caramel.
Yeah,
because they're tough.
Yeah,
that's the game breaker, right?
That's like some grandma old ass candy.
Ooh, Pixie Sticks is not a great answer. Like 832, Pixie Sticks is the worst. It's just sugar.
Yeah. Or what about them little circle that come in a little?
Oh, the sweet tarts.
I guess those are sweet tarts. I guess.
Yeah. And
I could do without
Lifesavers.
those.
Lifesavers are hard to eat too, because they're all crunchy and they get in your teeth.
Oh, I'll think about the soft Lifesavers.
No, the hard
The gushy
Lifesavers. Yeah, those are the worst. But you know what I really like, and it's hard to get them.
Smarties. Sorry, Smarties is what they were going for.
It's hard.
That's what I was thinking about.
It's hard to a Halloween-sized bag. Maybe I just missed them because I've looked the last few years. Is good old-fashioned jelly beans. They usually come in like big bags.
Yeah, I don't think people don't give away jelly beans for Halloween.
Jelly beans are good.
What about the circus peanuts?
I don't know where people buy these. Like there's circus peanuts comes up, swordfish come up. It's like why are people buying these? That's the thing I don't get.
What's a candy that most people would agree are on that list of, I don't know about that, but you actually like? Because I just thought of one. Are they called Swedish fish? Swedish fish. I love Swedish fish.
They're fine.
Yeah.
Worst is butterscotch comes in from the 7.
Oh, don't give out butterscotch.
I don't know anybody that Raisinets. Someone mentioned Raisinets. I don't know anybody that gives those away.
That's another movie.
A movie candy.
Yeah, that's a movie.
By the way, why are all our movie candies so mid?
Yeah, it's bad.
Like, I personally
Whoppers is a movie candy.
Yeah, I personally like Raisinets
Milk
and Whoppers.
Dud.
Yeah.
But like, why do we? Is that a particular thing that helps us stay involved with the movies and having candies? That
what
are not
about
that
saltwater taffies?
Oh, get out of here with that. Get out of here with the salt water.
Hey, they made that candy back in the 1800s.
Yeah, I feel like inherently any candy that we've had for like almost 100 years at this point,
it's probably been improved upon.
100%.
Yeah. What about the suckers, the dum dums?
I don't mind those.
That's fine.
Nah,
I don't mind the dum dums.
This is a great answer from the 281. Dots. Little colored drops on a roll of paper. Oh, I haven't even seen those, but like I was thinking about the little
box.
Yeah, the little box of because those are
like a knockoff gummy.
Terrible to eat. Airheads, Sour Patch Kids are good.
They are good.
Those are good ones. I feel like they have found their space of Halloween candies. Kit Kat. A lot of people give a lot of respect to the Kit Kat. I feel like the Kit Kat is pretty low respect.
How you feel about Three Musketeers?
I like it,
It's
but
a
I
backup.
understand
It's a backup.
It's never going to be.
I never bought Three Musketeers ever.
Three Musketeers is a depth wide receiver. You know what I mean? Like Three Musketeers is not one that you. It's not
It's
one of your
Robert
starting
Woods.
three. Oh, I'm not doing that to Robert Woods. Don't do that.
The Xavier Hutchinson of candies.
Yeah.
When it comes to chocolate bars now, how would you rank like just good old fashioned like Almond Joy, Three Musketeers, Snickers? I guess Snickers.
Snickers is
the number one. That's the cream of the crop.
I do like the Nestle's with the little nougat, I guess is what they call it in it. What's the Nestle's?
Nestle's with nougat.
Yeah. What is it? What are they called? I can't even remember what they're called, but I do like those. Nestle's Crunch. Nestle's Crunch are delicious.
That's fine.
You've seen them, right?
Now you're going to start telling me that the Mr. Good bar is the one that's...
Not a big Mr. Good bar fan, but Nestle's Crunch are good.
I used to like Mr. Good bar back in the day.
Yeah.
I haven't had it in years, though.
Mm-hmm.
Why do we have so many candy bars, though?
Because
a lot of them feel like they're in the same vein of thing, right? Like Crunch Bar and stuff. I guess they vary a little bit.
It seems like you don't get the new candy bars anymore. It's like the same. It's like the same. It's like the same three companies just remixing everything.
Yeah, why did we stop making new candy bars? Where's our candy bar innovation?
Like a new company.
Yeah.
Because now all you got is like Snickers making a new type of Snickers.
Twix might be the newest of the candy bars, right? Is it?
No.
It's relatively new, isn't it? Oh, by relatively new, I mean 30 years.
Like, 80s.
Yeah.
Peanut M&Ms. 100 grand is a sleeper, according to folks. That's fine.
100 grand? I can't remember the last time I had one of those. They're not bad.
All right, so what's the worst thing that you've seen trick-or-treating? Not candy at all. Like, just what's the worst thing that you've seen given out?
Well, the worst thing, given out?
Yeah.
Popcorn balls.
Apples.
Yeah.
What are we doing?
Because, you can't even make that last.
You throw it away.
Yeah.
You throw the apple away.
Let me eat this apple.
You're not eating that, son. You're not eating that. No, but I thought you were talking about trick-or-treaters because I love having trick-or-treaters come by the house and giving out the candy. The ones that don't even dress up. They come with a pillowcase. They just come with a pillowcase. Like, come on, just a little effort. Just a little effort. Like they're just
just buy some drumsticks and some glasses.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Just something. Do something, bro.
Diet soda, toothbrushes happens a lot.
Yeah.
I've seen rulers, which I was like, what are you doing? Why? What are we even trying to accomplish here?
Pencils.
I seen an article talk. I guess it's from like a dentist or something like that. They talking about give out some Play-Doh and stickers instead of candy. It's like, get out of here, bro.
No, and no.
Also, don't you want people, like, I know you're not supposed to say it, but you kind of want that Halloween action if you're a dentist, right? Because that's just more business.
Yeah.
They love it.
Yeah.
They love it.
Yeah, that's more money for sure.
More money. I guess more problems for your
It's
teeth.
the long con.
I guess that's what they call it.
It's the long con.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. That's a little Halloween foolishness. Let's get back into the sports of it all and dig into some around the NFL. Drama in the Anthony Richardson benching, more than I could have even imagined was there. We'll break it down next.
The Drive is live on a Football Friday. Join Clint and Rob. FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Brought to you by Quick Assist. Here's John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Texans Gameday. Here in Loop as you've got the Texans facing off against the Jets in New York, or in New Jersey, rather, MetLife Stadium. That thing will get going at 7. You'll have a pregame here in a few hours, not very long with Sean and Seth. 4:15 they get going to start getting you going towards football. But before we get there, let's go around the NFL, which is brought to you by Quick Assist. Got extra game day tickets? Turn them into cash with Quick Assist. Download Quick Assist from your app store today to find H-Town fans looking for seats. That's QUICKASYST. Quick Assist, your ticket everywhere. So we've been talking about this week how the Texans got that man Anthony Richardson benched. I mean, clearly he got himself benched by not being able to, throw for more than 50% of his passes or complete more than 50% of his passes, and just generally not looking like a quarterback that is prepared for NFL play. But also they got after his ass this Sunday. And he was indeed, where we learned rather that Shane Steichen was benching him and going to Joe Flacco for the remainder of the season thus far, or at least for foreseeable future, because Steichen said that going forward. Apparently, when we learned that, everybody else on the team learned that. Anthony Richardson being benched got so much weirder yesterday. We got a lot of reporting. One of the reports letting us know that the Colts quarterback himself, Anthony Richardson, wasn't necessarily told why he was being benched. That's per James Boyd of The Athletic. So Anthony Richardson himself said, didn't really tell me why. And outside of Ryan Kelly, who said that he was told by Steichen, the center, Ryan Kelly, he was given a heads up apparently, and Ryan Kelly said he gave me a heads up on that, which I respect a lot. I think Shane wants to get ahead of it, let the guys know before they find out a certain way. Well, he got that, but nobody else on the team seemed to get that, as many people seemingly learned it from social media. Shane Steichen, I previously viewed him as a good head coach, usually makes good play calls. Over the last few weeks, it's definitely looked really bad for him as a head coach.
Well, it's looked bad for him, and I think the reflection of it is when you have a quarterback that doesn't perform, there's shrapnel going everywhere. I still think I think Shane Steichen is a really good play caller. I think he's proved enough, he's shown enough as a play caller. Go back to last year, and what he was able to do. But when you have issues at quarterback, everybody gets hit, from the top down. And I think that's why he looks bad right here. But the decision itself, I think, is the best decision.
Yeah, I don't know that there are many people that are questioning the decision itself. Yeah. Like Anthony Richardson just does not look like he's capable of getting the job done on that level. I played the audio yesterday of when Anthony Richardson was indeed drafted, right? That they were talking about that he just needs game reps, but now it seems like they're going with the best opportunity to win, which you're never going to be knocked for, the best opportunity to win in the NFL, but. It feels weird the way that he's handled it. There's been some instances where he feels like he's not necessarily called the best plays, or maybe you look at Anthony Richardson and say that he's checking out of things. Maybe that's a possibility. But then it was just weird to see him not be able to manage the people of it all, because it feels like if you don't get the people part of it, no matter how good of a play caller you are, you're not going to be able to get this done. All of these things, all of these sports are still ultimately people business.
Yeah, I think the one thing that is absolutely worthy of being criticized is how he handled the actual decision. The decision itself, no one really, I think, minds. They understand it. And certainly his play calling, I think, is still good. We'll find out. I mean, with Joe Flacco, we saw what he did last year, as I mentioned, and we'll see what happens with Flacco. He's committed to Flacco, so at least publicly. So there's no real, who's going to be the quarterback this week type thing. So he's handling that well, but the communication to the team had to have been done a different way. I mean, it just wasn't right.
Well, interestingly enough, at least players on the team seem to not be throwing away Anthony Richardson, though. Various players, including ones like Josh Downs, think that he'll play with Anthony Richardson again. Josh Allen said, quote, at the end of the day, Joe is like 40 years old, so he only has so many more years. I'd say AR is 22 or 23. He's still the 4th overall pick.
Yeah.
I know he's going to start again, close quote.
Dude's old, man. You think he's going to keep starting?
He's not going to be.
Then you start, and it's not our business per se right now, but it will be in the offseason. Then what are the Colts doing? Is there a longer term question with Anthony Richardson? Because you know that Shane Steichen can coach up quarterbacks. You know that he has a good offensive mind, and it was so bad with Anthony Richardson. What if he was in a situation where it was like a defensive-minded head coach and offensive coordinator that was in over his head? Then you might say, well, he needs to change the scenery. I think Anthony Richardson had every advantage. In fact, the one thing that I was sort of, worried about from a Houston perspective is, oh wow, I was really down on Anthony Richardson. Figgy, before the draft, during the draft, when he was drafted, I was like,
he was down on him before it was cool.
I was like, I don't think this guy can be an NFL quarterback based on accuracy.
Yeah,
he completed 51% of his passes at Florida. I mean, and I just that doesn't translate all the time. You can talk about Josh Allen all you want, but that is the outlier.
Yeah.
So I was down on his NFL ability, but once he got with the Colts, I'm like, he's got Shane Steichen now. Maybe he's going to plug in, to something there and get him going. So I think Steichen might be at a point where we've got to make another decision at quarterback, and that's down the road. I think it's in play.
Yeah, but I mean, I think Downs has a little bit of insight in this because guys come back around all the damn time. Enter the Carolina Panthers, where Bryce Young is set to start again for them this week as they face off against the Saints. He made 3 starts this season thus far. The first 2 before then he was benched. Then last week he made the Dalton injury, and his family got in an accident, and apparently his thumb was injured. That thumb, he seems to be recovering from it, but it seems like they're still going to go with Bryce Young again.
And how'd that start go?
I actually don't recall exactly how
that
start went. Yeah, I mean that's the easy bet, right?
Yeah.
With all of these things when it comes to Bryce Young, he has not really found a way to put anything together in his very young career, but he will go again. And I think that there's something to be said for keeping somewhat positivity when a guy like that is young and gets benched, because they will find their way back into playing. We'll see what that one looks like. That game's going to be real funny because on the other side of it, you have Derek Carr, who is starting for the Saints and returning.
And he's sitting over there going, don't expect any miracles, guys.
He said, I'm coming back, but I'm no savior, as if to say, like, hey, man, if it doesn't look great, don't look at me, man. There's a lot of other issues
fix this?
here.
Y'all are crazy.
So that sounds like that's going to be one of those maybe fun ones to watch on kind of like a train wreck level as well. We're just getting some news in when it comes to your Houston Texans around the NFL, and it's that Will Anderson Jr., Defensive Player of the Week, correct?
About the month.
Of the month, rather.
NFL Players of the Month for October here on Halloween. On defense in the AFC, Will Anderson Jr. Offense, Lamar Jackson, no big surprise right there. NFC, Lions quarterback Jared Goff offensively. And Packers, the Texans had a little something to do with this. Safety Xavier McKinney is the defensive player of the month. But, man, these accolades are just stacking up. Largely on the defensive side.
Anderson has been playing in an incredible way. Like, it makes sense. Tons of tackles. I mean, 5 sacks in the month, right, out of his 7.5 that he has, which I think has him tied for 3rd in the league. Will Anderson's been delivering in a big way, and I mean, it helps that on the other side, Danielle Hunter has also been applying pressure, but this team applies pressure at the highest rate in the league, and Will Anderson in this month really turned it up. We talked with Andy Kalu, and he mentioned that these things come in bunches, right?
Yeah, boy, did they.
And the month of October has been really good for the bunches of Will Anderson Jr.'s sacks when it comes down to it. So shout out to Will Anderson Jr., rightfully getting some accolades as the AFC Player of the Month, very, very deservedly so. Some other things around the NFL. Remember Trayvon Diggs losing it on a reporter after they got embarrassed again, right? Like they weren't able to get a win this past weekend on Sunday in San Francisco. And remember when he was he was talking to a reporter. Reporter had tweeted something that Trayvon didn't like, a level of criticism. And he was the reporter, Mike Leslie. He was saying, "Hey, man, we could talk about this." And Trayvon said, "Talk about these nuts." Well, Trayvon
Wouldn't
Diggs.
you laugh if that happened to you?
Oh, absolutely. 100%.
I would just laugh. I was like, okay, that's
every
good
time.
one. I got to give you credit on that.
Yeah, that is going to diffuse tension, or it might raise the tension depending on like what how jovial the nature is of the situation. Right? We might need to fight behind that one, but they've made up. Mike Leslie let us know on Twitter that Trayvon Diggs went ahead and gave him 2 nuts. As a gift in his apology. He also explained that what looked like him slowing down as not giving effort was him trying to make sure to play the cutback, the possibility of the cutback. So I appreciate that. Hey, man, we can get players and media members together and explain themselves and, share gifts like these nuts.
Well, that's why, you all lean into these things, and all of a sudden it's over. It's over. I mean, there's no big deal. He's not going to have to worry about it when you lean into it. Actually gave him a can of nuts.
These nuts in particular.
These nuts.
So,
there's nothing better than that.
Not much better than that. Real quick, around the NFL, Jameson Williams is going through like a weird thing. He's currently still serving the final game of his 2-game suspension from PED usage from Week 9. And now there's like a warrant out for his arrest on a concealed weapon charge. So like apparently he was in the car with his brother, and in the state of Michigan, you have to have a concealed carry license to then have a gun. And in that car, there was 2 weapons, one that was attributed to his brother, who does have a license, and then one that was attributed to Jameson, who did not. He was not brought in that moment, and then there was a warrant then put out for his arrest afterwards, which is a weird situation in and of itself, right? In theory, you would imagine that the officer in that instance that would come across that would then, take some level of action. He was released on that occasion, but they come back around with the warrant. All of that stuff, really weird stuff happening there, and it feels like we have less and less of those things in the NFL lately, but there you go. James Campbell said he offered words of support of his wide receiver when he spoke to reporters yesterday, said that when it comes to, the possibility of jeopardizing his career, and said that he believes that Jameson will learn from the experiences. He said, I quote, I think he does. I think he's become more and more aware of that over time, and I think he does. For me, I judge people for what's in their heart. I know what this kid is made of, and he's worth hanging with. He's going to learn from this. He's going to grow. He'll be better for all this.
Yeah, and I thought that was a good answer. And I also thought, as much as, hey, the law is the law, and, in Detroit, in Michigan, you got to have a license for your concealed weapons. But when you watch the tape, it actually, I'm not going to say seemed reasonable or right, but I understood it. Like the officer said, what are you doing with a gun? He said, for protection. And then he said, you know where I live, right? Detroit. He said that.
No further questions.
Yeah. So the officer was like, "Yeah, okay,
you know what?
That's a good point.
That's fair.
That's a good
I'll
point.
be out in these streets. That sounds about right."
Yeah. So, yes, illegal. They investigated. Technically illegal. Yeah. They investigated why he wasn't, why he was released or whatever. But I was like, I get it. Like I understand. Maybe they should have fined him or held him a little longer or whatever. But I did like his explanation there.
Well, I mean, when it comes to that suspension, right, like that's supposed to take him up to he's not going to be suspended for the Texans game.
Correct.
But you wonder if any of this legal trouble will then get him in something where he'll be out of that game when they come on Sunday Night Football in like a week and a half to NRG Stadium. That'll be something when it comes down to that.
And I was just trying to find exactly the type of month that Will Anderson had, and our guy Everett over with the Texans just put it out. This will get you. This will get you Defensive Player of the Month. 5 sacks in October, 7 tackles for loss, a fumble recovery that sealed a win, by the way.
That's true.
Pass defense that resulted in an interception.
Yeah.
And 12 stops behind the line of scrimmage.
I think that's good.
That'll get you Defensive Player of the Month, Will Anderson.
Shout out to Will Anderson doing the stuff, and he also just does it with such a bubbly and jovial personality as well. Really the best. And so he's going to be a big part of their game tonight. As Aaron Rodgers, he playing off that right. Aaron Rodgers has not been all that mobile. He's made some kind of errant decisions as well. So you imagine that's exasperated with pressure. And Tyron Smith on that left side looks gettable in a big way in this in his advanced age for a football player. So yeah, Will Anderson Jr. might be able to continue that.
And Daniil Hunter
finish out the month strong.
I heard the guys this morning talking about. I think it was Sean that said, "I don't care what anybody says. That was a great trade for Daniil Hunter."
100%.
I think the Will Anderson Player of the Month helps prove that because of what's happening on the other side of the line with Danielle Hunter wreaking. I mean, he had a hell of a month too, by the way.
Yeah.
But wreaking havoc on one side, and now you got Will Anderson, benefiting from the other. And tonight's game is going to be about as big as anything for those two.
Yeah, I keep thinking back to Will Anderson talking with Sean and Clint after I don't remember which game. It might have been last game or the game prior. Talking about how he looks at these guys brothers. Yeah, he had sisters, and so like he looks at them as big brothers, and I think that mentorship matters a good amount.
Absolutely,
he has the talent, but also like there's some in veterans kind of passing down that knowledge to him, and you can see it with Will. You can absolutely see the level of growth that is occurring there as well. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. That is around the NFL. Coming up next, we've avoided talking about what is the worst case scenario that could happen, possibility of a CJ Stroud injury. So let's now have that conversation. We'll talk about that coming up next.
After a match. Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez dressed as a pirate. You have Figgy Fig, who is giving us the best Joker that I've seen since Heath Ledger.
Where's the booty?
Or is that just a general question?
Well, I'm a pirate.
Okay.
I got to know where the booty is.
All right, fair enough. That's all very different reasons. And I'm Reginald Atatula. Dressed as Questlove today. We got I missed this tweet from earlier today. Stephon Diggs sent us a little message on game day for the Texans, and he said, ready to see what these young boys got, in essence.
He's playing.
No, don't do that. Don't do that.
Hey, Stephon. Us too.
Yeah, that is going to be
a lot of us.
That's going to be one of the things that we're looking forward to is what do the young boys look like. Ready to see these young boys is the direct quote at Stephon Diggs on Twitter, and that's going to be a big thing to watch within the course of this game. Another thing that we are watching as your Texans are facing off against the Jets, 7:15. You'll hear right here on Sports Radio 610 with the pregame with Sean and Seth starting at 4:15. One of the things that we've talked a lot about is this offensive line. Mm-hmm. But Lopez, we haven't gotten according to you, we haven't gotten to the worst case scenario.
Well, I think people are afraid to quote unquote jinx anything, and I get it, and I understand it, and I'm with you. I don't want to jinx anything, but my thing is, let's get very honest about why Kenyon Green specifically, and why this offensive line in a larger view is so important that they get their bleep together. I mean, let's get serious about this.
So that Joe Mixon can run for 200 yards.
Well, that's one reason. Yeah. That's what we can do that whether they're blocking well or not, it seems like.
Yeah.
But when I saw Aaron Wilson tweet out that the Texans actually tinkered with the idea of starting Kendrick Green this week. Now, it's his report, so I don't have any information on that myself. But if you trust Aaron Wilson, and if we're being completely honest, not all of his reports lately have proved to be accurate. He said Nico Collins was going to be back, and then Nico Collins ended up on the IR.
Sure.
But he is around the team, and he did report this from sources. When I saw that they tinkered with Kendrick Green being the starter, and I thought to myself, what are we doing? Like, if you're already thinking about Kendrick Green, you're kind of already going down that road, you know? And the bigger question, the thing that nobody wants to jinx, is let's go back over C.J. Stroud's season thus far, especially in the last month.
Okay.
He came up limping this past week. I'm sure a lot of people noticed that.
Sure.
He's been beaten up several times.
Absolutely has.
I can't remember the exact game. I'm sure the text board will remind me. But another game recently sort of had to, kind of be helped up and not like he had, he got knocked loopy or anything, but just kind of had to gather himself because he was hurting. So let's just be honest. Forget the jinx stuff. If Kenyon Green gets blown up as he was, and the New York Jets, a very good defense, especially Quinnen Williams, who will be lined up directly in front of Kenyon Green.
Right.
And something happens to C.J. Stroud, then everybody is liable. Everybody, maybe not liable. That's not a good word. Everybody is going to get some blowback on that. Is going to get, why did it take you so long? Why were you so loyal? We talked about that.
Yeah.
To Kenyon Green. You were reportedly thinking of making a switch, and you didn't do it. And now C.J. Stroud, something happened to him. I'm not going to say the I word, but we all know what it is.
Yeah.
Like the reason that you do these things is that guy right there is your entire season. Like, it's one thing if Kenyon Green, or even Stephon Diggs, are out or either by benching or injury or whatever. That's something that you can maybe work around. Something happens to C.J. Stroud, it's over. Your season's over.
Correct.
So, I'm a little bit like, I don't know about this, guys. Probably should have at least made the move.
But here's the tough thing about it is, what's the move that you felt confident in to prevent that worst-case scenario that we're dancing around when it comes to C.J. Stroud? Because what they ultimately went to was Jared Patterson. Eventually, once they did, and he gets concussed. And, like, maybe that's just, like, poor luck, but that was the move that they had in their back pocket to make. And even with that, right, you listen to some of the people that really played this game.
Yeah.
And they'll point to the fact that Jared Patterson was fine. He was better than Kenyon Green, but I don't know that he was, like, great in that way. And obviously, if he would have been a great option, you probably would have wanted to have him there to begin with. And, I mean, do you feel great about the idea? Like, we talked about the possibility that, hey, man, maybe they were tinkering with Kendrick Green starting. Does that sound like something that is like gangbusters when it comes to a move in protection of so you know that you had great options is ultimately what I'm trying to get to here.
That sounds like a better option than Kenyon Green. And that's where we are with this. What did Sean tell us off air the other day? Sorry, Sean. I said, would you take, or you did, something for Kenyon Green. He said, I'd take a broom and just somebody out there with him. And here's the other part of this, Reggie. Like they did it last year. They adjusted at left guard last year. I mean, they have done it, whether it was, Jarrett Patterson, Titus Howard ended up playing there, and they made do at right tackle. Well, now you got a right tackle that you drafted high that has played already this year. In Eric Fisher. You got Nick Broker, who has played some guard. Yeah. He's played some guard. You have Kendrick Green, which, okay, maybe, the question is he really that better? He's not worse. He's not worse than Kenyon Green.
Yeah, at this point.
Yeah.
But I think also just you had a young guy in Kenyon Green that you had to start the season, right? Like going all the way back. You had a young guy in Kenyon Green that you used a high draft pick on, and I'd be lying rather to say that did not factor in. Still youthful, and you imagine, okay, what's the development curve on this? Like, can he continue to get better? And it didn't go that way, right? And so now I think also one of the things you look at is where are the points where it's easiest to make shifts? Bye weeks, like long weeks.
Yeah.
And so you might be coming up on the opportunity after this game where it makes it easier to make that shift.
Yeah.
But I don't know that you've had one thing, and you keep going back to the idea that maybe you pulled the trigger a little late. But they did try and pull the trigger on fixing it. You just had a real bad fortune with an injury immediately and thereafter. I think that after this Jets game, you were provided with the opportunity to make some moves, whether it's trade deadline or if you want to get into musical chairs, having that extended week is when you have a better situation. If you want to get into, all right, well, what are the other options that we have at guard?
Yeah.
After this game is where you get the opportunity to try those things, I think, or where you have a place where it makes the most sense to give those things a try with you having a really late.
You're not wrong, but again, like after this week, you have 10 days. After this week, you have trade deadline bearing down on you. Maybe you'll have a little more flexibility and time to get this done. But again, you tinkered with the idea reportedly this week. And so I'll go back to this old school. Let's just go old school risk reward. What is the risk of starting Kenyon Green in this game? And what is the reward of starting Kenyon Green in this game? The reward is he's passable, right? The risk is the worst case scenario. And I know where I would fall.
Familiarity as well.
Yeah, well, yeah. But I'm saying in terms of like, okay, he's passable. Or the risk is we're putting the franchise in trouble back there. We saw it this past Sunday.
Yeah.
He was in trouble. He came up limping. It was largely Kenyon Green that was getting blown up. So the whole risk reward to me is very simple. I would rather, avoid the risk, than maybe have the reward of, okay, he was all right.
Yeah, I hate to talk about the offensive line of your team like this, but in some ways it feels like this is devolved in, I guess in some ways you look at it and you go, especially if you do not have something that you feel super confident about when it comes to immediately that you're plugging in and you know what you're getting, it might be better to go with, we know the ways in which Kenyon Green will play, whether that's good, bad, or indifferent, right? And I don't feel comfortable saying that. Like, I don't feel good saying this, right? I think we all saw that game against the Colts and acknowledged that was far from sufficient. Like, that was not good enough. But the fact of the matter is, I don't know that you have great options. But this did not feel like the right week. This did not feel like the week where you would have the opportunity to really test your options. I feel like next week.
But again, they thought so. They considered it reportedly.
But to what degree? Like, consider it. Yeah. You didn't even really have a solid practice opportunity to get any of this feel out. So, like, tinker with, I don't know if that's something that tells me a lot. Did they think about it for a little bit, and how much of that is we're considering all options when D'Amico said all options are on the table? as opposed to like really having the thought of he will start or he gets reps, whatever those reps are, like mental reps, walkthrough reps, or whatever. Like, what is the amount of tinkering? Because I can't imagine that you had much time, if at all, to actually give that a real look compared to the 10-day stretch that you'll have between this game tonight and the Lions game when they get here. Not this upcoming Sunday, but the Sunday.
I mean, we could be here tomorrow saying, heaven forbid, knock on wood, but saying, was it worth it? Was it worth it?
Oh, come on, man.
No, even if he's not injured. But if he just gets blown up and they lose, and CJ gets beat up again, was it worth it?
It is Thursday night football game, so yeah. I think maybe that's why they not making the change, because it's too soon.
Yeah.
Because how much time did they actually practice this week?
One and a half. Yeah.
Yeah. So maybe it was too much to try to go through a whole new, adding a whole new person in there.
And that's ultimately where I feel like this is. This is not. It's a really unfortunate time for all these things to come up. And, yeah, the idea that, hey, man, move Titus to left guard and, put Blake Fisher at right tackle.
That's a lot of musical chairs.
It is a lot of musical chairs, but that feels like probably, as much as that's a lot, that feels like maybe the ones where you get the most guys that have some level of comfort in the game. But, again, you have a short week to do that. So, like, all of the answers that you go to, or, like, the proposed answers, it all feels like it's a lot to undertake in 1 week. It feels like, as much as I hate to say it, like their best option might be just rolling Kenyon Green back out there, and I don't feel any good about that.
I will say this: they do have longer time off after this Thursday night game.
Yeah, that's what he was saying.
So it's going to be a lot of time to reflect and get stuff together into next Sunday night.
I just like, man, if I'm Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans, I mean, it's gonna fall squarely on me.
Yeah,
it's gonna fall. And again, not even talking about the worst case scenario, the I word. Just talking about humiliated again. C.J. Stroud gets beat up again, and you lose. Like, what were you doing? Why'd you do this?
Yeah, I do think the unfortunate thing about this is they got the Thursday one. If it was like Sunday, if it was a regular Sunday noon game, and that give you time to put somebody else there and run with this offensive line, but you literally had like 1 day.
Yeah, 3 days sooner of a game than if you had a Sunday game. I think
that's the unfortunate part in that scheduling.
It limits your opportunity. And yes, I understand, right? Kendrick has been in the system before, but like throwing Kendrick into this place this year, like every year has a level of distinction and difference in it. And again, I'll go back to the fact that they didn't feel like Kendrick, being the guy on the depth chart that's immediately behind Kenyon Green, isn't the one that they turn to in the moment where they decided
they do get reps.
Yeah, they
even before this week, they maybe even Titus. I don't know. I'm not at those practices, but like they get reps at different positions. They get backups, get reps. Whether it's Broker or Kendrick Green or before Patterson, like they do get reps. It's not like I've never done this before. Now you want me to play on Thursday?
No, I hear
you. Know what I mean?
Yeah, but how many games have you played this year though? Like, or run with this same squad? I mean, I know it sounds easy to just put somebody in there because they've been here for a year or two.
Yeah.
But this ain't really like Madden where you could just plug somebody in there and let's go. I think they need some time to like rep with that person.
Yeah.
And rep with that line.
So the name of the game is, hey man, just get through it. This definitely feels
this is a definitely get through a week,
like a get through a game. But yeah, that the worst case scenario has now been discussed. Thanks for that, Lopez. But now we can move on and focus on the Jet game in a way that I think is more positive, I imagine. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping, including the World Series finally being over. We'll talk about that and more next.
Happy Halloween parties, everyone.
It's game day. And we're hosting a special Thirsty Thursday watch party with our friends at Bud Light.
I'm not scared.
Come to the Buffalo Wild Wings in Spring to hang out and watch the matchup against New York with Reggie Atatula from In the Loop. Great wings, cold drinks, and prizes on site. The party starts at 6:30. We'll see you there.
Houston's sports leader.
search for the best grills at the best price. It's Texas Star Grill Shop.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, we're getting into what's popping here, but the Kendrick Green conversation and the ways in which this team goes about handling it going into this Jets game tonight. The possibilities continued on the text line on the 5-hour energy fan line during the break. Someone bringing up the idea that they threw him to the Wolves against T.J. Watt and the Steelers last year after he'd been here for a shorter time. So they're not buying the idea of necessarily being a short week or any of those things. It just feels like there is an acknowledgement, especially when you see Patterson selected to go in at guard before him. This feels like an acknowledgement of something that from the coaches that get to see him consistently, that maybe they still feel more comfortable with Kenyon Green, which is, that feels like an indictment, but that feels like something that they are able to make better than I would from this play.
Well, it does speak to that. You're not wrong, but they thought about it, as we talked about. They thought about doing it now. Maybe it was just for whatever reason they didn't. Yeah. But the other part of it is we all acknowledge that Kenyon Green, if he gets blown up on the first series, second series, he's coming out.
Sure.
He's out.
Short. He's going to have. I'd imagine he has to have a short leash.
If you think you're going to do it, and you thought about doing it before the game, you're going to do it if he gets blown up again. So.
But it's a get through it, and I think also one of the things that we didn't talk about in that is there feels like there's going to be a good amount of responsibility put on Bobby Slowick to kind of minimize some of that. It's crazy seeing all of the different costumes that are happening around somebody with a shovel walking through the hallway, throwing you off.
They're bringing a shovel to the place.
Just shovels walking around. Not something I thought I'd see, but hey, man, it's Halloween.
Yeah.
Speaking of, let's get into what's popping. I don't actually that segue doesn't make any sense. But
you were shook.
Definitely shook. As it looked like Garrett Cole was at one point during the course of the World Series Game 5 that ultimately has the Dodgers win. And so 7-6 was the final. Dodgers win the World Series. And they pull off the largest comeback in a World Series game in this game because they had a 5-0 deficit. And in that, was that fifth? Correct?
Fifth inning.
After Garrett Cole had been pitching so well, they load up the bases with some errors. And then Garrett Cole lost that game, right? Or who
Cole
lost? Was it Cole? Was it Boone? Was it Aaron Judge?
Yeah, Garrett Cole gonna get the blame.
Yeah.
But Aaron Judge dropped that fly ball.
Yeah.
That started it all, man.
I think Garrett Cole is absolutely deserving of the blame because it's the oldest thing in the book. Just a little hustle, baby. Just a little hustle getting to first base. 5 unearned runs end up scoring. And the Yankees. Here's the other thing. All these Astros fans, I don't want either team to win. I hate them both. You were a little happy, weren't you? Weren't you a little happy that it ended like this?
Well, especially with Cashman very recently doing that thing, talking about 2017. But also, like, the Dodgers do a good amount of talk about 2017. They win this, they got to shut up about it, right?
They would have
20 and didn't stop them, but this was like they got the full experience. They can shut up now, right?
I think they should. I don't think they will. I don't think they will. But Garrett Cole was a representative of himself on that ground ball to the right side of the field and didn't get the ball.
I see what you did.
Yeah. He looks awful, and he's getting destroyed in New York. Look, I don't think they were going to win the series anyway.
No,
they would have had
put themselves in a tough spot.
They would have had a shot if Garrett Cole would have followed it through. But, man.
In their brains, they definitely thought they had a chance. Being 5-0, like being up 5-0.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, he did a lot of good pitching right before that play that he did not cover first and allowed the inning to continue. That was the first runs that scored on that, or first run rather that scored on that. And then thereafter, Cole seemed to lose his composure, just had to throw a lot of pitches in that inning, which also wears on you. But just before that, he had a fantastic strikeout of the batter before. Was that Shohei on the batter before?
I think he struck out when the bases loaded, right? Yeah, because he had the bases loaded, he struck out.
Yeah,
I have to go back to the box score of it, but like the batter before the first run comes across, like a fantastic at bat for Garrett Cole. Looked like he was dealing.
Yeah. I want to say I guess he had a no hitter, didn't he? I think he had a no-hitter, at least around the fourth.
No, I don't think it was a no-hitter. I'd have to go back again myself.
I know he was money.
Mm-hmm. He was definitely money.
Yeah, he struck out Shohei before, and then you get Mookie Betts single, and now you're off to the races there. But the Dodgers bat around in that inning, and just it wears on him to the point where he still go 6-1. But at that point, they let the Dodgers back in, and the Dodgers went ahead and closed the door. Freddie Freeman,
Shohei got his ring.
MVP. Shohei gets his ring, so Lopez is the happiest man on
Say it,
earth.
Let's
go Dodgers! But yeah, Aaron Judge also got a lot of flack from a lot of people, including our very own Adam Spillane, saying that, hey man, you just need to let Garrett Cole continue to cook. At that point, just let him keep going, right? But yeah, we're done. We're finally done with the series that everybody kind of seemed to hate, with two teams that nobody likes around here. And you gotta hope that at least the Dodgers will shut up. And I guess the tough thing about it on the negative side of it, first of all, let's be happy. The Yankees lose and you get to enjoy those tears. But the negative side of it is I do think, as we mentioned earlier, that this might give them extra juice, as if they already seem to have some interest, but this might give them extra juice in the Alex Bregman sweepstakes.
The Yankees for sure. Dodgers now have 2 world championships, even though the question on the 2020 was the COVID year. But the Astros kind of have a question on their first one too, a little bit.
But my question would be, how much y'all pay for it?
Yeah, exactly.
What's y'all payroll looking like?
Mm-hmm. Well, I don't think
y'all paid all that money for that.
And that's
finally,
and that's why Dave Roberts needed it, because my goodness, they've given him everything in the world. He had to make sure.
Yeah, he spent like $1 billion on those players.
But of course, the most important part of this game. And this comes from Adam on the YouTube. I bet B. Scott had a good night. And that's the most important thing. That's the thing that we
That's right, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Man, I saw him walking funny.
Yeah, well, all right.
Oh, wait a minute. Walking funny or walking like George Jefferson?
Yeah, moving on up to the east side. Another thing, the Rockets are playing tonight. So, we have 2 Houston teams going tonight. They're playing against the Mavericks in Dallas tonight. They're not getting no love, right?
They are getting zero love.
They're not going to get no love in this one.
I check the score on my phone. That's about it.
That's as far as you're going?
Yeah,
we
during
had
the commercial break.
We had the discussion because, Reggie, you're going to be out at the watch party.
Yeah, watch party at the Buffalo Wild Wings in spring.
Are they even going to show the Rockets there?
And that's the thing is, you'd think with all the TVs that happen at a sports bar that it would be on.
But it's the Texans.
And I don't think so. I think it'll be all the TVs flipped to the Texans game. I sincerely believe that.
I think you're right. But, hey, it's a long season for the Rockets.
I'll be like, hey, excuse me, can you put that small TV on the Rockets for me, please?
The one that the
one
that's
at
in
the table, corner. The little 12-inch at
that's
the table.
I thought you were talking about the one that the waiters have to put their order in on.
Yeah. Some of them have the little tables, the little TVs. Yeah, exactly.
But Jalen Green has been really good early on. Apparently, there are only 4 players in history to have, or there's only 3 players rather, to exceed his 115 points and 19 threes through the first 4 games of the season, which is Steph Curry, who has somehow done it 4 times, Luka Doncic, to Kemba Walker. Right, top 10 also in defensive field goal percentage allowed. He's as a primary defender. Jalen Green has been fantastic in this.
Let's have a
little bit of struggles.
But you pointed this out. And I don't quite know if it's meaningful or not, but it's something. There was some pictures, I guess a picture online of a recent game in which he had a big
Grizzlies game on Friday.
Had a big ice pack wrapped his entire waist and a big ice pack on his lower back.
Or it could have been a heat pack. I have no idea.
Well, it could have been. But big men with lower back, maybe that's part of the reason he hasn't quite been what we've seen in the past. Maybe we're going to find out, and we will. That they can start meshing together, he and Jalen Green, a little better. By the way, shout out to Adam Spillane, baseball spo, basketball spo. Really good piece on SportsRadio610.com about some of these things that we're talking about.
Yeah, so check that out. Spo always doing a good job there. Plus B. Scott as well, the H-Town Hoops podcast is one to check out as well. So yeah, no, that'll be interesting. They'll have a little bit of a challenge, but again, as a lot of people have detailed, there's a lot of ways to go on the basketball season, and it's still very early, even for the things that we've talked about.
You'll be
whether
forgiven.
It's Jalen Green's great hot start with great offense and some defense. Like there's still a question of, all right, sustain this now for us. And then Alperen Sengun, everybody has rough spots. It might have just been that his rough spot started the season.
And Reed Shepherd's development, which has been somewhat slow to start the year, but again, Game 5. Yeah, Game 5. So long way to go.
Yeah. Some other things that are popping. I do want to circle back around. Will Anderson Jr., AFC Defensive Player of the Month. It feels like that had opportunity to get awards this season on a season long.
Nico got it. You got a special teams from two, right?
Two of
from
them.
Kaimi Fairbairn.
When he was the entirety of the offense.
You got two from Kaimi Fairbairn. You got Nico was
Joe Mixon.
Mixon was one, and Will Anderson. That's 5. That says something. That says something right there about how they're playing, largely on the defensive side. Well, I guess not. Joe Mixon.
No, you haven't. Yeah. So.
Yeah.
Hopefully have an opportunity to get another one tonight against the Jets. I don't know. This one feels like it's going to be relatively low scoring, though.
Yeah, for sure. I don't even know what the over-under is, but I would take the under based on how. And by the way, we talked about this. How Bobby Slowick is going to play this game. A lot of runs, a lot of play action, a lot of time eaten off that clock.
42.5, and that could also be another one of those things that helps when it comes to the interior of your offensive line, not necessarily giving you the best outcomes and the best efforts necessarily thus far this season. Maybe more of a game possession kind of way of going about things would be helpful tonight. All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Obviously, you have the Texans versus the Jets tonight, 7:15. You'll hear that right here on Sports Radio 610. I'll be out at the Buffalo Wild Wings in spring with the watch party there, so come out and say what's up. And you'll also have an opportunity to win a Nico Collins signed football, and Bud Light's giving away 2 tickets to the Detroit game as well. So if you don't like me enough, I'm sure you like the Texans enough to come out and say what's up.
Magic word.
That's right. Tickets and a signed football. You want to see
Sunday night football.
Yes, sir.
Football next 3 games. So tonight.
Last time it was amazing. That last time they played Sunday night.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, and somebody texted in, are we including Mixon's angry run from Kyle Brandt? I was not, but you know what? I need to do better about keeping up with the Kyle Brandt angry run, and that he has gotten that accolade as well, depending on how you feel about the accolade. All right, coming up next, is there anything that you absolutely must see above the Texans just getting a win tonight? Because I actually think I'm fine with just the W. I'll tell you why next.
We finally have word on Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. You got John Lopez, Figgy, Reginald Atatula hanging out with you. A lot of fun happening up here at the Sports Radio 610 studios in Odyssey in Houston, where the Halloween party apparently there's a lot of fun being had.
There was some lip syncing happening.
Yeah, man. And Sean Pendergast doing a lot of work. I mean, he has a full day ahead of him as come 4:15, he's back at work again, getting you ready for Texans and Jets right here on Sports Radio 610.
And on top of that, he's emceeing the Halloween party.
That's right. It's not like I did anything else like a 4-hour show before. Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Payne and
or has a
Pendergast.
4-hour show tomorrow morning.
And that's right. And he'll be there.
I don't feel sorry for him. You sign up for this, pal.
Oh, okay. That turned very quickly.
Signed the contract.
That's right. It's in the contract.
That turned very
You signed the contract.
Very quickly. Reminder, I'll be out at Buffalo Wild Wings this spring watching this game for the watch party. So come out, hang out. If you want to say what's up to me, and I appreciate that, but I know you probably want to come and see if you can win a Nico Collins signed football or a couple of tickets provided by Bud Light to the Detroit game.
Go see Reggie.
So, yeah, come out to the Buffalo Wild Wings this spring. But we can also talk about this because I want to know if there is anything that you absolutely have to see in this game above just getting a W. Let us know on the 5-Hour Energy Fam line. 5-Hour Energy, the official energy shot of Sports Radio 610 and football superfans. That number is 713-572-4610. And the reason why I asked this is because I was sitting with myself and I said, Self? Mm-hmm. Myself said, And I was like, Self, I think that I'm good with just a win. Right? Like I am typically the guy. I've gotten to the point where I'm the guy who's like, look, man, the win is cool, but I also need to see the process there. Yeah. I need to see the things that you can use to be able to say that there's going to and predict that there's future progress or future success.
Correct.
In line for you, right? If you are playing good football, in theory, that means that you will continue to play good football, and that would lead to more wins as opposed to just we're sneaking out by the skin of our teeth or what have you, right?
Mm-hmm.
This time, I'm good with just a win, and there's multiple reasons for that. One of those is it's a short week, right? This is a short week, and you're on the road on this short week. And typically in those circumstances, the road team is already having an uphill battle, right? So if the game looks sloppy, I don't think that you can just say that it's because the team is not playing well. You would easily factor in the fact that they've only had a practice and a half, right? The fact that they are also having to make the trip up there, which they did yesterday, right? The fact that all of those things are happening, there's not as much recovery time. All of those things are compounding factors on this. For that alone, I'm already in a place where I'm like, fine, process. I'll get over it if you get a W.
Look, you're the radio version of Nick Caserio. He always says and always has said process over results. So you're kind of bucking that in this case, and I get it, and I don't entirely disagree, but I disagree. There is something I want to see tonight, and that's validation, because it's not just about tonight as we talk about process. I want to see some validation of Tank Dell, like actually being the guy, because Stephon Diggs is not walking through that door the rest of the year. You can't say, well, he got dinged up, he's going to miss this game, and then he'll be back. Nico Collins is coming back, but you still need like that other guy that's going to be able to, exploit teams and can play at a very, very high level. Not Xavier Hutchinson, not John Mechie, maybe not even Robert Woods. So you need Tank Dell. He showed us a little bit in this past game against the Colts. I want a little validation tonight. I want to see a little bit of more of what we saw.
And that's another reason why I'm actually cool with just the W. You do have a shortened pass catching core, right? You have a lot, right? This was a team that came into the season with a deep core, but Nico Collins, as we know, on IR, and then of course Stephon Diggs lost for the season with the ACL tear in his right knee, right? I will admit, right, I am one of those guys that has said that I don't think that you need to go and trade for a wide receiver. Now, of course, we're seeing some of these wide receivers can be got for a pretty good price, and if you're getting it for cheap, might as well, man. A sale is a sale. But,
I don't need it, but I sure would like it.
Regardless of if you ultimately get something done or not, one of the things that gives me solace if you don't get something done is that Nico Collins is there. Well, this game, Nico Collins isn't.
Right.
It would just be, as far as like the guys that you view, I don't know exactly how to say, like as the top line kind of wide receiver guys, it would just be Tank Dell, right? and then Dalton Schultz, however you feel about him. And I still think Mechie and Hutchinson, as Stephon Diggs also is in that place. We're ready to see these young guys. Those guys are going to get involved. But I think that there is probably, if you are inclined to look at a defense and say they're going to take away something and then see what else is there, this is the game where you're best situated to do that. And I like the wide receiving core, even without Stephon Diggs, if you have Nico Collins. I'm willing to acknowledge the idea that it'll be a more of an uphill slog because you don't have Nico Collins to also complement what you're doing here, and there's a possibility that they're going to make it really, really hard on Tank.
Yeah, I feel like if Tank Dell doesn't show something like we saw against the Colts, then we're going to be wondering tomorrow. I keep thinking like this is Friday and they're playing Sunday. But we're going to be wondering tomorrow, all right, did he not regress, but is he going to be what we thought he was? Because part of your argument on the receiving thing is they've got a ton of depth. They got players that are proven. They have Tank Dell and all the ones I just mentioned. Well, if he doesn't show us like once Nico comes back, they're going to have that 1-2 punch. Yeah. Then who knows? I think everybody, and we're getting some texts already here and there, is saying Kenyon Green. I mean, that's a given.
And that's the thing, is that's the third thing for me where I'm like, I would love to see the process, but you know what? I'll be fine with just a W. The clear offensive line issue, not just with Kenyon Green. Kenyon Green represents the very obvious one, but the interior of this offensive line has not been incredible either. Mm-hmm. And it feels like they're going to need to address Kenyon Green in that left guard spot. But what we talked about just not too long ago, it feels like they don't have a lot at their disposal right at this moment, right? Over the course of the next week and a half, heading into the Lions game on Sunday Night Football, I think that you have more time, whether it's addressing it by getting on the phone and getting somebody in at the trade deadline, or doing musical chairs, or inserting Kendrick Green or Jarrett Patterson if he is back from concussion, and giving them an opportunity to fully integrate. Right? Maybe those are the answers, but I think that you get a better opportunity at addressing that over the time period. Mm-hmm. Again, coming back to it being a short week, I feel like you did not have a lot of opportunities, and so this will have to be addressed either through sheer power of will, and then also some clever play calling and smart protective play calling from the play caller and Bobby Slowick, or just kind of hope that everything gets over well. Yeah, that
again, I get your point, and I don't think it's a bad one. Just get the dub and come home, and let's see what happens in the off week. But I kind of don't want to see. I don't want to have any more discussions about is Bobby really getting the job done? Yeah. Because he adjusted last week. The game plan was, I know it was a close game and all that, but the game plan was better in terms of protecting C.J. Stroud, getting the ball out, using the tight end, adjusting once Steph went out. I don't want to have this same discussion tomorrow about, did Bobby really make the most of what was in front of him yesterday?
Sure.
Yeah.
I think that's fair. I don't know if I absolutely need it, but it would go a long way.
Yeah.
That absolutely would go a long way. Some other things that have come in on the 5-Hour Energy fan line from the 832. I need to see a win in over 20.5 points for my bank account. Okay, that's fair. I understand you needing that in particular. That makes sense. Let's see some other ones that have come in. Somebody said that they need to see the running game continue to improve against a better defensive line in the Jets. I think that's fair, but I also then still come back to the interior offensive line and something that I think there will be some level of addressing of that in the future. But yeah, it would be great to see that continue. And I guess one of the things that you may be able to say that you need to see is the fact that, or the idea that Joe Mixon can continue to get it done by hook or by crook, whether there's offensive line blocking or not, because that is one of those things that we've kind of come to accept that, all right, Joe Mixon is just going to make something happen. Mm-hmm. And I don't know if that's a reasonable, if you're just talking about ideas,
he'll cover them.
He'll just cover them. He'll just keep covering the hole that's there, right? We'll just keep papering over it, right? Yeah. I don't know if that's something that you should assume, but if he continues to do it, then you can feel more comfortable about assuming that going forward.
And the only thing I want to see from Joe Mixon is walking off the field at the end of the game, happy and healthy, because this is kind of to your point. The running game should get better. Should, emphasis on that word, after this week. I still don't know. I don't think anybody really knows much about Dameon Pierce, but they keep trotting him out there as the second back. Obviously Dare has a role that he's been excelling at. J.J. Taylor got called up. You gotta have Joe Mixon just staying angry, happy, and healthy.
Somebody said they put their money on Hutchinson. I Well, I hope to see it as well. Like, he seems to have come up big. They seem to believe in him as a team, as a unit. And so I believe it. What I'm saying is I don't need to see it in this game to still have some level of faith in those things. You give me a W, and I think I'll be a happy camper on the other side.
Let me ask you this. Do you need to see anything in particular out of C.J. Stroud? Well, that came up on the text board as well.
Ooh.
I think there's something that's a fair question.
I think that I would like to see C.J. Stroud continue to make like really good decisions, because that's one of the tough things about getting heated up, which, look, you can't deny it at this point as much as we want to talk about his ability to escape all these things. Defenses are getting pressure on him at a high rate. When you get heated up as a quarterback, you are prone to making bad decisions because your time to make those decisions is lessened and those types of things. If he continues to make good decisions, getting the ball out, maybe not placing when a blitz comes, right, hitting your hot routes, which he's talked about as well when he talked to the media, those types of things, if you continue to do those things, I feel great. And like in his second year, right, there's always talk about the idea of a sophomore slump, and he's already been put into that elite caliber of quarterback where you expect those things. Just the confirmation that he's doing that on a consistent level, even in the adverse times, would go a far way, especially understanding that he's having to carry more of the load because of the slip in the offense.
It's kind of weird with C.J. Stroud because I actually I'm on the other side on that. I just want to see him make the plays that he's made and continue to make those plays just to win the game. Because you really don't worry about C.J. Stroud other than making sure that he doesn't get beat up. And I feel like he's going to be able to do it on this big stage. And the big stage itself with the Jets, what I want to see is just get through New York, get through the short week, kind of what you're talking about, just win. But I do want to see Tank Dell show us something. I do want to see Bobby Slowick show us that it wasn't a fluke last week.
Some other things that have come in, CJ using his legs more. Okay, I can see that, especially there's going to be some opportunities too. Can he do that to add another wrinkle to what the defenses have to account for? I like what you're doing there. From the 346, want to see Bobby S. call a game that confuses the hell out of the Jets and the Lions the week after. Okay, or the week after next, I guess, the way that they went with that. Need to see the Texans be 7-2 by the end of the night. Bingo.
You're getting a lot of love on that.
I'm absolutely there with you, man. There's a lot of people that I think are in the same boat. All of this has been focused offensively, and I think it's fair. Some people that they don't want to see, or they want to see the defense limit, if not completely kind of get rid of deep shots over the top of them, right?
Yeah.
I think that is fair. It seems like I have a lot of belief in this defense to do this. I don't know if maybe it's just being a prisoner of the moment, of the recency bias that is there when it comes to the safeties playing well, and then Kamari Lassiter being back and playing through the hands of the wide receivers a few times on Sunday. But yeah, if they can continue to limit that and then just continue to get pressure, I feel great about this.
You know what's funny about that is I have no worries about this defense anymore. Again, if you weren't listening earlier, Will Anderson, Defensive Player of the Month in the AFC.
That's right.
So I really don't have any. But let's be honest now. The injury report, while it was largely good, still no Al-Shire. The 3 players that are out, 4 players that are out.
Jimmy Ward's missing his 4th straight game.
Is out. And then, of course, the other on offense, Jared Patterson and Damian Pierce. But no Al-Shire, no Jimmy Ward. That's the middle of the field, man. And so, yeah, I get it, but I'm really not worried about the defense too much. This is a team that wins with defense.
Yeah, but they're also they can give up some yardage to the wide receivers, and I mean the Jets have a few of those. So I think that's a fair thing to comment on. But I'm with you, Lopez. I don't have concerns about this defense.
Yeah.
I think I've locked in on the idea that this is one of the high level defenses. I hesitate to use the E word, right? But it feels like they have the possibility of being that, particularly when they're all the way healthy and they're adding turnovers to it, right? We started the season talking about the possibility of being a turnover defense. If you can consistently not be the best decision maker, and if you can heat him up the way that this defensive line seems to be able to, maybe you should be able to come across with a turnover or two. In fact,
I'm just blown away. You talk about the one texter said it just needs over 20.5 points. I'm really blown away that the Jets are still favored in this game. I thought that line would move. Is it 2 now? They're favored by 2, I believe, 1.5 or 2 points.
That was the last time I saw it.
The Jets are a mess. Aaron Rodgers is not the same player. They've been scuffling everywhere. It's bizarre. If you're the betting, I've got it at +2. Yeah, I got it. I got it. Texans +2.
Which it feels like what? Let me know, folks that are actually doing this gambling thing for real. What has home field kind of moved to 2.5?
People say kind of 2.5, 3. So basically, a pick 'em. It shouldn't even be a pick 'em. They're 2-6.
Yeah, and I wonder how
Texans are 6-2.
Yeah, but I mean, again, this is what I've talked about process-wise all the way through. Is if you look at the process offensively and with the injuries that they've dealt with, I think it's fair to have some criticism of this team. It just feels like
I think that's just New York money.
That possibly is.
I think that's just New York money and people not fully believing in what they're seeing from the Texans.
Yeah, don't need to see giving Aaron Rodgers time to turn back the hands of time as well against them. Okay, I think that's fair as well. But yeah. I appreciate all of you fine folks. Oh, and then another one comes in that I think is fair on the YouTube from Joson. Tight ends need to step up. I think I probably do need to see the tight ends factor in, particularly Dalton Schultz. We saw some of that on Sunday. And note the hiccup that you had early in the season was just that, a hiccup and not a large concern. That actually would make me feel good.
Yeah, Dalton, kind of like Tank Dell, flashed a little more against the Colts. Let's keep that going. That's a fair point.
Yeah, ultimately, again, I think my stance still remains. I don't need to see much in this game besides the Texans getting a victory.
Just win,
the Texans
baby.
having more points when the whistle blows at the end of this one tonight. That's all. I
Just
need.
win.
All I need is Sean and Clint on the postgame show talking about a victory. They can say whatever else in there. Talk about a victory for the Texans.
We'll get to that later.
Reginald Atatula on a Friday in the Loop will be happy. All right, you're in the Loop right now on a Thursday, Halloween Thursday, and a Texans Gameday Thursday right here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you hanging out with us. Coming up next, it's time for us to get into our lunchtime confessions. We'll do that next.
The Drive is live. a new way to experience Houston's sports leader. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, brought to you by Sagamore Spirit Rye Whiskey.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Man, this stinks. I feel bad for Craig Biggio. Halloween.
What happened?
I feel bad. It's going to be a very interesting, uncomfortable Thanksgiving this year in the Biggio household.
Uh-oh.
How many years did Biggio play Major League Baseball?
That's a lot of them.
20 years.
Oh, okay, so 2 decades. Cool.
Which is exactly 10 fewer games, 10 fewer than the games Kevin Biggio played for the Dodgers this year.
Oh, Kevin played for the Dodgers, huh?
30 games. Kevin Biggio played for the Dodgers. He got a World Series ring.
That's right.
In 30 games that Biggio couldn't do in 20 years.
Dang. And this is why rings culture is stupid.
Oh, my gosh. I feel so bad for you. And you know Kevin's gonna bring that up.
I mean,
is he?
You should, absolutely.
Absolutely.
At least once, just fun, right? Like if there's one thing that, especially when you're both adults, like once you reach an adult age, you don't like kind of ribbing your pops a little bit?
Oh my gosh, 30 games. He ended the season. Was it? I forget where he ended the season, but he was only playing for the Dodgers 30 games. Gets a World Series ring.
Still counts.
Still counts.
Man. I do wonder if certain players
he's better. He's better.
Count the rings up.
How many rings he got?
Count the rings.
Kevin Biggio for the Hall of Fame, anyone?
That's real sick. That's real sick behavior.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So it is Halloween, and if you're looking at us on YouTube or Twitch, YouTube is Sports Radio 610, Twitch is 610 Houston. You'll see that John is a.
Are you ready for me to be a pirate?
Not anymore. Figgy Fig is the best dressed of us all here.
He really is.
He is coming in as Heath Ledger's Joker, which is perfect. It is just perfect.
My son texted me. I sent him the picture that you tweeted, and he says, Figgy just crushes everything when it comes to like dressing up and stuff.
He's very good at it. Yeah, somebody said Craig will just wear his jacket. Very good. But
okay.
I think for me, and if you're not looking at me, I am dressed up as Questlove, the drummer from the Roots, and I think he's also the house band leader for the Jimmy Fallon show, if that's a better way to get to it for you. And I'm just happy that people have recognized who I am, because I'm not gonna lie, I put this together in a few hours, but I won't say that I gave minimal effort, but I didn't give maximum effort. I'll say that definitively.
I mean, you bought drumsticks.
I did buy drumsticks, and I got some glasses that were not going to hurt my eyes because I have good vision. I don't say that as a flex, just a fact. But it reminds me why I don't typically do this, because I was driving all over Houston yesterday, searched for various things to put this very simple outfit together, and I was like, I guess if you plan ahead, you just order all this stuff online. But actually going out there and doing it, I was like, oh, okay, I don't want to do this anymore.
Party Center Party City was a mess.
Did you go?
Yeah, I had to go get the white makeup and all that stuff. I'm glad they had it, because everything, them shelves was clear.
Oh, man. Why would you go on?
Yeah, why would you go the day up?
Before.
Yeah.
Hey, some of us don't plan ahead, okay?
Yeah. No, clear.
So I salute to all the people that, one, think to plan ahead, and two, managed to get all that done, because I did that yesterday, and I was like, this is why I don't do this.
Yeah.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I felt like a complete jackass driving in to work today, dressed up like this. Man, and honestly, like, I forget I'm all dressed up, so I'm driving, listening to music, just going, stop at a light, people staring at me. I was just like, it's Halloween. It's Halloween. So I almost decided to come up here and then get dressed, but I wasn't sure with the makeup stuff. So the wifey helped me out with the makeup and all that stuff. She
kudos to her, by the way.
Yeah, she got me right.
Yeah.
And I ain't want to just walk in there in the regular clothes like this. So I'm like, screw it. I'm going to just go all in.
Yeah. Dude, it's so funny you say that. On the way into work today, I had to drop off 2 orders of OG sauce, and so I stopped at UPS. and I walk in as a pirate, and they played along. They were laughing, and one of them said, "Are we safe?" And all this other stuff. But yeah, I'm walking across the parking lot dressed as a pirate with 2 boxes of OG sauce to put in the UPS.
I feel like you got to know what time it is on Halloween that people are going to be dressed up.
But it's just funny that because it kind of catch people all because there's a lot of people that don't partake in Halloween.
100%.
Yeah.
So when I walked in the building, I was the only one with a costume.
Yeah.
So I just walked in, and the security guard just dropped his head and started laughing.
Yeah.
That's the beauty of me coming as somebody who is pretty nondescript in some ways.
Yeah.
Why is that guy carrying drumsticks in the poster? Hey, why is that guy dressed as a pirate?
Yeah.
Like, do he have a pick in his head for real, or is that a costume?
That's old school.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one was free $99 for this outfit. That one stays at the house. The fist pick.
That's a real pick.
That's right.
Yeah, exactly.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I'm a little worried and maybe a little sad right now. Hopefully it changes for the kids. It's always about the kids. You got to think of the kids, right?
Think about the children.
Dude, it's raining a lot.
It is. I hadn't thought about that. But yeah.
They were showing the weather over there over by the break room.
Yeah.
All I see is red, green, and
red. It's like a kid will go trick or treating if it's drizzling or even maybe a little rain. But this is storms. Hopefully everybody's fine out there. But like I was thinking, on the list of things that will ruin a kid, bad weather on Halloween, number 1. I mean, I know Christmas, obviously is big and all that, but you get dressed up, you're all good. You start asking about going trick or treating at 4:00, and then your mom's like, no, we got to wait till it gets a little darker, and then the storm hits.
Yeah.
Ah, man, there is nothing.
I feel like it always rain on Halloween too.
Nothing worse than rain on Halloween for these kids. That's awful.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I got by nostalgia yesterday.
You did?
I got by nostalgia. While I was out and about trying to put together this very simple Questlove costume, I was like, man, I'm hungry. And I was like, you know what I haven't had in a while? Hey, make that some time. James Coney Island. Are you familiar?
Good call. Yeah. Oh, heck yeah.
Heck yeah. It feels like they used to be
Chicago?
Everywhere. I didn't even go that far, man. I just got
the regular old Coney.
Just some regular old Coneys, man. And I was like, look, man, you felt like they used to be everywhere when I was a kid in Houston. And I remember we used to get like the little coupons at school.
Oh yeah.
And stuff. And so I was out there and I was like, I need to get this. And I got it and I was like, those are hot dogs.
They're hot dogs.
I was like, this is fine.
Yeah.
Why was this such a big part of my imagination as a kid? I guess it's just because of nostalgia, man.
It's the logo. It's it's just kind of cool to go when you're a kid. Yeah. But now, I love. We go out and eat hot dogs sometimes. That place on the on Heights or Yale or one of those. Like we go there a lot.
But it's got to be a real fancy one. Like going out and buying hot dogs. I don't kind of feel unless it's like at a game or at a really dressed up hot dog.
Yeah.
Like going and buying hot dogs feels kind of, I'm not gonna lie, feels a little wasteful.
Yeah.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I don't know if it's because I'm in character and I'm just feel like I'm sick in the brain right now. But I was driving in today, and often, I told y'all yesterday how I took the scenic view.
Yeah.
Where I could see some stuff, and I stay close to a lot of factories, old factories and stuff like that. My brain just went all the way into a whole nother world where I'm like, I wonder how many of these factories and old buildings are drug fronts.
Oh, wow. Now, you really getting into the part.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because as I'm driving all that stuff and you see boxes in the back, I'm like, I wonder if it's drugs in those, man. Like, is it like a drug house and all that stuff? And then I really got to thinking, like, how many of these businesses around here is just kind of like drug fronts? Because I rode past like a tire shop, and I was just like, man, they probably got the drugs in the back, and they put the dope in the tires and shipped them out. I think I watched too much TV, man.
Yeah,
that was my whole thought. Yeah,
it's real chaotic, man.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like some of them might be drug fronts, man.
I mean,
maybe
statistically, there's probably a non-0% chance that all of them are not drug fronts. But I feel like
non-zero, yeah.
And then as I start driving more, I see those big old trucks, them 18-wheelers.
Yeah.
I'm like, man, it's probably a lot of dope on the back of that.
Hey, they're going to be changing all the stores tonight, straight to Christmas stuff.
You got some big villain energy today, man.
I know. That's why I feel like I'm a character.
Yeah, Ta-da! Yeah, What are you going to do with that pencil?
I can make it disappear.
One of the all-time great scenes.
It really is.
One of the all-time great scenes.
It really is. Yeah, we good here? Everybody good?
I'm good.
All right. There you go. Our lunchtime confessions
Think
on
of
this
the kids.
Halloween. Think of the children.
Yeah.
Somebody said, though, that the kids can go trick-or-treat at the mall when the weather's bad. Do they be doing that? That's real nice.
I think a lot of people, too, I think they do that trunk or treat. And,
Yeah.
And they do event centers where you can go.
Yeah,
that's
but
that's not the same.
you've been planning all week.
Yeah.
Go trick-or-treat.
I know some OGs that still like to go to.
By the way, also, someone on the text board said Craig Biggio has 2 World Series rings. Not as a player.
Okay.
Not as a player.
Yeah, he's still the same, though, right?
No,
it's
it
still the
does
same
not.
ring.
No, it
it's
doesn't
still
feel
the same.
It
He's a champion still.
Oh, he's a champ. Not as a player. Kevin's going to rub
Well,
it in.
Kevin's not a champ as a executive
I don't
or
think he cares.
manager.
I don't think he cares.
Yeah, I feel like they both feel the same amount of ownership of those rings at this point, to be completely fair. And then appreciation from the 936 who sent us a text that simply reads, where did it go? I lost it as soon as I went to read it. That's crazy. But they said that they were having, having some carne al pastor tacos, by the way, for lunch. I don't think that was actually intended for us, but thank you for texting that in. Let us know what you're eating on this Halloween.
Now you're in our head.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm trying to get. Although I will be eating some wings later today. I'll be at Buffalo Wild Wings in spring.
That's right.
For the Thursday night football game that happens to involve your Houston Texans. Come out and enjoy the watch party at Buffalo Wild Wings in spring. Have a chance to win a Nico Collins signed football and, courtesy of Bud Light, a couple of tickets to the Detroit game. So, yeah, come out and see me. I have it on good authority that you might get an appearance from Tyler Milner, too. So,
yeah.
That's possible.
Okay.
He'll give you some bets.
And then if he doesn't come out, that's his fault, not mine.
He gonna come through with the shot tray.
Oh, buddy.
Better watch out.
Oh, he brings it, man.
Well, you know what? It's a game day. That's fine.
Yeah.
It'd be like that sometimes.
He gonna look around, point at shot.
Shot. All right, coming up next, let's get into buy or sell.
Yeah, man.
We'll do that and see who we buy and who we sell on what they're talking about. We'll do that next.
Yep, D&M Auto Leasing right now, and
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with Johnny Attula.
Happy Halloween to everybody out there listening. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. A couple of candy bars have made their way into the studio with the good pirate John Lopez.
Got a little $100, got a little Twix.
Okay, very good. Figgy Fig, dressed today as Heath Ledger's Joker. What candy you been partaking in?
Man, everything, man. I had some Nerds. I had Snickers. I was all over the place. I ain't gonna lie.
Very good. I'm Reginald Attitula, dressed as Amir Questlove Thompson today, and I've had Nerds and a Snickers thus far, and I'm about to go search for some more once we get done with this particular segment. But before I get to my candy, what we got to do is do a little buy or sell.
Yeah, man. Well, let's go. Let you tell me, buy or sell. A lot of stuff happening this week. Let's start with the most recent one and one of the biggest topics for tonight's game, and that is Kenyon Green. D'Amico Ryans, Figgy, get in on this?
Sorry, before you even get there,
yeah.
On the 5-Hour Energy fan line, 713-572-4610, we get a text that comes in that says, Lopez looks like he works at a pirate-themed restaurant.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah.
100%.
I always think about that episode of Fresh Prince where Will had the job as at a restaurant.
Or Fast Times at Ridgemont High with the big hat.
I'm gonna be honest.
Didn't see it?
Reference didn't hit me.
Really?
I mean, I am familiar with the television show that is Fast Times, or not
the movie
rather, Fast Times at Ridgemont High, but I don't believe that I've seen it.
Yeah, no, this is actually how I go fishing. Make sure other people don't get on my fishing spot. Hey, it's a pirate over there. I don't want to fish over there. Okay, so D'Amico Ryans said that Kenyon Green is, quote, ready to roll it better. Is D'Amico being honest here? Buying or selling? That's a tough one.
I think I'm buying it. I think there's no way he can be worse than last week. So technically, he probably will be better.
Believe that?
He's ready to roll. What you're doing there.
Maybe he's gonna take him out in the third quarter. Bench him in the third or fourth quarter.
Yeah, I just can't shake the answer that we had earlier in the week, where D'Amico's asked about Kenyon, and he is. It sounds like, I'm not gonna say definitively that he is, but it sounds like he is just searching for the good things to say here. I feel like D'Amico is operating in the place where he typically does, where positivity and just find the nice things to say and roll with that.
Yeah.
But I'm selling this, man. I think we've seen Kenyon Green play to a place where he was absolutely untenable on the field, and I don't know exactly what changes in the course of the 4 days between last week and today. I think that he plays out of necessity, not because he's necessarily the best option that you have.
I'm selling it because I do believe D'Amico is hopeful. Like, he's always hopeful. He's just such a positive guy. But if they were already kind of floating the idea of Kendrick Green and all, they know that it ain't going to happen. So I'm selling as well.
Or maybe I do say that he's the best option. I just don't know that you have a much better option. Is ultimately what I was trying to get
tonight.
Tonight in particular.
Yes. All right. Are you buying or selling? Garrett Cole made the dumbest play in the World Series this year. One that you could argue kept them from playing on Friday. In L.A. Instead, they're at home. Cole said on the ball that was hit to the right side that he just kind of gave up going to first base. He said that he just took a bad angle.
Yeah, I think I took a bad angle to the ball. I wasn't sure really off the bat how hard he hit it. I took a direct angle to it as if to cut it off because I just didn't know how hard he hit it. And, by the time the ball got by me, I was not in a position to cover first. So, neither of us were, based on the spin of the baseball and him having to secure it and just a bad read off the bat. So,
dude is talking about bad reads and spin off the ball and took a bad angle. You buying or you selling?
No, I'm selling that.
I'm selling too.
Now, he did take a bad angle.
Yeah.
I will say that. But, man, the pitcher's fielding practice.
Yeah.
Right? Like, this is something that there are some managers and some baseball guys that are actually not. He just didn't go.
No,
I'm watching
that's what
again.
I'm saying.
Like, he definitely just quit because one thing I was vividly remembering.
He could have gotten the ball.
But in watching it one more time, he's pointing to first base to the first baseman like, you cover it. Like, you got it.
You got this, don't you?
Yeah. Nah, man.
It's just the World Series.
Cover the bag. This is part of your responsibility. You are not just up there to pitch. This is the where we have seen the games in a lot of places kind of shrinking, where people feel like, nah, this is only my responsibility. Now you got more stuff.
Yeah, that's the worst way to go out, man.
Oh, man.
Like, the World Series, you lost the World Series, and people coming to you over that play.
You just meant pitcher's fielding practice. Those 3 letters are ingrained in these guys' heads from
PFP.
literally the first day of spring training. They go PFP, pitcher's fielding PFP, and they do it during the course of the year. Like before games, during batting practice, a lot of times the pitchers that aren't pitching are going through PFP. The dude didn't hustle.
What a time to get lazy, though.
He didn't hustle.
Back against – and the thing that's really frustrating, right, is that, hey, man, you had been pitching well. Now, you had some situations where your defense failed you, fair enough.
Yeah.
But you've been pitching really well. You cheated yourself in the moment.
Yes.
Right? Like,
in the World Series.
I imagine that there were some youth coaches that felt real happy. I was about to use some colorful imagery that's not necessary, but got real excited about the possibility. Oh, here we go, opportunity to coach off of this, because that's absolutely
all year long.
That's absolutely one that you can show. Like, hey, look at all the good work that he did, and because he did not cover, you went and lost the game.
Yeah, in the World Series.
Nasty business.
I am selling. All right, we all remember what Mike Elko said after their big win against LSU last Saturday. He said, "This program is real. I don't talk fast, et cetera, et cetera." Well, the next day, or maybe 2 days, he said, quote, "I want to make sure everybody knows that I was not talking about anybody directly," that anybody being Jimbo Fisher. You buying?
No, I am selling that. I am selling that. I think that he was definitely now, I think it could have been kind of an amalgamation of a few dudes, because this is recruiting. He was recruiting, right?
Yeah.
ABC always be recruiting. But I think that there are guys that he's thinking about and obviously trying to distinguish his program from other ones. But Jimbo falls right in there, right? Like he's also trying to distinguish this program as it exists right now from what it had been prior. Like A&M had gotten to a point where people were laughing at him behind the Jimbo thing. He wants them to realize that it's a serious program, and some of that is that. I know that he did not want it to be explicit because, Jimbo's been good to him, but the fact of the matter is you was talking about him even if you were trying not to.
Yeah, I'm selling that too. It's probably word on the street that, what he said, the fast talking politician and all that stuff, that's probably what people are saying.
Exactly.
And he was like, no, this ain't that.
Yeah.
Like, it's probably no disrespect to him personally. But word on the street is that's somebody that I guess a lot of people got by him.
Yeah.
So he's saying this ain't that.
Not only am I selling it, I kind of wish he hadn't said this. Because what his message really is, talk about Creighton, is this ain't the old A&M. And the old A&M was Jimbo, the fast-talking politician. So I kind of regret that he even said this, but I guess he had to.
People business, man. People business.
Yeah. All right. So buying or selling. Sean Payton got challenged by, who was the Panthers player that challenged him for running up the score?
I forgot who.
Anyway, he got challenged for running up the score. And he said, quote, "We're not trying to run up the score on anyone. It's the National Football League. I've been in games with a 28-point lead in the fourth quarter and lost, so we're just trying to finish."
Can I buy the spirit of this even if I don't sell it? I agree. Like, I kind of sell it. Hey, man, sometimes you run it up. But I buy the spirit of it. It's like, hey, man, we're not leaving nothing a chance.
Yeah.
Dance on their graves, but dance on their graves to get the.
So you're selling. I'm selling too. Figure I'm going to get yours here in a second, because I always go back, and it always reminds me to my favorite Barry Switzer quote when he was putting half 100 on everybody back in the day. He said, "I can't coach your team too." I love that quote.
And this should have been one of my confessions. This is a late confession. I feel like we've lost the fun coaches, man. The coaches with personality in these things.
I can't coach your squad too, man.
That especially happens at and apparently it's with Joe Horn's son.
Okay.
But yeah,
JC, is it JC Horn?
Yeah, JC Horn. I was trying to remember. I was like, CJ, that's not right, but it's JC Horn. But yeah, man, especially in the college ranks where the coaches matter a lot and their personality basically becomes the tenor of the program. We done lost the interesting coaches in sports, and I kind of hate it.
Yeah, I'm selling it too, man. Hey, just own up to it. Just own up to it. Hey, we trying to run up the score, man.
Say what Barry Switzer said.
Yeah.
Can't coach your squad?
Yeah, stop us then. Stop. If it's that big of a deal, stop us.
Also, you the Panthers, man. Like,
yeah, exactly.
At this point, you just got to eat that until y'all can come up and stop people from doing that.
Yeah. Couple more for you here. You buying or you selling?
Swelling.
Maybe you're swelling. I don't know.
Did you start going swashbuckling there because of the pirate get up?
You're getting swole. So we all know about the Dwayne Wade statue.
Correct.
And it's all over the internet with all kinds of memes and GIFs and pictures and Photoshops, etc. Dwayne Wade actually said, it doesn't need to look like me. It's the artistic version of a moment that has seen me. He said the image on the statue does not need to look like him.
I'm actually going back and forth here because I mean, the immediate answer is sell, right? Like it should. That's the whole point. There's a lot of time and effort and money put into this.
Yeah.
But I think for Dwayne in that particular place, just as long as it got that 3 on there, like I was watching a video of like kind of a man on the street and they're talking to various people in Miami and he means something special there.
Oh, big time.
Right? Like he's just he is the singular vision when you think of Miami basketball. And so like that no matter what, whether it looks like him or not, they love him down there. So I think there is some truth in that. But not
you're buying?
Yeah, you know what? I'll buy it.
I'm selling it. I mean, I think what he is saying, he have a point, but it gotta look like you though. Yeah. Like that means you can that means he could have made anything then at that point. But no, it like at some point in his deep down in his heart, I'm sure he's like, man, this don't look nothing like me.
Just a big lightning bolt. Yeah, that's Dwayne Wade's statue.
I was with him in spirit. I got his point, kind of like both of you guys said. But he said, the thing that got me says, you know, a moment that happened that we're trying to cement. Well, I want that moment cemented with a good likeness of me. You know?
Yeah, so, you could tell he was doing that. Yeah. Everybody has gotten a gift.
Yeah.
That you're trying to be happy because you like the person that gave you the gift, and the gift itself clearly took some effort, but it's not something that you actually like.
Yeah.
All the videos of Dwayne Wade looking at the original unveiling is one that's like,
that's quite what I
but
thought.
he appreciates the sentiment.
Yeah, yeah. All right, got another one for you here, and also as it relates close to the Texans, Shane Steichen was speaking on the Anthony Richardson thing, and he said that tapping out, that Anthony Richardson, you know, tapping out of the Texans game because he was tired, quote, had nothing to do with him getting benched.
I actually buy that. I mean, there's plenty of stuff to bench Anthony Richardson on.
No, I kind of buy that too. I feel like that was the moment where they say, yes, we can make that change now without, you know, a big controversy.
Hell, we were on the press box saying, hey, man, when are they going to put Flacco in? And like there was people legitimately lamenting the idea that possibly Flacco could get in because there's a clear understanding that he would be better at getting wins. And ultimately, Shane Steichen has come out and said that the move that he's made is because he thinks that Flacco gives him the best chance to win. I don't think anybody would disagree with that. And so I don't think that the idea of tapping out factors in. Now, that's something that Anthony Richardson definitely has to work on, and he said as much that it's something that he has to grow from. But, yeah, when it comes to benching, that feels like you could do that straight off the play.
Yeah, I'm buying it too, but I will add, I think it made it a little easier.
Yeah,
I think it's like, okay, nobody's going to really say, what are you doing? This guy, and because I think outside looking in, fans and media and such, they're like, that dude tapped out.
That's kind of like finding somebody, if it's somebody you see you want to fire them, and you have nothing to fire them for, and they give you something to fire them for. Like, all right, perfect.
Thank you. No, look, I am buying it. I think he was contemplating benching him in the first half for whatever reason they didn't, but no, I think it's just the people criticizing him and the decision is a lot easier now.
Yeah. All right, a little buy or sell on a Thursday, except it's a Texans Thursday as we gear up for Texans Jets Thursday night football at MetLife Stadium. Pregame starts at 4:15 with Sean and Seth. They return for the second time on the airwaves on this day. All right, coming up next, let's get ourselves ready for that game with a little Texans win because, Texans lose because. Let's break down the reasons why or why not the Texans leave the Meadowlands with a victory tonight. 713-572-4610 is the 5-Hour Energy fan line. Get active. We'll talk about it next.
Happy Halloween parties, everyone.
Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Happy Halloween to everybody out there on this Texans Game Day Thursday. I appreciate you hanging out with us. You're in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Figgy Fig, Reggie Atatula hanging out with you. Gearing up to hand it off to The Drive, a truncated version of that show as they're getting ready to we're all getting ready.
Yeah, we are.
For Texans Jets on Thursday night, MetLife Stadium on a Halloween. Those fine fellas will get you going in about an hour. But before we get there, let's figure out what we're looking at with this game. Texans win because Texas lose because Texas will determine whether or not the Texans get a victory in this particular matchup. And Lopez, what for you are you looking at when it comes to wins versus losses in this one?
All right, so the obvious one, we could almost all say it together. That Kenyon Green doesn't get blown up consistently and cause severe issues. So we can almost set that one aside.
Yeah, Texas lose because of interior pressure.
Yes, exactly. And how good the interior pressure is for the Jets. So I think we can all agree on that one. I saw something today that I went, oh, Lord, let's see how this plays out. And so I think the Texans win because they buck the odds. They buck the trend of the crew that's going to call today's game. Sometimes that doesn't matter. Sometimes it matters a lot. So Sean Hughley is calling tonight's game. He's the referee. He and his crew are calling tonight's game. They are number 2 in the league in terms of officiating, calling illegal formations. Almost 53% of the penalties that they have called land in 2 categories: false start and offensive holding.
Oh, no, I don't like the way that sounds. We've gotten rid of these.
We thought we did. That's what I'm saying. They bucked the trend but Hughley's crew has a case here. I mean, is a factor.
Sure, absolutely.
The last game that Hughley's crew called of the Texans? 5 false starts, 2 illegal formations, roughing the passer in a 34-7 loss to the Vikings.
So the loss itself, obviously, not on the refs, but that particular
5 false starts.
There's a lot of those. And one of the things that I was worrying about, I guess silently in some ways, with Kenyon Green is, do you see him try and overcompensate and knowing that he's getting beat? And start grabbing.
Better not do it with Hughley's crew.
Right, and that's the thing is I can understand even in that place, just logically, if you're like, man, I just know I'm on my last legs. I've already been benched at one point. There's already these jokers on the radio trying to get me out of here, right? And I got to make sure, not just for the jokers on the radio, but just for the guys on the team, right? Because CJ has talked about it, right? Nobody, I think also it was one of the things D'Amico said, nobody feels worse about this than Kenyon. And I don't doubt that one bit.
Sure.
And if you're in your mind and you're like, man, I just got to get this done, right? By hook or by crook. Well, that hook and crook is holding.
Yeah.
And I really, you brought up some worries that I did not fully realize earlier.
I follow the NFL ref stats and all that stuff on Twitter, and normally I just kind of look at it and go, okay, whatever, scroll right through it. 69% of Hughley's calls are on the offense. 69% of the penalties that they call are on the offense, largely holding and false starts and illegal formation. Okay.
Well, let me immediately counteract some of that. I don't want to say it's negativity because it's not like you did that, right?
I'm saying they got to buck the trend here.
They absolutely do. I think Texans win because they get the ball out early. So some of that is the genesis of some of that is obviously mitigating some of the interior pressure that clearly has been there. Quentin Williams is one being an opposite Kenyon Green or whoever else on the interior, because it's not like Shaq Mason has been stellar in this game. Drew Scruggs, we saw him got put into the lap of one of C.J. Stroud last week as well. So, it feels weird saying last week when it's 4 days ago. But we've seen that happen in the interior. Getting the ball out is obviously will help negate some of that, but also and Next Gen Stats letting us know that the Jets have missed 88 tackles this season, which is tied for the 4th most in the NFL. Sauce Gardner, one of those guys, chief among them. Get the ball out to these guys in space. Now, the tough thing about it is Bobby Slowick's fascination with some of these wide receiver screens has kind of had some of your wide receivers on the perimeter, and then Laramie Tunsil at times getting out there and trying to block in space, and it hasn't quite worked out.
Yeah.
But if they could find a way to get the ball to these playmakers in actual space as opposed to getting the ball and then immediately being tackled, these guys on the other side for the Jets have missed tackles. Maybe you can get chunk plays simply getting the ball to your playmakers in space and letting them work.
Before we go on to other win because, lose because, are you with me on this? Like, normally I'm like, okay, a lot of these stats are just, game to game, but I get it. There are trends. This one kind of hit me a little different because it is false starts and elite.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm with you. Like, that's what I was saying. It's like it started getting me to a point where I was like, oh, goodness, that's a concern that I had not really fully gotten to the place of feeling, because I did have the passing thought, as I mentioned, the idea that, hey, does Kenyon Green then overcompensate and then try and really grab? And if he does get to that place, it does seem like there's more likelihood of maybe that flag, that yellow, hitting the field.
Other one for me, Tank Dell. Back it up, man. It was a nice effort. You stepped up when Stephon went down. Let's back it up and go ahead and get in the end zone again, because this is something that, by the way, that jump into the stands was pretty funny. He was asking for help from C.J. Stroud. Hey, get me down! Hey, help me get down!
But it looked real cool. It looked like, that was one of those things where you could tell, even if the numbers didn't look right, it felt like he was in that space.
Oh, he definitely was. But
jumping up, like you could see the energy, like the feelings that were emanating. The vibes
just didn't plan the landing accordingly.
Hey, man, we'll figure that out.
Hey, CJ, help me out here. No, Tank. Tank, they will win if Tank can back it up.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think I feel you there. And, again, I was pointing to quietly some of the things that we've talked about, which is Sauce Gardner allowing career high in receptions over expected, target EPA, completion percentage, like career highs. Yards per reception, we talked about that earlier in the week. There's a lot of ways in which he is not playing at the same level as he had prior.
Yeah.
Right? And not to say that he is a bad cornerback, but he is no longer, at least in this year, one of those guys that you go lock down and that you can't throw over there. I think that there's a possibility. So it'd be also even more special if you have Tank taking advantage of that as well. On the text line from the 281, Texans win because good chemistry between the core of receivers that played with CJ last year. That's from Larry and Humble. You buying that? The idea that, hey, man,
that's kind of what I'm hoping for.
You have
with
the comfort
Tank.
of Tank and Hutchinson, and I mean, Mechie doesn't quite connect up pretty late for like a 27-yard grab as well. Like, you think that chemistry immediately locks right back in from the jump?
Now, I do have a lose because, we're just being fair here.
Sure.
And I think the Texans lose because maybe that Jets defense, which despite some of the warts that you just laid out and some of the issues that maybe Sauce Gardner has, is still pretty dang good against the pass. Maybe they just load up on Joe Mixon. Maybe they just, those defensive tackles, they've got to be feeling pretty good about their chances against the interior of the Texans' offensive line. Maybe they load up the box and try to stop Joe Mixon because, Joe Mixon is it in terms of proven running backs in this game.
Yeah, but one of the things that probably isn't going to help, C.J. Mosley not playing in this one. That's a big-time linebacker for them. In addition to Elijah Vera-Tucker not playing, Allen Lazard, wide receiver, not playing in this, Ashton Davis, Tony Adams. Like, they have a group of guys that aren't playing in this one, but maybe they do. But also, from the 832, Texans win if Joe Mixon gets over 100 yards and a touchdown.
I agree.
Let me tell you that's a good thing. Joe Mixon, in all the games that he has started and finished for your Texans thus far this season, has crossed the century mark.
Yeah.
So that feels like a given. And is there can I break it down to the individual logic of why it happens? No, I cannot. But it just seems to happen, right? And so I am willing to ride off of those vibes that it's just going to be Joe Mixon doing Joe Mixon things.
Yeah, but again, it ties in with what my worry is. If you're the Jets and you have some level of confidence that the Texans without Nico and Stephon aren't going to really smoke you in the passing game, despite C.J. Stroud on that run, you're loading up. The player to stop if you're the Jets, if you're Robert Saleh, is Joe Mixon.
You're probably right.
Right?
You're probably right in that regard. Let's see. Another one that comes in on the text line. Texans win because from the 713. The D-line suffocates Aaron Rodgers. Yeah, that's a dude who has taken a lot more pressure and has made some poor decisions this year that are not comparable to the Aaron Rodgers that you kind of typically conjure up when you think of Aaron Rodgers as quarterback. And so it's not to this level, but I've almost kind of thought about it akin to Jordan Love. When you play the Packers, where you go, that he'll throw it up there if you get him pressure. Yeah. He hasn't moved as well, and that's one of the things that he had previously been, pretty good at, is that the athleticism that he used. Hey, Will Anderson, Player of the Month, AFC defensive. Danielle Hunter, hey, Tim Settle get involved here, right? Like all these guys. Go ahead and make his life hell because you might be able to also add into turnovers on this, which will help a long way.
Yeah, I said Robert Saleh. I didn't mean Robert Saleh-Uchi or what's his name?
Obrecht?
Obrecht.
Jeff Obrecht. Which that might be a Texas win because that man has made some kind of surprising decisions that you kind of understand from an interim who has not had any level of play responsibility or game management responsibility. They had, we mentioned, they were the first team or like the second team in like a decade or so, if not longer, to use all 3 timeouts in the first quarter. Like they could make some wild decisions, and not having that steady hand at the wheel might be something that's to the detriment.
I feel like Nathaniel Hackett is called.
Well, Nathaniel Hackett, he's not the play caller offensively anymore. Isn't that down?
Is he?
So he's not the play caller, but he might be involved.
Using those 3 timeouts sound a little Nathaniel Hackett.
Now that's true. But to your point, you mentioned Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson. I think because Aaron Rodgers isn't moving around as much, because he's trying to get the ball into places that he normally, he's missing receivers. I think Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson. They might be the biggest difference makers defensively, and that's directly with Aaron Rodgers.
713 Texans have to protect CJ from Reddick and Quinnen Williams if they want to win. Better Chip Hassan or Max protect to his side. Yeah, the Texans lose because that defensive line, which funny enough, I feel like on both of these teams the tip of the spear is indeed the defensive line. That's the way that I'm doing it, and it feels like if you let that defensive line can get after you. That also is a defensive line that generates pressure. Don't let them do that, right? If they're able to generate pressure, they might be able to really throw a wrench in the entirety of this operation for this Texas team on the road.
Yeah, no, I think it's all about which defense gets it done on the other side, and you know what? The Jets definitely have to be feeling pretty good with the 2 receivers out and that inside of the Texans offensive line having so many issues.
You want to help somebody with some fantasy here, seeing as you're Mr. Fantasy Football Man?
Well, I'm really not, but okay. Sure.
All right. I just coined you Mr. Fantasy Football Man, so if you get it wrong, it's all on you. 281. Should I sit CJ or Sam Darnold versus the Colts?
Oh no, CJ he'll get at least a couple touches, right?
You think so?
Yeah.
Sure about that?
No, but would you bet on Darnold or I get
Darnold play?
I get the Colts. So it's not a bad question because Darnold, the Vikings obviously
he's been pretty good this year. Yeah.
But boy, I still just trust CJ more. I just trust him more, even though Sam Darnold's probably having MVP type for him year. Yeah.
Okay. You have a prediction for this one?
I do. I was just going to say it actually. I think the guys are all talking about it's going to be a low scoring game. It's going to be a low scoring game. I don't disagree. The over under is 42.5. You said
42.5.
I think it's going to be right up against that. I think it's going to be like a 21. 17. Somewhere in there. Because you're going to have some big plays.
Yeah. I thought 23-17 myself.
Yeah.
Also, the Texans might win because they don't have really good kicking situation here.
Kaimi Fairbairn, there you go.
And compared to the Kaimi Fairbairn that you feel a lot more comfortable in. But yeah, the Jets dealing with they have a couple of kickers that they put on the practice squad, and I don't know which one they're activating. There might actually be news on that I need to double check on, but. Yeah, they've got a couple of guys they're going with here that they're pulling up, and none of them are like particularly great options. Although I did say that when the Packers had Mason, that's years back. Who did they pick up this year? McManus. There we go.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think 23-17 is where I go here. Tight game, but a victory, and ultimately.
So we're all on the same page.
I've established myself on this.
But that's 3 touchdowns.
And I'll try and. I think there might be some field goals in it. I've established myself on this to where I think that I'm in a place where, and I hope that I can actually live up to this. I don't really need to see anything but a win.
Yeah.
I'll find a way to be okay with everything that I see if they can get out of New York with a victory, bring it back, and get themselves that 10-day week before leading up to the Lions.
Yeah. No, I think what we've established here is the defenses are a big play, and we started the show with this. Crazy things always happen on Halloween. the defenses are going to actually ultimately dictate who wins this game. Whether it's what the Jets can do inside, what the Texans can do on the edges, how the secondary plays with the Texans, some backups in there, and the Jets with some guys that they've only have 2 interceptions all year. So the defense is going to do something to win the game. We just don't know which defense.
Some other things that came in on the text line: 346 Texans win if CJ spreads the ball all over the field. Some people are leaning towards the idea that actually more of a run game, more of a ball possession game. Mm-hmm. So that's an interesting perspective. And then listeners helping the listeners here from the 281. They say sit CJ for Sam this week. Sam, Vikings are going to kill the Colts.
Again, like I said, it's not a bad argument. Vikings are really good, trying to bounce back themselves. I just trust CJ more.
All right. YouTube. Halloween blowout by the Texans. 35-10 Texans, baby. Okay. I like it.
That would be amazing, man.
That would be. Look, that would make me feel better, right? Because I'm already in a place where I just need.
Boy, that would lead to all kinds of positive things. Because 35, that's a lot of offense.
Yeah.
So that means the offense got going.
Maybe, or there's defensive scores.
Yeah.
That's possible.
Stephon Diggs was the problem.
No, don't
he was the problem, guys.
That's the Joker makeup speaking right now. That's what's happening right there. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. We're gearing up as there's a video montage of the wild things that happen on Halloween, including Manu Ginobili swatting a bat out of midair on Halloween. We'll see if anything wild like that happens during the course of this game. What's never wild, or sometimes wild in various different ways, is Figgy's mixtape that's coming up next. Fig, what we got?
Yeah, man. So it's Halloween, and I got America's biggest fears, and plus I got a list of famous haunted places in Houston.
Haunted places in Houston, huh?
Yeah.
All right. Let's get a little spooky next.
We finally have word on Steph. aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
See this pen right here? I'm going to make it disappear.
You really getting into this one.
Ta-da!
Yeah.
He's scary. He's scary. You nailed it.
Are you keeping the whole costume on and doing trick? Letting the kids come by.
I thought, but you got
where I was going.
It's funny. It's funny you said that. By the way, it's Figgy Smith's tape on Sports Radio 610. It's funny you said that. I thought about just getting some candy last minute and just cutting the light on and just seeing that.
You should.
But man, had a situation earlier, man, that kind of tipped me off a little bit.
That's right.
So I think I mentioned this yesterday about the in Confessions about the homeless guy that knocked on the door pretty much. Well, he knocked on the door this morning.
Yeah, you got to do something.
And I'm like, all right, I'm over here on the Ring camera like, yo, Duke. Like, nah, that's it, man. Like, I ain't got nothing. I had to lie and say I was in the bed.
Yeah.
I'm like, nah, it's over, man.
Yeah.
like the gig is up, man.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I can't help you.
Good for you.
But
see, he ruined it for all the babies. The babies.
Ruined. But yeah, man, it's Halloween and I got some of the I guess America's biggest fears. So I want to start off real quick. What's y'all number one fear?
Ooh, that's a good one. I think I still have a fear of heights.
You do? Yeah, we mentioned this the other day.
I think I still have a fear of heights.
I don't per se have a fear of heights. I'll go up in buildings and look down and all that, but sometimes certain things, might get me. So it wouldn't be that. I would have to say, man, that's a tough one. My biggest fear, I'm deathly afraid of drowning. Because I'm always out in rough water and stuff like that. Because I'm an idiot and I go fishing even in rough water, that type of stuff.
Okay, so I'm gonna go through this list and it pretty much shows that I guess people fears, in different states. So the number one fear is death, and that's one of my fears.
Okay, fair enough.
I'm scared to die. I want to live forever.
Yeah.
But so that was the highest fear in 17 states, including Washington State, California, Nevada, Colorado, Texas, Minnesota, Ohio, New York, Tennessee, and Florida.
Okay.
Number two is Reggie's fear, which is heights.
Yeah.
So a lot of people scared of heights. Number three is snakes.
That one came in on the Twitch.
Yeah, a lot of people scared of snakes.
I do wonder how often do people actually run by snakes for that to be such a high fear?
You see them. I mean, if you're out and about a lot, I've seen a bunch of snakes here and there.
I think just society just makes snakes so scary.
Yes.
Like, you could put a snake on the TV, somebody holding a snake, and oh my God.
Yeah.
Somebody just walking around with a snake, it just seems so
Don't get me
scary.
wrong, I'm not a fan, but I'm not like deathly afraid of. I mean, because if you know what snake is what, you can kind of.
But see, some people
I'm not waiting around to figure out what snake is what.
See, some people are scared of like little garden snakes.
Yeah.
So, like my dad is scared of snakes.
No, I wouldn't.
I thought it was just a big old like a python or something like that, but a garden snake will set him off.
My wife is afraid of rats.
Oh,
well, yeah, we've definitely learned that. We've definitely learned that.
So what happened?
By the way, has Retribution hit yet? Okay.
No, and it's getting worse.
Is she still bringing it up?
No, she's not saying anything.
That's what's worse.
Man.
Yeah,
that's the worst.
All right, good.
Yeah, just punish me now. Just like a little kid. Just hit me on my arm. Just hit me. Don't tell nobody. Just hit me. Hit me back.
That's what I wish.
Hit me back.
Yeah.
Number 4. This one was kind of shocking to me. So, people are scared of enclosed spaces.
Yeah, people don't like that claustrophobia kind of comes in.
Yeah, that's kind of I can be that a little bit.
So this one is tied with another one, which is public speaking.
I've seen that before, and I don't get it. I mean, some people can do it. Some people are terrified of it.
Yeah, I was shocked to see that actually made the top 5 list. And by the way, ghosts and spirits was an option, and that didn't even make the list because I guess a lot of people are not really scared of ghosts or spirits.
Can I get a ghost take off right quick?
Yeah.
Why is it that in so much media, right, that ghosts are like have to haunt a particular house or whatever? You telling me exterior walls are a problem for them? Right? These ghosts can, but the exterior wall, like this ghost is destined to haunt this one particular hotel. I'm like, can't leave?
Well, haven't you seen the show Ghost?
I have not.
it explains that.
Does it?
It does explain that.
Is that the show that come on CBS?
Yeah.
The one that's always being advertised during
Yeah,
football?
yeah.
That's the
I'm
only
like,
reason
that
I know
show
about
look
that
corny.
show.
Is it good?
It is corny. I like the last season. My wife likes it, so I was watching it by default. It was okay. But it does explain why they can't leave certain homes.
But see, I look at ghosts. I don't know if y'all watch American Horror Story, but I kind of look at ghosts like that. Like if something happened in the house, then they're stuck.
Yeah.
And they can't really leave.
So then why are you afraid of them? They the ones that should be afraid. They can't go nowhere. They're prisoners.
They're gonna terrify you.
Free the ghost. Free my homie ghost. He ain't do nothing.
Yeah, so a couple things that I guess America is scared of.
That makes sense.
So I decided to kind of look up some I guess spooky haunted places in the city of Houston, because we used to, like back in Cleveland, it used to be a couple places that used to be like reportedly haunted and all this other stuff, and was built back in the 1700s, and it was a hospital, and it was a mad doctor who just killed everybody in them. Always these type of stories. So I decided to look up some places in Houston that's reportedly haunted. So I want to see if y'all actually attended this place or remember these places. The first one that came up on the list is Spaghetti Warehouse.
Haunted.
Really? This was the one downtown.
Because I think something else now, but the one downtown was by the old Chronicle where I worked, and we would go in there occasionally, and I would occasionally ask like some people that worked there and stuff, "Hey, I heard that this is this is haunted." Like every one of them, and I'm not a big believe in ghost guy. Well, I don't know, nobody does, but every person I spoke to at that restaurant was like, "Oh yeah, I saw this, and then I saw this, and then I saw that. This happened," and I'm like, "Really?" They swear
at the Spaghetti Warehouse.
At the Spaghetti Warehouse down, they swore it was haunted.
Yeah, another one that's on this list is I think it was right by the Spaghetti Warehouse, but LaCaffrey. Is it LaCaffrey?
LaCaffrey.
LaCarafe.
Oh, La Carafe.
La Carafe.
Yeah, no, yeah. I don't know about that one. I don't know about that one, but I know the Spaghetti Warehouse, like they swore by it.
Yeah, so I actually have a report on this. I did a little digging.
Oh, perfect.
And my good friend Ruben Dominguez did a story about these two haunted places. I want to say this was like 8 years ago, so I think the places were still up and running. But here is his report on these two places.
And one of the most famous and most haunted buildings in this area is La Carafe, a local bar that is very popular among the living and the dead. In this 140-year-old historic building, not all of the ghosts are invisible. One former employee who passed away decided to return and likes to make regular appearances. A few blocks north of the bar sits the Spaghetti Warehouse, widely considered to be one of the most haunted places in America.
Lots of things have happened in the building, between servers carrying trays and them flipping backwards.
Yeah.
And shoelaces sitting straight up while the server is out there handing out food and passing out plates and trays and stuff like that. We've had people running up and down the stairs after hours. We've had the music cut on. We've had the lights cut on. After you turn off the music, the lights come on. You turn the other side of the building, you turn off the lights. The music comes back on, which is on the other side of the building. All kinds of weird things happen in the building.
He says he's pretty sure that the ghosts are harmless, if not a little mischievous. But that doesn't mean he's not a little leery about what they'll do next.
I won't come in the building before 6 alone. I will come in with somebody else. And about midnight, I'm like, we got to go, guys. I don't like being in the building after this time.
Would y'all be able to work in a place like that, or go to a restaurant or a hotel or something like a haunted place?
Work? Absolutely not. It's already bad
I don't know.
It's already bad enough I'm working, right? And then you mess around and pass away, and now you still got to come to work. You hear the La Carafe that you got servers. Like, this is my thing. The person is gone, and they still got to come into work. That's a lot.
Yeah.
I don't like that.
So I'm gonna go down the rest of the list.
Wait, before you move on, from the 936, they said yes, the Spaghetti Warehouse was haunted for sure. My dad used to service their restaurant machines, and he would have to go to their cellar to take the elevator to turn off. The elevator turned off, and the lights would flicker. He would hear voices and feel stuff when it was still open.
Oh man, nah.
Yeah.
Nah.
Figgy, I'm telling you, like I'm talking 10, 12 times, same thing.
Nah, I believe that.
Believe it enough to stay away from it. Huh?
Yeah. Some other places on this list, the Hotel Galvez and Galveston. Yeah. I heard a bunch of stories about that. I forgot what room number it was. But it was a whole story. You can search it on YouTube and hear the whole story on how it became haunted and all that stuff. That was a little scary. What about the Jefferson Davis Hospital?
Near downtown. I walk by there occasionally, and I've heard not as much as I did with that, but just kind of in the neighborhood say, yeah, that they say that's haunted. You know, I don't know if it is, but that's the word on the street.
The Julia Idison building.
Mm-hmm.
I guess that's the part of the Houston Public Library.
Mm-hmm. The Night Watchman and his dog apparently haunt that.
The Hoomst?
Yeah.
The Night Watchman
and his dog haunt the Julia Idison building.
What about?
See, he's still at work. All these ghosts are having to work in the afterlife.
Just leave.
Can we get an ACLU for the undead?
Hey, can they retire?
Yeah, exactly.
Right, please.
I just want to
retire. Go up to heaven.
I just want to go across the street.
What about the Donnie Lynn Crypt?
I haven't heard of that one.
This one is located downtown near Buffalo Bayou.
Mm-hmm.
So,
and it's an actual crypt.
It's a burial site of a local family. It was reportedly moved in the 1920s due to flooding, and locals believe the disturbed spirits still linger.
Oh, because they got
y'all messed up my stuff.
Yeah, their house.
I'm gonna haunt you forever.
Exactly.
University was on this list.
Like the whole place?
Well, that's why they ain't won. That's why they haven't won 8 games. That's the issue.
They're having a coaching.
You see the haunting.
The head coach went missing.
Yeah, he sure did.
Man,
he sure did.
Damn shame what they did to that dog. So I guess founded on the land that was once a burial ground. I didn't know that part. Some buildings at Rice are rumored to be haunted. The Lovett Hall building in particular has reports of ghostly sightings and strange noises after dark.
Have you ever seen anything that you thought
paranormal?
Yeah, that might be something not from here.
Nah.
Yeah, I never experienced that.
Mm-hmm.
But
maybe it's because I have such progressive undead policies. I'm like, hey, free the homies. Stop making them work. You know what I mean? Let them go where they want to go. I don't know who is the bureaucracy of the ghosts.
Who do you go to?
Yeah, who is the bureaucracy of the ghosts?
Who's the manager that Karen wants to see?
Exactly. Who is forcing these ghosts into all these places that they clearly don't want to be?
I don't know. I'm in that place where speaking of which, I don't know if I believe in ghosts, but I don't think you're crazy if you do. I mean, I know there's weird stuff out there.
No, I definitely believe in some evil spirits.
No, I do believe in UFOs. I do believe in, that.
Okay.
Yeah.
You want to get into that portion of the Halloween?
No, I think there's just a lot of evidence.
Come on, let's go, man. Let's go down this YouTube rabbit hole, man.
A lot of evidence.
Somebody said another thing that's being haunted.
I'm sure that's probably haunted.
Okay.
Yeah.
There
That's it, man. Happy Halloween.
Happy Halloween. Do or don't. Well, actually, these places are largely closed at this point.
Yeah. I think the Spaghetti Warehouse. I seen there was one in Katy somewhere.
Yeah, but
that's not
the one
the same
that was
building.
haunted is still there. The building is still haunted.
Is it the building still there? I wasn't sure they tore the building down.
Turned it into something else. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay. So now we're getting all the haunted stories coming in. Although someone said that they worked in that Spaghetti Warehouse for 8 years and they did not see anything haunted.
So that's cap. That cap?
Seems like they might be selling them.
Or you might be the ghost.
Oh, wow. He's been dead for 10 years. All right, that's the mixtape. You get it every weekday at 1:20 right here on In the Loop. Coming up next, we get ready to hand off to our guys on the drive, Clint and Ron. We'll do that next.
The drive is live. Peak Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Thank you, Peggy.
Happy Halloween, everybody. Appreciate you hanging out with us. It's In the Loop right here on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, and again, if you're not watching on YouTube or Twitch, John Lopez is indeed dressed as a pirate. Figgy Fig, and I think he is winning costume of the day.
Yeah.
And his Heath outfit, and I am Reginald Atatula, or I guess Questlove in this instance, hanging out with you on this Texans game day. Texans facing off against the Jets tonight. Sports Radio 610, 7:15 is when the game starts. 4:15 is when Sean and Seth return to your airwaves and get you ready for this football game. We were talking a little bit earlier about, I don't actually remember what brought it up, but somebody texted in, or I think it might have been on the YouTube, in fact, and asked, I think I'd seen some news about there's a story online about the possibility of the Texans trading for Tyreek Hill.
Yeah.
And I haven't seen that from any place that I would deem reputable myself. However, just like as a thought experiment, would that be of any interest to you, Tyreek Hill? Because it sounds weird to say, but I think with the particular type of player that Tyreek Hill is, I'm not sure if Tyreek Hill makes sense for this roster.
Well, it does.
And that sounds like a stupid thing to say. Just really good wide receiver.
Yeah.
No, I don't know.
I don't know about old Tyreek Hill. I don't know if I want him. No.
He won't fit in this screen. He's not the screen fit.
Well, you make sure he does fit. No, I'm not all the way there. I don't know if it's a good trade. I kind of get your point, though, because it's like the money involved. Who's going to take up some salary? Is he, is it really what this team needs? All this other stuff. Look, I think you make room for Tyreek Hill if he's available. You're going to find a way to make room for him. But yeah, I get it. It might be a little weird.
346. I'll take him on a day that ends in Y. Fair enough.
Yeah.
I think if that did happen, you could probably find this play this last snap here.
Oh, yeah, you would absolutely.
Because even though I know he's on a 1-year deal, he's going to be a free agent, I do think it's a possibility he could come back here next year.
Yeah.
On another 1-year deal, another prove-it deal. But if that happened, I don't think Stephon Diggs would be back here.
I also think it might be tough to swing because I think it seems like if they were to trade them on the thing that I did see, I guess story, for lack of a better term, that I saw, the Dolphins would be wanting to do that in order to recoup draft capital. So I don't think this is like Deontay Johnson where you're just doing a basic pick swap. Like you'd be giving up something substantial now, of course.
But take him.
Some people are like, all right, fine, whatever.
Part of me is I just don't feel like it's even remotely realistic.
I don't.
For a number of reasons.
I don't think so
For
either.
a number of reasons.
But I was like, worth thinking about because obviously there's been a lot of conversation. I've kind of noticed this online in that I think Albert Breer of Sports Illustrated said that he did not think that the Texans would be involved in a trade. But then I saw CBS Sports looking at it, what they thought that the Texans would be involved in trading, particularly for a wide receiver. Now, obviously, it feels like they're definitely going to be looking at guard. But the pairing some of the kind of conversations that we've heard with also the idea that they did not have any communication with the Panthers on Deontay Johnson would kind of maybe lend me to believe that they're cool with what they've got and that they're standing pat.
It would. But, we had this discussion when it came to Kenyon Green, and Kendrick Green. Like, your point was, they know him, they see him, and they didn't have confidence. So, they clearly would need a guard. Well, the same thing is true at receiver. They know Tank, they know Mechie, they know Xavier Hutchinson. If they feel good with that, then they stay. But they may well make a deal if the same theory is in place here, is at work here, where they're like, yeah, we're not quite seeing it. We do need another receiver. Yeah.
Yeah, just wanted to kind of address that. Someone also asked us. As I guess we're now bet consultants. I personally would not take that by any stretch of the imagination. You don't want to get your betting advice from me personally. Yeah. But any time touchdown scores, Tank, Mixon, and Hall plus 1,200. Good bet.
Anytime. The odds are you're gonna have to pay for it. Put it that way. But I think anytime on either of those three guys.
All right.
All three of those guys. Yeah.
There you go. Pirate Lopez.
I'm a pirate.
There you go.
I feel like a pirate.
What does a pirate feel like?
I just putting this on. It makes me feel like a pirate.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I don't know what that quite means. It is Halloween on this on this day where you have a Thursday night game, Thursday night football, Texans Jets, and we were talking earlier in the show about how weird things tend to happen in sports on Halloween, maybe just because it's Halloween. And so, what are the weird things that you could anticipate or maybe would even want to see in this game? We've gotten a lot of fun feedback.
Yeah, we have, and we were just talking. Manu Ginobili grabbed a bat out of the air,
swatted it
mid-game on Halloween. The clock Derrick Rose happened on Halloween. Ben Roethlisberger, as a rookie, ended the Patriots' 21-game win streak on Halloween. 8 lateral kickoff return for a walk-off touchdown by the Miami Hurricanes. That was on Halloween. So what crazy would happen tonight would fit into that category? It all begins and ends with Kenyon Green, right? I mean,
again, yeah, Kenyon Green, and it's not just. Well, first of all, it feels like the offensive line completely staying clean with the refereeing or officiating crew that you have in this one would probably be a little bit of a strange situation, but. Yeah, man, so, odd turnovers, I think, were some of the things that we got into.
I'm feeling a safety myself.
Safety is what you're feeling.
A key safety, big man touchdown.
Big man touchdown feels like that would be one of those strange things that could happen. Someone earlier was talking about the idea of a streaker in this one.
Oh, wow.
Like kind of the outside of the line.
That's a good call.
That's a good call.
It's around election time, too. So
election time, Halloween, draw.
Oh, yeah. Like you're thinking even from not just like a streaker, but somebody pitching
trying to make a statement.
Making a statement with like a sign or something.
I can
see
that.
that.
Week somewhere, I think.
Did it really?
Yeah.
Completely missed that.
Yeah. So Kenyon Green must be, when he walks onto the field for the first time, he's going to be like those people say, you ever feel like someone's watching you? Yes, everyone is watching you.
Everybody.
All eyes going to be on the left guard.
You hope that does not make
all
him
11 defensive players.
Yeah, man. Like the Gus Bradley started treating him like the mark last week for sure. I was gonna say, you hope that doesn't make him press, but I don't know what's happening here, right?
Well, I don't know how it cannot. I mean, he normally goes about his business. Obviously, he's known, but it's not like he's a very well-known person. That you spot in the grocery store and people ask for your autograph. He's a big dude, relatively anonymous at left guard, and everyone's going to be watching him tonight. How can that not affect you?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
it just got to get the job done, right? Like that has been the message, and it just has to happen. And
every big play was made on this mother.
Somebody said guard, tackle, or center over Hill. Okay, and the idea of like trade, absolutely. I'm definitely in that place where the offensive lineman, particularly a guard, is my chief priority for the Texans in the trade deadline. Any other odd things that you could possibly?
John Mechie.
Mechie going off in particular.
4 or 5 catches.
Just 4 or 5?
What about
that's huge for him? He's got 4 for the season.
What about Mechie being leading the team in yards?
Yeah.
Now that would be Halloween.
Now we're talking. We're talking strange.
That would be very Halloween. How about J.J. Taylor?
Yeah, J.J. Taylor, who signed to the active roster to provide a level of depth behind Joe Mixon and Dare. Yeah, now that would be really weird if Joe Mixon wasn't the leading rusher. That would be one of the real strange situations that could happen on a Halloween game night.
The things that fit the profile, so to speak, are like a safety, a crucial safety, a punt return, a kick return that's key in the game, a big man touchdown. Some of it has that feel.
1 point point after touchdown return. Like one of those special team type things. How about block punt?
Block punt, punt return. It's Halloween, man. Everything's on the table, and crazy things happen.
Crazy things do indeed happen. Hopefully, the only thing that won't be too crazy, and the one thing that I hope happens is the Texans getting a victory in New York. They are 2-point underdogs in this one.
It's crazy.
It still feels really wild.
They're 2-6, man.
Yeah. The Jets are but they're really talented, even though that talent is seeming to play underneath what they should be capable of.
That's the bet you should just make. Just a regular old money line Texans.
Okay, you feel confident about that?
You're looking at 6-2 versus 2-6.
But this is why that's why they play it on the field, Lopez.
Aaron Rodgers is not
they play
the
it on the
guy.
field.
I get it. Hey, you don't have Steph. You don't have look. 2-6 and unraveling.
You hear this man doing his best, J.J. Watt?
Yeah.
I mean, come on, what are we doing? Money line, Texans, boom, let's do it.
Yeah, I don't know, Lopez. I'm not real confident about that money line bet.
Really?
I mean,
you're taking.
Hey! No, I mean, I'm just not. I'm damn sure not where you're at. I mean, I feel like the Texans can go win it, but I'm not where. I mean, you can't protect your quarterback. You're down your two best receivers.
Well, I'm not saying they're perfect.
Your third best receiver hasn't done anything all year long.
They'll play action their way out of it. Don't worry about it.
The matchups on that particular side of the ball are not in favor of the Texans. At their place. I don't. I mean,
can you who?
I really like Joe Mixon, but can Joe Mixon carry him through this defense?
Yes. I think that's what you have to rely on.
Yeah,
is counting on Joe Mixon to do
it. You may be higher on Joe than I am. And I thought I was at the top of that group.
Yeah.
All right, so, I don't know. It's
I think the reason conversation. It's almost as if the reason that the Texans are underdogs is because everybody's waiting for Kenyon Green to get blown up and all hell to break loose.
Well, it's not like the offense has been all that super consistent anyway.
But the defense has.
But yeah, that's the thing that you can go ahead and set your watch to.
And the Jets' offense is worse than the Texans' offense.
Well, I think even going beyond that, even through the two teams, generally the thought is it's a big disadvantage for a road team that has to travel on the short week that just played.
Mm-hmm.
Like before that, they on Thursday Night Football, the home team usually has, and what has shown over the years, has a huge advantage in terms of.
No, that's been proven.
That's in
the record.
That's before you even get to the teams.
Yeah.
So, fellas, I said that for myself, and I've been process guy. Like, win is cool, but I want to see the process of winning type team. That for this game, I don't have to see anything above just getting a W. Am I out of pocket here, or do you guys agree with that? Like, I don't need to see anything in particular.
The style points and all that stuff.
Like, none of it besides just get a W. This is the one game that I'm actually in that place.
I can see where you could be there, but I can't. Yeah, I mean, look, this if this offensive line and tight ends and running back group and everybody involved in protection, if it is as much of a ish show as it potentially could be versus this defensive front, I mean, I think it's safe to say you win, lose, or draw this game. You look forward, boy, they're in trouble.
Mm-hmm.
So the protection at the very least has got to be better than I think expected.
Yeah, like I think I went into the Packers game that way. Just with so many injuries against that team on the road. Like, that's why I as I said it that Monday, I felt better about the Texans.
Mm-hmm.
Hell, I felt better about the Texans after the Packers game than I did last week after they won. So it's kind of that feel with Diggs out and no Collins and on the road, short week. I can see a bit of just pull it out.
Yeah,
just pull it out, because I do think that at 2-6, if the Jets have any clinging hopes, you're going to probably get maybe the best Jets that you can get.
Mm-hmm.
This may be their last stand, and they're a little bit more healthier than the Texans are. So I can get with that thought of, hey man, just come out with a W. Come out with a W.
That's what we're looking forward to.
I want it first. I speak for myself. I gotta get better about this, man.
You talk about.
I get to me. Wake up on the 31st, and they're so serious about this Halloween, just a tad bit more serious than I am about it.
Up here, yes sir.
And I just never give it.
Yeah.
Never give an effort. I have got to start to make this a point. I could at least pull out. I could have pulled a banana suit or something. I could have something.
Is that my boy Ron?
And in my mind, I'm thinking of I could have been.
I got it this year.
I could have been King Jaffe Joffa. In honor.
Oh yeah, that'd be good.
In honor of James Earl Jones.
Been a big thick banana.
Something big thick banana. I could have been something.
A big thick banana.
Just came as Ron.
I mean, actually, you really had the situation set up to be Cisco this time.
Now I want to see King Jaffe.
I just think I'm too big to be Cisco. So
ain't nobody worried about that.
Retired Cisco after he got he can't be in LA with all the bodybuilding stuff.
I think Cisco's kind of stayed in the same space that he was in.
He's still a little fella.
I don't think he went to real Revis.
They'd have figured it out.
I think you should have just came in here with a big old thong on.
There was a moment. I had a moment. I was an Oompa Loompa one year. The Miller High Life guy one year. You know, that was an outfit that really fit me. If you remember that guy, he passed away, by the way. But if you remember that guy,
okay.
I had him.
He must pass away young, huh?
I've been. I just got to be better.
Second straight handoff that is featured to death. I did not realize that was what we were doing in this particular.
I laughed about that all day. Like, kill the dude.
That's a little different. That's a little bit.
I thought
you didn't land it.
Let me tell you about this really good dude I knew. By the way, he killed the dude.
Killed the guy.
That he did.
And he's out.
Well, you got to hear the story.
And he's out. Oh, God.
Okay, that's Friday's. That's Friday's handoff. Yeah, hearing the story.
It's game day now.
You good. Hey, man, you locked in for game day. We were dressed up, but you locked in for game day. That's exactly what you're about to get on the drive. And, Luke, we're done for the day. We'll be back tomorrow breaking down what I hope is a Texans victory over the Jets. But right now, you're listening to KLT HD2 and Odyssey Sports Station, and the drive is live.
That's right. The drive is live. It's game day, and just to keep you updated, the Texans pregame show will take over. It will take over. We'll be out of here at 4:15. So
let's get it on, baby.
So we got a few hours to really pack it in and get you ready for the pregame show and get you ready for this game coming up tonight. So a big one tonight here as the Texans try to get to 7-2, 6-2 right now. Try to get to 7-2 in New York. And as the fellas were saying, you kind of gave it away a little bit. As the fellas were saying, Clint, I've seen from 2.5 to 1.5. They are definitely underdogs on the road to the New York Jets, which I think I hear some people saying, "What is that about? What is that about?" Like J-Lo is saying, "What is that about?"
And they say no.
Nobody was more pissed off about this than J.J. Watt. McAfee, and he looked like he was itching to talk about what the hell.
Come on, JJ.
How the hell are the Texans underdogs to the sorry-ass Jets?
Let's talk about your Houston Texans. Big game tomorrow night against the New York Jets to kick off Week 9 of the NFL season. You guys are underdogs, I do believe, in New York. Aaron Rodgers and the Jets.
You gotta be
What?
Are you kidding me?
Brother.
You gotta be kidding me.
Brother.
This is what the hell does Vegas know that I don't?
This is what they know. This is what they know. Prime time?
Bad.
Prime time?
Is he going to be on the Jumbotron?
J-E-T.
That didn't see that coming. Could be wrong, but I don't think I am. If I just look at these two squads truthfully right now, obviously I'm slightly biased, but I believe Houston Texans are the better team.
All right, there's JJ, slightly biased. He believes the Texans are the better team, and I think most people believe the Texans are the better team, but that's not always how Vegas works. And I would throw it out to both of you. I know how Tyler feels. You think it's disrespectful to the Texans that they are 2.5-point underdogs? Is that what you got, Tyler? Is that the last thing you saw?
Yes. I believe at least with my book, it's been holding strong at 2.5.
2.5. You think it's disrespectful? You think it's disrespectful to the Texans of Vegas to make them 2.5-point underdogs to the Jets?
I do not. I mean, Vegas is really into like advanced stats and all this kind of stuff.
Whenever you see something like this, it's like, what do they know?
Yeah. I think they know what a ton of people, especially nationally, aren't willing to look at and watch and take into consideration, in my opinion. I don't think it's disrespectful. It is a little bit of a surprise to me that it's like I figured that the Texans would have been favored by 1 or 2. But it's I can definitely understand how they got there.
Yeah, I want to get that a little bit from you, how they got there. Tyler, you pissed? That pisses you off?
No.
That smokes you. So you think it's disrespectful?
No. I'm saying I didn't find it necessarily like disrespectful.
Oh, so
but the eyebrows raised. I think the line is very curious, and I'd like to think the Texans are going to win this game, and
Wouldn't need any points. But, no, I didn't think it was disrespectful, but I think the line is very interesting, very curious.
Well, you two know lines better than I do. And I'll say it.
Betting lines.
Hell yeah. Yeah, I don't. No, you may. Yeah, y'all may know those other lines better than I do. 'Cause I've never done it. But listen, I'll say it.
Hurt my nose.
Hell yeah, it's disrespectful. I think it's disrespectful as hell. This is the Houston Texans, who are currently the number 2 seed in the AFC. That's 6-2. The Jets are 2-6. There's only 16 teams in the AFC. Only the Titans are below the Jets.
First week without Diggs, though.
Only the Titans are below, again, the Jets when it comes to this. Hell yeah, it's disrespectful that they would have them, I don't care where it's being played, as underdogs. Now, is it wrong? That's a different question. That's a different question. But yes, I think the 2 seed playing the 15 seed in the conference through 8 weeks, it is disrespectful to have him an underdog. Do I understand it? Does it make sense? Yes, it makes sense. Yes, because the reasons that Clint is about to roll through, you can understand. I can understand how they get there. But if you just look at it, damn that. I don't know who the 2 seed is right now in the NFC, but if they played the second worst team in the NFC, I don't think they would be underdogs. But to the point you've made there, Clint, I can clearly see what Vegas is thinking and what they're looking at in terms of the matchup. I'll be honest, especially with the Texans' injuries, the matchups here, when you think about the Jets' defensive line versus their offensive line, when you think about the Jets' secondary versus the receivers that the Texans are rolling out there, I think you could get an understanding why Vegas sees this thing being as close as it potentially is and lean towards the Jets at home.
Yeah, I mean, look, you can look at the matchups and you can even playing field pretty quick. Now whether the Jets show up and they play to their ability, if they play at or above their ceiling is another question. Now they may very well quit on the interim head coach, and they may very well quit on each other. I don't know about that, but the reality of it is you can look at Quinnen Williams versus Juice Scruggs and Kenyon Green. You can look at McDonald the fourth. I can't remember his damn first name. Will McDonald the fourth. I mean, this is a guy that I think he's second or third in the league in sacks right now. He's got more sacks than Will Anderson does. And you can look at him versus this entire offensive line, who I know on paper, boy, people don't want to talk about it now. People don't want to talk about it. They want to talk about, well, their pass protection has been rough, especially that interior offensive line. No, it's been rough all the way across the board. Them 2 high-paid tackles, they've been rough too. And you got a dude that's in the tops in the league in sacks coming to town. And so you don't have to just stop at Kenyon Green. Let's be honest and be real and look across the board. And I think Vegas does it. I think Vegas looks at the hit rate, the knockdown rate, the quarterback sack rate of the Texans and says, yeah, the Jets, this is not a good matchup for the Texans. And then you mentioned the wide receivers. The Texans are down their top 2 wide receivers. Their third and fourth their third and fourth options in this pass game, Tank Dell and Dalton Schultz, have left a lot to be desired this year. And guess what? The Jets got a pretty damn good secondary. And so you look at matchups.
Combined with their pass rush.
Yeah, you look at matchups across the board, and I think to get to an even game, an even playing field, even though it's in New York. So I don't call it like. Look, here's the thing about the disrespectful part of it is like it's just reality. It's just, this team has not played well enough to be a 10-point favorite over somebody.
It's that simple.
A touchdown favorite over somebody. You would think, like to your point, you would think that the second best team in the AFC facing the 15th best team in the AFC
on the road, I would think around 4.5, 5.
Yeah, so a touchdown swing.
Yeah,
I mean, it's really, so you think it's a touchdown off, right? Like, which I agree wholeheartedly with you. I'm not saying you're wrong. I agree.
Who's the 2 seed in the NFC? That's got to be like let's see if the Lions are the 1 seed. Washington. So Washington versus the Giants.
Just happened.
What's happening this weekend? They're a 4-point favorite on the road. The Giants and Washington, they're playing this weekend. They're a 4-point favorite on the road. Washington is.
And I would say, I have not watched a ton of Washington, but I would say that Washington's played significantly better than the Texans, particularly on the offensive side of the ball.
Yeah.
But yeah, look, I think it is. I love it. I absolutely love it because I know the organization will tell you they don't hear it, they don't care, but they hear it and they care. And this is reality, and this is a product of the way that they've played. Again, particularly on the offensive side of the football, because the defense has been good, but it's the reality of the six. You're sitting pretty, but you're not real far from 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15th best team in the AFC.
Texans from the text line 713-572-4610 from the 5-Hour Energy fan text line. Y'all are talking like the Texans defense can't make it rough, make it a rough night for Aaron as well, who hasn't been A-Rod of late. No, I think the Texans pass rusher will definitely make it give them problems. I don't think the Jets are better or they're going to blow them out. I don't think that the Jets offense are about to put up 30. I don't think, but there are matchups there too, right? There are matchups there that you could see why Vegas and can look at things where they're like, I wonder how that works. This is the third week of them having Devontae Adams and Garrett Wilson playing together with Aaron. We'll see what that looks like. Listen, I would say I would pick. I don't know what I would do. I think I'll say this. I think the Texans are clearly the better team, especially when healthy. I do think that matchups matter here. I think for instance, you may disagree. I'm not saying they would beat them. I think the Texans match up really well against the Chiefs. When you think about what the Chiefs struggle with at tackles, and when you think about some of the other things the Chiefs struggle with, which is some of their corners outside of McDuffie, I think that is a recipe that Texans do really well. I think the Chiefs are an easier matchup for a team like the Texans than like the Ravens, right? I think styles make fights. I think what the Jets can do well, especially with an injured Texans team, but what the Jets can do well, I think can give the Texans potential problems. Because we've seen other teams be able to hold the Texans down when they've had Steph Diggs, Nico Collins, all of them, right, to hold them down. And that, to me, is just where that rolls through. People rolling here through on the text line is reality is the right word. The offense has not dominated no matter who is on the roster. Our offense is not good, but our defense is excellent. Agree with that. I agree. I wouldn't say the offense is not good. I think the offense has struggled and not played up to where they.
The offense has struggled mightily, and Vegas is going to look at every advanced stat and take everything into consideration. And the reality of it is, we want to talk about Kenyon Green around here, and in reality, ain't none of them been worth a damn, if we're being completely honest. And Quinnen Williams and Will McDonald IV and what they bring to the table in their defensive front, I don't know. Be honest with you, I don't know that the Texans have seen a defense with this high of a ceiling. I know they hadn't seen one higher, but maybe, and I'm not saying they played great. I'm just saying these guys could come in here. They've seen some pretty good defenses this year. I think Minnesota's is pretty good. Chicago's is pretty good. Who else? What other defense have they seen this year?
Green Bay's
is pretty good, yeah. But this defense could, on any given Sunday, show up and be just as good, if not better.
That's the thing, is they are what did my man say, Damian Woody? The Jets are a roster. They ain't no team. They are a roster of players that come together. And to the point you're making is, if they feel right, they've got a talented group of dudes that can step in, but usually they don't play to that level. So a lot to get to as we continue here on the drive to get you ready for the Texans and the Jets. I do want to get to potential advantages I think the Texans do have in this game. But I do want to express this real quick. Happy Halloween to everybody. Tyler, don't eat too much candy. Clint, don't eat too much candy. I know you've been working well.
I got a sweet tooth. Man. Not a big candy guy, especially when I'm dialed in. I'm dialed in right now.
You're dialed in.
I'm dialed in right now.
I'm gonna tell you this. I've made the decision, and Courtney has agreed. We are no longer giving out candy.
What?
We're done.
It's a foundation of Halloween.
We're turning the light off, and we're no longer giving the candy.
We're going the opposite of Motel 6.
Well, yeah. No, we're not. No, listen. We still have like Clint will be out there motoring around with his young kids, dressed Laney warm. But we set up our bowl at the house.
Yeah.
And if you remember the last 2 years,
we do not. But go ahead.
The last 2 years, Courtney's childhood trick or treat bucket was stolen, and we could see him on the Ring camera last year. They within 15 minutes, 2 kids dumped the whole candy thing in, and then the thing that really pissed me off, just threw my bowl in the grass, and we walked up, seen it in the grass. That's 2 years for me. I'm done.
I don't blame you.
I'm done. It's not that I don't want to give it to the kids until like our kids are old enough where they can go out and we trust and they go out. We're chilling at the house. We're passing out candy. Then maybe if I'm at the house, I do it. But no more. I'm done.
Done with them punk ass kids.
A couple of bad apples have ruined it.
I think you should put a sign in the yard this year.
Sign saying why?
Leave your lights on. Put a sign in the front door and say, "Hey, we are really good people here. You can thank the sorry POSs that are running around here amongst all you nice, good kiddos that steal candy and steal buckets for the reason that this house is not giving out candy."
That's it. Yeah, I like that. A good, stern sign that shows it.
Hey, I wish you'd have got them on camera. You could post their picture on there. Hey, if you guys are looking for candy this year, ask these 2 jacklegs. They took it all last year.
Yes.
They should have plenty left over.
Like, you just can't make out who these kids are on that Ring camera. I want to bad.
That your name in the raffle multiple times.
It's the bowl that was strung out in the middle of my grass, which I had to go back around over the bushes to go get. That's the one that pissed me off, and I know it pissed Courtney off. They took her childhood. That one.
You know, if Courtney's agreed to it at this point, something done touched her.
That one done her in. That one done her in. Yeah, no, I'm done, man. I'm done. So, good luck. Hopefully you all are doing it. That is, someone text in, "You're dumb as hell to leave a bowl of candy outside around these badass kids." Hello, that's your fault. Okay, I've cleaned it up. As George Bush said,
you learned the hard way.
You get me once,
fool me once.
And you get it. Just say you ain't going to fool me a second time. All right? I tried to be nice. I wanted the kids to have it. And then I'm like, nah, man.
Now watch this drive.
We out. All right, coming up, Texans Jets tonight. There are some potential issues for the Texans in this game against the Jets, but there are some advantages they have. What for you are those advantages? What is the biggest advantage you think the Texans have tonight against the Jets? We'll discuss that next.
We're going to talk about the advantages the Texans have, but let me tell you about the advantages that Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program brings to you, right? If you're ready to buy your dream home, you've identified it, you know exactly where it's at. Hey, man, don't wait. Go ahead and buy that sucker right there. All you got to do is Move First, Sell Later program. You don't have to wait to sell your old home before the new home. In other words, you won't miss out on your dream home because you can't sell your current home, right? Orchard unlocks your home's equity so you can buy and move into your new home before selling your old home. Then Orchard, what they do is they guarantee your home sale and gives you cash to buy your dream home. Now, as a non-contingent buyer, you can make the winning bid on that dream home with multiple offers, right? You can actually get in the game and compete to win that house, right? Go ahead and buy that dream home without waiting for your current home to sell, and you can do it all right now with Orchard. Once you're all moved in, Orchard, they'll list and sell your old home. No showings, no double moves, no double mortgages. The Orchard experts, they even handle price-boosting upgrades at no upfront cost, so you get top dollar for your home. Pretty good deal, man. Orchard gives you a competitive edge to win your home and love the home you love, and buy before you sell. It's a pretty simple concept, but I'm telling you, Orchard has it perfected, has the corner, the market cornered, and this is the way to go. If you've identified that dream home, don't miss out on it. Don't worry about selling your current home. Lock arms with Orchard, and let's get this show on the road, baby. How much cash could Orchard unlock for you? Well, it's easy. Find out by getting your home valuation at orchard.com. That's orchard.com, and you can thank me later.
After a massive 23-20. A new way to experience here. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Happy Halloween to you good folks out there. We appreciate you joining us here on The Drive as it is game day. The Texans are going to look to try to get to 7-2 against the New York Jets on the road. And look, listen, the Texans have some injury issues and some offensive line issues, but they are 7-2. And the Jets, as we did say, have the second worst record in the AFC.
When I came out of the darkness.
Yes, that one. They have struggled big time this season. And there are some spots there, Clint. There are some spots in which the Texans do have an advantage, some advantages. And I see some people texting in as we said, what are the things that can really help and the Texans can do to take advantage of for them to find themselves getting their 7th W? If you had to look at a couple of the things, Clint, for you that stand out to you were tonight, listen, the Texans actually have an advantage in this game that you think that the game, these are reasons why they can take or what they can take advantage of.
Yeah, I think for me it starts with the defensive ends for the Houston Texans. Clearly, look, I love Breece Hall, and you can argue that they ought to feature him a little bit more. But at the end of the day, this is, I mean, they're bringing in Devontae Adams. They got Garrett Wilson. They bring in, Aaron Rodgers and pay him a bunch of money. Like there's no doubt about it that this football team is going to go as Aaron Rodgers goes. And I think this year the Texans team has gone as this defense goes. And I believe you got to start. If you're talking about mismatches, if you're talking about advantages, I think you got to look at the Texans' ability to pressure Aaron Rodgers. And if you can get there and not let him get comfortable with Garrett Wilson and Devontae Adams, I think he's going to get you. I think those guys are all just too good. At some point in time, they're going to get you. But if you can keep him off rhythm, if you can find a way to even bang him up a little bit, because he's been banged up 2 different times this year, maybe even 3 times this year, then you can really get him off of his game. So I think the advantage number 1 for the Houston Texans is the pass rush, and more specifically these 2 defensive ends versus their tackles.
Yeah, they can't just block them straight up. Like they're gonna have to do some things. They're gonna have to get some help, and because I don't think their tackles are gonna be able to handle what Will and what even Barnett when he comes in, but Will and Daniil Hunter, the way those. Hopefully, this is a game where Danico Autry jumps in as well. I know you feel like this here, and this is a big place that the Texans need to do, and the Jets have not stopped the run well at all this year, especially here of late, especially since Robert Saleh was fired. The Jets have not stopped the run well. Joe Mixon, when he's been in the game, he rushes for 100 yards unless he gets hurt against the Bears. That's flatly what it's been. This is a game where Joe Mixon, based off what the Jets' run defense have done over the past several weeks, this is a game in which Joe Mixon should be able to eat. Joe Mixon
MFer
should be able to, what is it, Tyler, be his 4th straight 100-yard game if he were able to do that?
Yes, which I believe would be the first time in Texan team history.
This really?
Or tied, maybe.
More to your preseason point. That would help more to your preseason your preseason point. I still don't agree with you yet.
That's fine.
On that on Arian Foster.
I mean,
but
clearly, not many do.
But that's another place where, hey, the Texans, that's a place they can take advantage of. And if they win tonight, that I would be shocked if it doesn't say Joe Mixon had a big night.
Yeah, look, I agree. I agree. Defensively, the end's got to get home. The pass rush has to get home and constantly get home. And then offensively, you got to run the football. Whether you look at the matchup that Ron just talked about, or you look at the fact that your quarterback's been sacked and knocked down more than 28 other or 27 other quarterbacks in the NFL. and the strength of this team or the weakness of this defensive team is anyway. So it only makes sense to feature Joe Mixon more right now. Nico out, Steph Diggs out, Tank Dell, Dalton Schultz. Rough, slow start to the year. Let's put it nicely. It is game day. So yeah, I mean,
just play like ass.
I mean,
Clint.
you've got more guys. There is no reason, even though I don't think there was a reason last week, but there is no reason this week not to feature the hell out of Joe Mixon, and which will protect your quarterback, which you would think would protect Kenyon Green a bit, your weak spot on your offensive line. So I think it's in all parties' interest, all Texans' party interest, to run the football and feature Joe Mixon. So I agree with you. There's a bit of an advantage there.
For me, Clint, I think the number one advantage that the Texans have in this game to me is just the culture and toughness walking into the game.
Okay.
I think the Jets are, as I said, Damian Woody said, they are a roster and not a team. They are a team that can absolutely fall apart if things don't go well early. Something bad happens. They're a team that just starts looking around. They don't play for each other. They don't play Aaron. They are a team that is a shut it down team. They're 2-6.
You're gonna get hit hard if you play against us.
I'm telling you, and you're gonna get hard or get hit hard if you play against the Texans. And the Texans and company have built the toughness that they've built, the way that they are comfortable right now playing in tight games and and you can clearly see against teams that are better coached and have better cultures than the Jets that they take advantage of. That to me is the biggest issue. The Texans walk into the game like playing for each other, loving to play with each other, or a team that have a mission that involves something together, and that they are able to fight through injuries and things like that, where the Jets can be completely healthy and they're teetering. They're on the edge of just completely falling apart in any part of the game. And I think that's the biggest advantage the Texans have is their culture and toughness.
Well, Ron, I think, you don't have to look any further than after Devontae Adams' first game with the Jets. I mean, he calls the team up afterwards, which many had a problem with a guy like that first game back. I don't personally, but and his message was, we got guys out here with 60-yard runs, and nobody cheers, nobody cares, nobody supports him, there's no energy, there's no juice from it.
And he came from the Raiders.
Right. And that's the exact where I'm going with that is if you flip the side of the field, that is exactly one of the things that drives the Houston Texans is like you talked about, just the love and joy and support and energy and juice that the entire sideline provides to those that are on the field. That is a real advantage. It's a tangible advantage, and it's real.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing tonight is unless something happens, I will never believe the Texans are out of the game. Yeah. I think you'll be able to see destruction with the Jets potentially coming. All right, some big news from one of the cornerstones of this team. We'll let you know the latest with that. And somebody just texted in, hey, did I miss y'all's Mad Dog picks for this week? No, baby. That's coming up next as we are out early at 4:15. Mad Dog picks and some big news for one of the young cornerstones on this team. We'll discuss that coming up next. Men out there, you need some help? I mean, many of us definitely need help. But if you are struggling with ED, like many of you may not be telling a lot of people, many of you are. If you have not been able to
I mean, you get the idea. And now, get yours with $1 any size soft drink. Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Not valid in a combo. Exclusions apply.
That Big Nick energy.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, it's game day. As I said, we are out a little bit early as the fellas will take over with the pregame show as the Texans look to get to 7-0 or 7-2, excuse me, on the season. Someone texted in and said they saw me this Friday in valet, in line at a valet. Said they were going to come and say,
"You pay for valet?"
Well, I didn't that day. It was complimentary with the restaurant. It was a Saturday, but I would.
That's perfect.
Did you tip them on the way out?
Yeah.
It's like you had to think about that. So you paid for it.
I did. But I tipped him. But he said he was too high to come up and say he listened.
Too high?
You're not too high, man. You could have come on up.
Must not be a regular user.
I mean, you're so high that had to be Friday. I mean, that had to be Saturday, not Friday. That's how high you were.
You don't remember what day it was.
It had to be Saturday because Friday I didn't go nowhere.
It's sticky, icky.
Friday I was chilling. Saturday night, Mom was in town and a little
didn't you?
Out in Montrose. So yeah. So shout out, yeah, you're out there. Even if you're a little touched, come on up.
Is that my boy Ron?
Say what's up. Say hello. Shout out to my man Cody today at Juice Well. Said he came up to this. Hey Ron, how you doing? Guessing the blonde hair maybe tipped him off. Ron?
That is correct.
We appreciate you. Big Cody. Cody's fired up about tonight's game. He talked to me about it. He said, what do you think? Cody looked like he had a tinge of nervousness in his eyes.
A little anxious?
Yeah, he's a little nervous about this game.
Makes us all nervous.
But one thing that he shouldn't be nervous about and nobody should be nervous about, and we knew he had been playing well and had the huge game against the Patriots, but your defensive player of the month is none other than the reigning defensive rookie of the year, Will Anderson Jr. He wins defensive player of the month. I remember last year, Derek Stingley Jr. won that award towards the end of the year, but Will Anderson Jr. is the defensive player of the month, and he has been really, really good here in the month of October. And Clint, he's got 7.5 sacks, which matches his full season last year. Remember last year, Will got off to a slow start. I mean, was sitting there with like 1 sack or so within the first 8 or 9 weeks. This year, you can see virtually in almost every game, Clint, he has done at least something. Not just setting the edge in the run game, but something in where he affected something. He got Anthony Richardson on a chase down behind him and sacked him. He has been, as I said earlier this week, this team's best defensive player. And congratulations to Will Anderson Jr., Defensive Player of the Month in the AFC.
Yeah, well deserved. I mean, you're talking about a guy that has put it out there, man. I mean, in the month of October, you're talking about a guy that had 5 sacks, and within that had, I mean, a ton of plays that are just your defensive ends, your everyday defensive ends don't make. I mean, he's just all over the place. I mean, making plays again that jump off the screen that remind you of some of the elite edge rushers in this game, and he had a hell of a month. There's no doubt about it, and it's obviously headlined by a 3-sack day against the New England Patriots, which if you watch that game, he could have had 4 or 5 sacks in that game. So, yeah, man, big week by Will Anderson, big month by Will Anderson, and hopefully he keeps this thing rolling. He's on pace, 15, 16 sacks this year, man.
Yeah, like you said, a week is different than a month. Month is you're showing consistency throughout. There ain't no bye week in there. He's played all the games here, and we'll see what he does on the final day of the month tonight. They'll need Will Anderson to step up big time. By the way, Will Anderson was your Mad Dog pick last week. Mm-hmm. Had him a nice game, kept you out of having to buy the Mad Dog Hey, will you do our Mad Dog Monday picks on Friday? By the way, can we get this understanding? Are we drinking Mad Dog tomorrow, or are we drinking Mad Dog on Monday if the Texans win?
I feel like it should be tomorrow.
At Home Run Dugout? By the way, that's where we'll be tomorrow. Come hang out with us.
I don't know if we can carry that in there.
Oh, hell
Oh, that's a good point.
No, good point, my ass. We've drunk on the road.
No, I don't know if you can legally carry it. Like, I don't know if they'll let you carry alcohol in.
Outside alcohol,
Outside
probably
alcohol
not.
inside.
Again, as I said, we've celebrated Mad Dog Mondays at Little Woodrow's, I believe, and I know I brought in 2 bottles.
Oh, okay.
But to your point, maybe we should wait.
No, it's all right. Hell, let's do it, man. I'm game. I mean, all they can do is tell us to leave.
Hold on, so I remember we were sitting in the back of Little Woodrow's for an Astros game, and we tilted them back. Had a couple of them. I remember bringing them in my backpack.
Didn't even think about it, man. Ask for forgiveness, not permission, baby. Let's ride.
All right, Clint. To go down to it, you got a few more than anybody that can't. You cannot use. Well, damn it. As you said, you worked that Stephon Diggs thing pretty well. You got lucky with that.
Ron, you didn't get your money's worth out of Diggs.
I don't
before
think
he went down.
Yeah, I was saving him. I was saving.
That's
Steph
the
Diggs.
danger.
That's the danger. Yeah, anybody can get hurt, but you are out of Steph Diggs and Tank Dell. We have everybody available. Tyler, you lost last week. Who is your Mad Dog player pick this week?
Well, I'm going to take a fella for the second time, so I will not be able to select him any longer. Go, Coug. Let's go, Tank. This is the week. I feel it down in my plums. Tank Dell is going to finally at least resemble what we saw last season during that rookie campaign. I'm going with Tank Dell, boys.
Hey, they need him. He got me a touchdown last week in the back of the end zone, but yeah, they need more than, I believe, 4 for 35. Even if that was a touchdown, he should get he should hopefully get some targets and be the guy out there. He does have Sauce Gardner potentially on him. Reed's not bad on the other side. Be interested to see if the Jets feel the need to travel Sauce Gardner with him. We'll see what happens there, but they damn sure need, especially tonight with the receivers they have out there. They damn sure need Tank to show up and not Nathaniel. Nathaniel keeps showing up every week. I'd like for Tank to get on out there.
That'd be nice.
Who's your Mad Dog pick this week?
Oh man,
I got a sneaky one.
Well, I'm gonna go with Dalton Schultz. I mean, if Dalton Schultz is ever, if he's ever gonna have a breakout game, boy, if it's ever needed, it's this week. So I'm gonna ride with Dalton Schultz, the old tight end, and see if he can't show up a little bit and have him a day.
Dalton Schultz. So you got Dalton Schultz. You're going with Tank Dell. I got a sneaky one. Looking at the injuries, looking at the third down situation, and this player has made some big plays throughout the season. I'm going to go with Dare Ogunbowale.
I'm trying to decide.
He makes
Convince me, man.
He makes it so obvious.
Obliago.
Makes what's so obvious? I like Dare in the backfield, coming out of the
I
backfield.
mean, you're talking about a guy that's probably gonna get 4 carries.
He's got,
I mean, you just picked a guy that's gonna get 4 carries.
No, I did not pick a guy that's going to get 4 carries. I think he's going to be involved in the passing game a lot. Go look at some of these games, especially when Pierce or Mixon have been out. How much he has been used and how critical he is being. He has picked up 3rd downs. He's picked up what he picked up. A 3rd
You're not going to win
one.
Mad Dog Monday by picking up first downs, Ron. I hate to break it. I hate to break it.
What if I told you?
I mean, he can go out there and have 3 third down runs or catches that are first downs, and you're not winning this.
I'm not? Okay, we'll see. Let's go look at some of Dalton Schultz lines. All right? I bet you.
I said Dalton Schultz has got to have a monster game. You're talking about a backup running back. Did he have a carry last week?
I'm talking about this is a different week. All right? This is a different week.
You're right.
This is a different week.
Old bad groin Pierce is out.
He had another back in front of him. No,
why? He makes it obvious, Tom.
He ain't making nothing obvious.
Obliago.
This is the I don't feel good about the matchup.
So I'm a burn
Slough
one.
Off.
Burn
one. That's right. That's exactly what it is.
I could burn one off. I could have said Cade Stover.
You remember the Danico Autry pick against Green Bay?
Mm-hmm.
I did not pick Danico Autry against Green Bay.
You sure?
Did I?
I mean, you didn't pick him last week, so it's only been back 2 weeks.
I feel good about it. That was going to be a defensive game. I love Dare, baby. Put me down. I bet you. Mark it. Dare has a big game. Maybe not a big game, but a game
medium size game.
You want lazy. I'm telling you, third downs. Watch. Third downs. Them dump offs. He's going to be going to. He's going to have pressure. Bam, he's dumping them off. I love it. I love that pick, damn it. Makes it so
Obliago.
I love it. I love it. All right, coming up. We got to look at a place where this part of the field, the Texans damn sure need them to step up. They need big play out of this part of the field if they are going to get their 7th win tonight in New York. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Call 800-583-5795. That's 800-583-5795. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Not gonna have the Mad Dog tomorrow at Home Run Dugout.
We may do it in the parking lot. What do you think?
Parking lot or Monday?
I mean, look, I probably drank more Mad Dog in parking lots than I did houses anyway.
I mean, hey, do you think we lead of all four shows that are here? Catch Payne and Pendergast in the morning in the Loop with Reggie and the old Biggie, Payne and Pendergast, Ben doing it as well on the ones and twos, us, and then Area 45 with Bijani, Creighton, and Chris Santiago. Do you think we lead the station in the boss had to come in between segments?
100%. Without a doubt.
To talk down something we've said or we've come up with?
Yes.
Do you think we lead it?
Yes.
That is a fact.
Yeah.
Like, do you think we lead it because our timing of the show is here when he is always here, or do you think we just lead it?
I think we just lead it.
I think there's probably a few reasons. I think them nighttime guys probably push the envelope a little bit too, but it's nighttime, so they can get away with it. He probably encourages it there.
Yeah.
I think there's certain topics that we hit, and Mad Dog Monday is probably one of them on a weekly basis that boss man cringes a bit.
He came and said,
just get through it, boys.
Let's not. I would request that we don't take any of the Mad Dog to Home Run Dugout tomorrow. By the way, my man Sean on YouTube and Twitch asks, Home Run Dugout in Katy tomorrow? Yes, sir.
That's right.
That's where we will be, 2 to 6. Hopefully celebrating and talking about a Texans win as they move to 7-2. And Clint, to me, I'm looking at this dude tomorrow or tonight. And I don't know exactly how we're going to be talking about this dude. I do think he is going to be involved in this game one way going either way. And that dude I'm talking about that I got my eye on, the guy I'm looking at, I'm challenging, I'm calling out, is Derek Stingley Jr. I know a couple of weeks ago, Clint, his stock was down for you. And last week, again, and I'll be honest, this is something that has occurred for him several times this year where he has just been fortunate that receivers and quarterbacks have not been able to connect on plays that would be big plays that have gotten away from him. A.D. Mitchell, who I thought was going to run his helmet and throw it into the stands on multiple occasions as he beat him on just outside routes, on fade routes to the outside, and Anthony Richardson couldn't connect. Well, that is one of Aaron Rodgers, if not Aaron Rodgers' favorite throw. Doesn't need a lot of protection for that, and he loves to put it up, and him and Devontae Adams have perfected it, and him and Garrett Wilson do it too. They connected multiple times last week against the Patriots. But Derek Stingley has some of the best ball skills of any corner in the league. And you could see, Clint, Aaron Rodgers throwing those up and Derek Stingley coming down with some picks. We've seen him do it. We saw him do it against Chicago with Caleb Williams. We've seen him do it in his time here. But which Derek Stingley are we going to be talking about, or you and Sean going to be talking about after the game, and we're going to be talking about at Home Run Dugout? Is it the Derek Stingley, the good Derek Stingley, the Derek Stingley that you throw a ball near him, he picks it off? All right, he got beat, and we've seen him kind of get beat a few times, and this is another example of him getting beat by Aaron Rodgers, because Aaron is as rough as he's been this year. That particular route, Clint, as you know, that like that's one, as you would say, he could throw in his sleep.
Yeah.
And not miss as many times as Anthony Richardson has or others have missed. So Derek Stingley is one that I'm really watching, because I think he's going to be heavily involved in this game one way or another.
Yeah, look, I think when you look at the Minnesota,
I'm literally looking up at the TV and I'm seeing
Aaron
the same route, exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
just 3 in a row they have just shown.
Well, I mean, look, you look at the Minnesota game, you look at the Green Bay game, and then the Jets game. I think those are the 3 games this year, and I may be leaving one off, but look, those are the 3 games where you got a quarterback that can make it happen. And you got a wide receiver group that's dangerous, that's potent, that can be really, really, really good. Not just, well, this guy's a pretty good player. No, you got a quarterback that's going to take the risk. You got a quarterback that can make all the throws, and you got receivers that can absolutely do work out there. And it's the playing soft the entire game and letting them throw the ball underneath. Aaron's going to do that, right? I don't know that we've seen. Have we seen a team this year that just from a nickel and dime standpoint of just taking that quick stuff, the now throws, the slants, the underneath stuff?
I mean, the Packers.
The Packers do it, but the defense was able to disrupt him. It seemed like turn the football over, and Aaron very well may do that as well.
But the slants and stuff were there, especially for.
You think that Stingley's going to be able to just sit back, and Kamari Lassiter for that matter is going to be able to just sit back and survive, because I think Aaron and this group they're gonna take advantage of that and force them to come up and press or play cover too. And so yeah, I mean I think this is a game for Derek Stingley to shine. I think this is a game where he's really gonna get challenged. Yeah, and it's a game for him to get up in somebody's face and not just give. I'm gonna tell you.
That's what I was gonna say. He is going to get challenged. He is going to. There are going to be multiple fade routes, and I'm sure he is ready for it. And like I said, you could see it going either way. I could see him getting multiple picks on those plays, or you could see him getting beat.
Yeah, look, I just want to see it. You know, the whole, like, for whatever reason, I can't get to Green Bay. The last defensive possession when Green Bay went down and kicked the field goal, I just
playing soft.
I can't get that out of my head of Derek Stingley. Four straight plays they went to his side of the field, and 4 straight plays him being soft. 2 of which they went to literally the receiver he was on.
We're saying soft coverage.
Soft coverage, yes. And the other 2, they went underneath. Because he was so soft, he allowed the read was blatantly obvious to the quarterback. I mean, it's like it can't be that easy when they choose to work to the side of Derek Stingley. It just simply can't. And this is one of those teams where you can't afford to do it. There's a lot of quarterbacks out there that the Texans have played and will play that you can afford to get away with that stuff because they're, for whatever reason, them or the offense is not capable of taking advantage of it. This isn't one of them. This is one where they're going to take advantage until you come up and press, and then they're going to take their shots down the field. Then they're going to take their hole shots versus cover 2 on the sideline. Then they're going to take their little corner routes, their inside fade routes. They're going to do those things. But first, they're going to take advantage of soft coverage. He's not going to stand back there and
because he's going to get pressured. And
he's going to eliminate the pressure if you're going to give him soft coverage. He's going to get the ball out immediately. And so he's going to force the corners up, and when that happens, they're going to take them shots. Do the corners come up before that? Do the corners come up and challenge before that, make him hold the football and the pass rush gets there? Or do they force him and allow him early on to get in a rhythm because he's taking that underneath stuff? We'll see. The key is here, this is a quarterback and a receiving group that will absolutely take that right now throw until you take it away from him.
Yeah, that's like I said, you could see it going either way of how this thing rolls through.
But your point, Ron, of like Derek, to me, let's think about this, man.
I'm just saying they've seen it on tape.
Look, when you want to talk about difference-making players this year, on the offense and the defensive side of the football, I mean, sure, Tank has been a little disappointed. You're talking about your third best receiver. Dalton Schultz has been disappointed. You're talking about your at best third best, even on a good year. You're with this group, your third best pass catcher, right? I mean, you're talking about depth guys at this point in time in terms of like rankings of pass catchers on the offense. Derek Stingley's a top 5, top 6 impact player on this football team. It's time that he shows it. He's going to be challenged. And
he's going to have the opportunities.
Your overall point of calling out Derek Stingley and saying, hey, this is a game where he's got to show up, I couldn't agree more. And, hell, he may be at the top of that list of guys that, sure, they've been good, but has he been great? Has he made a handful of game-changing type plays? This is a game when he's got to go make one.
Yeah. As Ocho says, Rodgers might not be what he once was, but he's still good enough to hit open receivers these lesser quarterbacks that the Texans have faced couldn't. If the thought is, yes, as you said, as Ocho said, Aaron has struggled and not played to the level that he has played in his MVP years. But if guys are streaking in the middle of the field and streaking open, which we've seen this year, I think the thought that he may not connect the way that Trevor Lawrence hasn't, the way that Anthony Richardson didn't last week, hell, the way Josh Allen didn't when he had open guys running down, I wouldn't want to take a chance with that. And you brought this other player up too, Clinton. I wonder, I do believe, I believe Derek Stingley is going to get challenged and tested this week. I also believe, I think this may be the week that Kamari Lassiter gets tested too. And that is one where we've talked about it. It's been kind of surprising, even when he's been in the game, that teams haven't just kind of just tested that out. And this is a quarterback and receivers. I wouldn't be surprised. Like, we start to see a situation where Adams keeps going to the left side of the formation, where it is him against Kamari Lassiter. Damn sure he is going to be challenged. Now, Kamari's up to it. He's probably getting himself psyched up about it. Currently somewhere losing his mind about it. But I would say, Clint, I don't think Kamari Lassiter has been tested a ton.
Yeah.
And I think this is a game on both sides. I think he's going to go outside and test both of these corners. And this will be one to really see where Kamari Lassiter is, because his impact has been big. We clearly saw a difference from when he was out and when he's in from the guys behind him. But this is a week that I think he'll have to go and make some plays.
To me, we're going to find out about Kamari Lassiter. I would have loved for him to be healthy against the Green Bay Packers to see kind of how he fared there. So we'd know a little bit more about him. And this is one of those games where you can talk about being in the right place at the right time, and being a dog and being physical and that kind of stuff. And that's great. But when you face the better receiving corps, the better quarterback, how do you stack up against those guys? And the truth of the matter is, we haven't seen that combination versus the Texans but a couple of times this year, one of which Kamari Lassiter was out and injured. So the more we can see him against guys like Devontae Adams and guys like Garrett Wilson and with Aaron Rodgers throwing the ball, the more we're going to find out about him. He's been a lot better than I thought he was going to be. I thought he was going to be a slot corner. And so he's been tremendous, relatively speaking. We'll see how he fares against a better quarterback and a better wide receiver.
I'm excited to see these guys, because
absolutely, hell yeah.
Clint, I think we see every bit of 10 fades tonight. Just because, to me, as we said, it's easy.
Some kind, yeah. You're probably right.
Because it's something that you can get off quickly, because I do think Hunter and Will Anderson are going to be pressuring, and the blitz packages are going to be pressuring, and that is going to get to Aaron. And we can see a lot of one-on-one stuff on the outside between those two corners, and I cannot wait to see how they reacted it. As you said, I think you said it just now, like we'll have to learn. We'll be able to learn to see exactly what these guys have. Text line coming through, the 5-hour Energy fan line. Text line coming through. Y'all talking about Sting. Meanwhile, Sauce hasn't been an all-pro on the other side. Can we talk about the areas we can exploit and how we can actually win the game? We did in the second segment, but no. They could. Sauce has not been himself. Now Sauce is probably dealing with a little different receiver situation than what Derek Stingley and Kamari Lassiter is dealing with, but.
Well, here's the deal. I mean, if you're listening to tell us what the hell to talk about, we just had about Derek. Like you can hear that however you'd like to hear it. The one way to hear that is that if Derek Stingley plays up to Derek Stingley's capabilities, then it can help us win a ball game. I mean, so it's having a conversation about Derek Stingley Jr. and about as it pertains to winning is if he goes out there and does his thing, then the Texans are going to have a really damn good chance of winning and continue to play great defense. It's a different challenge this week.
Yeah, and big boy thoughts here, to be honest with you. Like, Sauce Gardner doesn't have a damn thing to do with what we're talking with the Derek Stingley situation. Right, yeah, they can exploit Sauce, yeah. But we're talking about Derek Stingley. Right, I would say that this week, because of the situation, Derek Stingley and Kamari Lassiter's covers, and there is more difficult, more of a challenge than what the Jets secondary is going to have to deal with. Yeah, I mean, if Kamari Lassiter was having to shut down Robert Woods types and Xavier Hutchinson types, that's a different ball game. This to me, I think you could argue, Clint, this could be the biggest challenge these corners have had to look at. Even though the Jets are 2-6, but just specifically the receivers they have with the quarterback they have and the routes that they like to run, and what you said earlier, the fearlessness of Aaron Rodgers to repeatedly throw these routes, that could be the biggest challenge that these two corners have had to deal with.
It's that simple.
That or the Packers of what they've had to deal with. So, but a big opportunity for both, and two guys that I'm gonna be absolutely watching to see if they can hold up and really make an impact, because they could. The negative is, they could get beat, but the positive is, there could be interceptions and turnovers had. We've seen Aaron turn the ball over on these things. There could be those out there to be had to change the game. All right, coming up, not only do we got Tyler's best bets, moving it up a little bit because hey, he did all right last night. And by the way, I was a bit on the heater last night with Aaron Judge. I just want to say that I could have made some real.
You called
money.
it. Yep.
I could have made some. I mean, first at bat, baby. I mean, I was already in it. I told you he was swinging the bat better. Now, I didn't say that about him being able to catch. I told you he was swinging the bat better. But Tyler's best bets, a lot to do with this game tonight. That's coming up next on The Drive.
All right, before.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
You're getting me football horny, as Clint would say.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I know what gets Tyler football horny, and that's just the feel of gambling, the feel of placing bets, the thought of how can I win this money?
Six to midnight.
How can I get it done? Best bets, moving it up today, doing a little best bets. You want to make a little money, as I see some people throughout the day on the 5-Hour Energy Fan text line texting in. Tyler doing best bets today? You gonna make some money?
Hell yeah!
How you do last night, Tyler?
Not great. Went 50%, 3 for 6 on last night's best bets.
That's not bad.
So dip down now to 55% success on the week, which is 6% threshold we aim for. You know.
Got that LeBron one with ease last night.
Yeah.
I told you that one. That felt good. All right. A big game tonight, obviously here. Thursday Night Football, that includes the Houston Texans at the New York Jets. And I'm going to assume that, Tyler, you have a few best bets that are involved in this game. So let's hear it. By the way, first, can we start this off? Do you have room for Clint? Because you know he is going to want to get in on some of this.
I really don't. I tapped out on all these best bets I'm about to give you.
Is there a way that you can introduce Clint to your guy?
Yeah.
Maybe we just cut out the middleman.
I mean, it's not a problem. It's all these damn futures I have.
Tyler, it's clear.
It's not a problem for you.
It's a problem. How many? I think it's all week as we're sitting here on Thursday. I think every day.
No.
I'm certain every day this week Clint has liked
this week, yeah.
liked something. And now he's 0 for 4 on chances to be able to jump in.
Sorry, man.
Tell him I ain't got it.
If I would have went 4 or 5 for 6 last night instead of 3 for 6, may have had a little room.
Yeah, I know it. That's why I just think you need to introduce him to your guy. All right, what are your best bets tonight?
Yeah, I got a full slate for you for these Texans in Jersey taking on the Jets this evening. And if you didn't know, you will now. You can catch all the coverage for that right here on Sports Radio 610 starting around 4:30-ish today. Best bets for Texans at Jets. I'm going to list them off to you. Then Ron and Clint are going to tell you which ones they like or they don't. Plus 2.5. Been talking about this a lot. I know all of our shows have. And the Lou, Payne and Pendergast right here on the drive.
You like that one, huh?
This spread is interesting. It's curious. You wouldn't think this crappy-ass Jets team, who is fresh off a loss to the very lowly New England Patriots, you wouldn't think they'd be favored, but they are slightly, 2.5. So I'm taking Texans plus 2.5. I'm taking the over in this game, over 42. I'm taking the Texans team over 0.5 point in the first quarter. They just got to get a field goal, and that one would hit for you. And then I got some player props for you here. I got Stroud. I have made a lot of money this year on this bet. Stroud over rushing yards. This game, it is at 8.5. Stroud gets loose out of the pocket. He's getting chased. He can get that in one play, people. Lock that one in. Stroud over 8.5 rushing yards. Mixon rushing yards as well. Over 82.5 rushing yards for Joe Mixon. Then I got a Jet prop here for you. He's really good. I've enjoyed watching him play in a few games this year. But Breece Hall for the Jets, I am on his under 30.5 receiving yards. 30.5 under for that for me. And then last one here, another Texan for you. The guy who I picked as my Mad Dog player this week, the Coug, Tank Dell. I am on the over for receptions. That is set at 4.5.
I got a lot of
what
thoughts.
You think, boys? Give me all them thoughts. Let's win some money.
I got a lot of thoughts on this, Clint.
Do you?
That sounds.
I won.
A couple of years. The Stroud rush yards. Like and you tell me if I'm wrong. You're the quarterback here. When they're heating him up and they're sending a lot of linebackers and pressures, and because of C.J. Stroud, they ain't got no spies on him. This, to me, is something that I've wondered, is this one of the answers to some of this pressure? Is him stepping up and getting out? It is him using his legs, because if they're sending pressure the odds are most of the time they're probably in man and people are turned around running away from them.
Yeah.
Is this because we've seen as Tyler's just said, he has made some money on his rush yard bets. I do wonder, is this a potential answer for some of this pressure, especially they're sending linebackers, if he could get out and hurt him running the football a little bit?
Well, he definitely can and might, but the problem is most of the pressure that C.J. Stroud is getting is immediate pressure up the middle. Now, he's got this year, let's be honest, it's come from all over. But the pressure of late, the pressure that really disrupts him and pushes him from the pocket is the inside pressure. So the push up in the pocket and just take off straight ahead for 10, 12 yards or 4, 5, 6 yards a couple of times, that's just not happening for CJ. CJ's having to get outside the pocket and belling either right or left, back first and then right or left.
God bless, brother.
And so he's going 10, 12 yards back to then go. It's a big gamble, which is best bets. Is what it is.
I see what you did there.
There you go. It's a bit of a gamble given the O-line protection. But, yeah, Ron, I mean, bringing pressure like that, they're damn sure not going to be spying him.
Yeah.
Bringing pressure like that, if he can slip up and hit a crease up the middle, hell, he can go for a long ways. But, boy, that's a slow death.
Yeah, it's just one of the ways where he can potentially hurt people. By the way, the Breece Hall thing, I don't know about that one.
I knew you were on the opposite side of that one.
I don't know about that one, man. He's got more receiving yards than Tank. I think he would be just behind Diggs and Nico Collins on this team.
Not tonight.
He's had over 133 yards. He's averaged 133 yards from scrimmage the last 3 weeks. So we'll see. We'll see about that. I don't know how I feel about that. That man got 306 yards receiving this year.
I like two of these bets, Tyler. And I'm talking about as a best bet.
I'm sorry I can't put them in for you.
Well, I know that much. You've already made that, established that point. The Texans over half of a point in the first quarter. I do feel like, hell, all they got to do is get to the 45.
Yeah, Kymie will put that thing through.
Really, another.
We'll see what the wind is like.
Yeah, let's make it. Let's say it's the 40. I like I like that bet a lot. All they got to do is hit one field goal in the first quarter. I like that. But Tyler's best bet of the day. The best bet of the day is Tank Dell over 4.5 catches.
That one out of all the ones I listed, you think is
if that don't hit, I'm firing Bobby Slowick.
Uh-oh, Bobby.
Tank Dell is by far the best receiver. He's your number one receiver. That's obvious, right?
Yes.
But he is by far the most explosive receiver. So when you talk about manufacturing touches, every screen should go to him, every quick game should go to him. There should be several bootlegs where you misdirection, hard play action, hard run action left, you bootleg. Tank should be flashing out into the flats right now.
You think the Jets are thinking that too?
Yeah, but you can't. I'm sure they are, but you can't make it easy on him and park his ass out there like he's Nico, big body Nico or something, and is going to go make those kind of plays. This is a game where if Bobby Slowick specifically doesn't manufacture 5 catches for Tank Dell, I'm quitting his ass.
Ooh.
I'm quitting.
That gives me something big to look forward to for tomorrow.
I'm done.
As a side note, also, Breece Hall, same amount of catches, 4.5.
Also, side note, Breece Hall last week against the Pats, 1 catch, 9 yards.
4.5. That's what Vegas has Tank Dell and Breece Hall, the same amount of catches.
The number one receiver for the Texans and the running back for the Jets. That's a good point. That's a good point.
I just want to slide out.
Yeah.
There's no Nico. There's no Stephon Diggs.
Tank better catch 5 screens. You know what I mean? Not I don't literally mean that, but if it's that, if they make it that difficult to get Tank Dell the football, he better something.
It's reverses.
Something. Well, reverse on a catch, but yes, but he better get something.
I get the feel that the Jets are going to try really hard to try to take him away, but we'll see if they're able
to get to the money, baby.
Get the ball in his hands. All right, there's some bets there for you. For the Texans Jets tonight. Tyler's best bets. He's making some money.
I got to find a way to get this one in.
I'm telling you, man. Introduce the guy, man. By the way, Devontae Adams, 4.5.
I like that one too.
Oh, that's a little interesting. A little interesting. All right. Coming up, a player that Clint believes got to be better, and what the hell happened in the 5th inning with the Yankees yesterday? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, check it out, man. You dealing with chronic joint pain? If you're out there and you're dealing with chronic joint pain, I know there's a lot of y'all out there, man. Does it hurt when you eat?
DNMAutoleasing.com.
Leasing a car makes more sense now than ever before. Call D&M Leasing today.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I see people writing down these best bets, Tyler. See people, you didn't have to go and text people and text people on the 5-Hour Energy Fan text line about these picks. It's some money out there. They are really daring you. Vegas is. I'm trying to Devontae Adams 4.5 catches. What's the catch here? Tank Dell, what's the catch here? 4.5 catches.
There's a lot of them that are a lot of those props, particularly for the Texans though. Like you look at C.J. Stroud's number, total passing yards is low as hell. Dalton Schultz catches, which look, I understand where they're getting them because when Nico Collins and Diggs have been in the game, these other guys have been afterthoughts. But you just don't, you flat out don't have a choice. Dalton Schultz 4.5 catches, over under. Tank 4.5 catches under over. Devontae Adams 4.5 catches under over. The total yards for Mixon, the Mixon number even after you were talking about the Jets run defense, which has not been good of late. The Joe Mixon 80 something yards being the total over under there. That's interesting.
Yeah. Tyler Miller says he's still real optimistic.
Yeah.
It's interesting. Yeah. But there's some stuff and some money to potentially be made. All right, Clint. Speaking of CJ, for you, I know you said you watched the All 22 and you saw some things where you're like, some things I kind of missed where you were surprised that CJ made those decisions or missed some of those throws. For you, you're eyeing him a lot in this game.
Yeah, CJ's flat out got to be better, man. At the end of the day, the Texans are who they've shown us they are through 8 games. Like they're not going to protect the quarterback well, right? They may get away with some things. They may have good drives, but overall, big picture, I will be shocked if this isn't one of the worst teams as it pertains to protecting your quarterback for an 18 game or however long the Texans play. I would imagine that the steep climb of C.J. Stroud and Bobby Slowick having to overcome the pass protection, that is just to me, I think it's going to be a year-long situation. There's nothing I see that tells me, boy, this is all of a sudden going to get fixed. And when that's the case, your margin for error is slim to none. Like if Bobby Slowick dials up some plays, I don't care what you think about Bobby Slowick and whether you like him or not, whether you think he's a head coach or not, I don't forget about that. There's no doubt about it. Last week against the Colts, that game should not have been as close as it was. Bobby Slowick dialed up plays in the first half. Receivers were open. I'm talking about open by design. I'm not talking because they created a bunch of stuff. C.J. Stroud had time, enough time, and didn't make the throws.
He's wide open, C.J.
There were times where it was cover zero, and you got your best receiver, Steph Diggs, on a slot cover guy, and you can't beat him across his face on a slant, and it is incomplete instead of a first down or a touchdown.
Diggs was open.
Like, he has got to be better this week because moving forward with this schedule, not just this week, but moving forward with this schedule, like the good decision stuff, the not turning the football over stuff isn't going to be enough. Right? The continuing to be aggressive and hold the football, the continuing to call 12 pass plays out of your first 16 snaps and 10 out of your last 15 snaps before halftime, like continuing to do those things at some point in time is going to catch up with the Texans. And I think the remedy to all of it is C.J. Stroud's got to be better. I know it's not a popular thing because he's been good. He's been really good overcoming pressure. He hasn't turned the football over. And when the other offense, when Jordan Love turns the ball over twice and their special teams turns it over once, you're in the football game because the Texans didn't turn it over, give it back to them. And really, C.J. Stroud didn't throw interceptions. So the game is close. Like, I get that. That is a way to keep games close. But when it's all said and done, I just don't believe that moving forward on this schedule, that the thought of just continuing to be aggressive, continuing to throw the ball a ton and call passes a ton, can try to drive the ball to the mid-range game and even taking shots, like that's going to get you beat. That's going to get you beat. When it all boils down to it, when you dial something up and you're getting pressure and Dalton Schultz runs up and turns around and he's 5 yards right there in your face, you got to keep him the football. Right? When you get zero pressure and you got your best receiver, even now with no Diggs and no Nico Collins, you get zero pressure and it's man coverage out there. C.J. Stroud and Tank Dell have to find a way to win that. You can't not create separation and the quarterback throw it on the back hip. Like, you can't do it. You've got to be better than that. And C.J.'s shown the ability to be better than that. When Dalton Schultz is screaming across the field, wide ass open, and you skymail one 10 yards over his head, like, this team just does not have the ability right now to overcome those kind of misses. If you're hitting on all cylinders, maybe down the road in the game, you can miss some of those things. But right now, the margin for error is so razor thin for this offense. And when I say margin of error, I mean like the times that your protection does stand up, right? The times that you do have the ability to get somebody open. Like, CJ's got to make those throws. And that's just the pressure that's on him right now with the offense playing the way that they're playing. I've had enough of the aggressive stuff, the aggressive conversation.
How much do you say that's on CJ and the play caller?
I think all of it is. I still think they're.
You think it's both of them?
Well, I can't get in their heads. I can tell you this. I mean, when you watch the quarterback play, there.
He is definitely holding it a lot longer than he did last year.
DBs are running routes for the wide receivers. He's holding the ball longer than he did before. He's passing up for sure right now stuff. It's just, and I understand he's getting hit a lot. He's under a lot of pressure. The game's moving faster for him because he's getting hit so much, and teams are moving and disguising. So I get it. It's part of it. But the reality of it is, moving forward with this team, my point is, I don't think we're going to snap our fingers and all of a sudden on a short week we're going to have better pass protection. Like the way in which the Texans can win this ball game and the way in which they can win it and kind of run away with it and like put pressure on the Jets and allow our defense to really eat is in the first drive, which again, the first drive, if you remember correctly last week, ended in a field goal, and it ended the third down and something. I don't know what it was, third and something. Steph Diggs, zero coverage right there, bang the slant, soft coverage, and he gets a free release, and they don't connect on it. Like, you just cannot overcome leaving points on the field like that if you're C.J. Stroud and Bobby Slowick. So I just don't know. The only answer is C.J.'s got to be better, and that's a big ask because he's been good.
And listen, C.J.
Ask.
C.J. is a bad boy. He's a bad boy. There's a reason why. So he is the number one reason why people, with the additions they have, the Texans got a chance to do something special this year. He is a bad boy.
Needs a timeout.
And he is, I'm not trying, damn it. You're a nasty ass. Oh, it's the take.
What?
He is a hell of a football player. All right? A hell of a football player. One of the top quarterbacks in the league. You know the term I put on players like that. Some of y'all are wanted, as I see it on the text line, Clint, ridiculous take. It's on the line. It's on the offensive coordinator. Clint, in order for CJ to be better, the offensive line has to be better.
They didn't have, he could have been significantly better last week without the offensive line.
And then pot shots. Clint, didn't you throw 3 picks and a half under pressure? Who gives a rip? We're not even talking about that.
I threw four.
What's
your point?
And guess what? Got benched and never touched the field again. We're talking about C.J. Stroud, though. Thanks.
But here's the thing. He is a bad.
I did do that in New York.
Yeah, you did. He is, but it was the Giants. He is a bad boy, a great football player. The next step is be a fixer. Fix it. Oh no, it's a bad. Fix it. Patrick Mahomes, you don't have any tackles. You can fix it. Everybody's hurt. They're your receiver. Fix it. That's what the great the rules. That's what the great players are doing. Ooh, Josh Allen. Hey man, you got to be better. Can't turn the ball over as much. Hey, man, we're going to take away your top receiver. 6-2. 12 touchdowns, 1 pick. Fix it. They're pressuring your ass. They are. It is not perfect. You are not dealing with what Jared Goff gets to deal with every week. You're not. But you're better than Jared Goff. And you're a big-time player. Don't give me the damn excuses for the coordinator. He's not making every one of those decisions to throw the football where it goes to. I guarantee you, at the end against the Green Bay Packers, that is not what Bobby Slowick had in mind for you to throw the ball. I don't care what Bobby says. Bobby's gonna step up for C.J. Stroud. You're a great player. Don't make those decisions. Fix it.
Is Slowick losing it?
Be the fixer. You got that type of talent. So you all can, like, there are, I'm not even going to tell you excuses. There are explanations that are fair. Make Tank better again.
Yeah.
Make Dalton Schultz better. Fix it. That's what the quarterbacks that you all believe he is, and I believe he has the talent to be. Fix it. Real quick, I do want to pass this across before we get out of here. This from Josina Anderson. However you take this. She said, I'm told the Texans explored preliminary trade interest with an NFC East team for the 2022 first-rounder Kenyon Green as at least of 2 weeks ago. There was appetite for the deal. But apparently, according to Josina Anderson, in the last 2 weeks, they have been shopping Kenyon Green.
What if I told you?
Tough one to come out today as you're getting your start.
I mean, it's tough when you
ready, Kendrick?
When you bench a guy in the middle of trying to shop him. Doesn't do much for his value, does it?
Great point.
That's it. All right, what you got coming up in the 4?
Man, it's
I'll run that fast.
Man, it's good question. I want to talk about Kenyon a bit, but no, a little bit more on what we were somewhat just discussing with C.J. Stroud. But this is a put up or shut the hell up game for the Texans. I mean, it's a 2-6 football team that's got dysfunction throughout. I mean, this is a put up or shut up. And I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't like what I hear coming out of the organization. But all they got to do is go win a football game, and we can move on. We'll cuss and discuss that next right here on Sports Radio 610.
Before we get there, Clint, guys out there, listen, you can do it right now. The game starts at 7:20. You can go out there to Texas Star Grill Shop right now. Ain't nothing better than, hey, Halloween, maybe put a little meat on the grill as well and get it ready for this weekend, tonight, whatever. Hell, it is always grilling season here in the great city of Houston. Go to Texas Star Grill Shop, one of their 3 locations. By the way, at any of those locations, you can't miss our own John Lopez's OG sauce. You can pick that up and use that as you please. But head to any of the 3 locations. I go to the one up here. You can go one in Katy as well as the one in Spring. But this is the last day, man. They've got a great sale going on. The Napoleon Grill Truckload Sale. It ends after today, the month of October. They got a great sale for you. They are pushing the boundaries when it comes to grilling innovation, and you can talk to any of the experts there, and they will tell you how great of a product it is. So go to any of the locations. Do it now. Get hooked up with that Napoleon Grill Truckload Sale. You don't want to miss that. You got one day to do that, and pick up anything you need. I can tell you, I've done that multiple times. That is my place to get my grilling needs taken care of. Texas Star Grill Shop, TexasStarGrillShop.com.
You pat the meat, rub the meat, smoke the meat.
Happy Halloween parties, everyone.
It's game day. And we're hosting a special Thirsty Thursday watch party with our friends at Bud Light.
I'm not scared.
Come to the Buffalo Wild Wings in Spring to hang out and watch the matchup against New York with Reggie Atatula from In the Loop. Great wings, cold drinks, and prizes on site. The party starts at 6:30. We'll see you there.
Houston's sports leader.
Sports Radio 610.
All right, let's talk about Our Vision Homes, y'all. We're talking about the Houston area's premier turnkey custom home builder, man. Bottom line is, if you're ready to build a home, you're ready to build that custom home, and you're ready to do it right here in our beautiful city of Houston, Our Vision Homes is the way to go. They've been in the game for 17 years, folks, and they've been at the top of their game for 17 years. It's where they're at right now. Our Vision Homes. Homes to get inspired. One of the beautiful things about Our Vision Homes is they understand that you have questions. They understand that this is a big time investment for you. Can be a very stressful move. And so they know you've got questions, so they're offering answers, right? Our Vision Homes has an information design center in Magnolia. They got furnished model homes in Texas Grand Ranch as well as Republic Grand Ranch, which are all staffed and open 7 days a week. It's easy. Schedule a no-pressure personal Q&A session with an Our Vision specialist in one of those locations. It's what they're doing. It's what they staffed all those locations for. They're also offering build on your own lot workshops, and they do those monthly. And right now, you need to go to ourvisionhomes.com to RSVP for the next one. Go to ourvisionhomes.com. Go there today. Get inspired. RSVP for the next build on your own lot. You get to learn and meet and see the product, the people, the owners. They'll all be there. I'm telling you, it's incredible, man. If you're looking to build your dream home, call today. ourvisionhomes.com. Our Vision Homes, where your vision is our vision.
Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig Jewelers.
This is Zach Gelb with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. The Indianapolis Colts have benched Anthony Richardson for Joe Flacco. And obviously Flacco gives the 4-4 Colts a better chance to win right now, as Indy has a tough 4-game stretch right around the corner. But benching Richardson this quickly into his career is Indy admitting they already know they made a mistake in picking him, because if they thought Richardson could still be their franchise QB moving forward, there's no way they would sit him down. I'm Zach Gelb.
And your traffic report is sponsored by Houston. On I-45, the North Freeway, southbound at Rankin, it's an accident that has a right lane blocked. This Saturday, the U of H Cougars take on Iowa State at TDECU Stadium. It's family weekend in the Hispanic Heritage Game. Get 4 tickets, 4 hot dogs, and 4 drinks for just $80. Visit uhcougars.com/tickets or call 713-GO-COUGS. Come early, be loud, wear red. I'm Laura Reynolds, Sports Radio 610.
Houston, it's time to black out TDECU Stadium. This Saturday at 2:30, your Cougs take on Kansas State. Wear black, be loud, and support your team while honoring our military and first responders. Call 713-GO-COUGS or visit uhcougars.com/tickets.
Navien tankless water heaters, the proven leader in condensing technology. Request a Navien because you deserve the best in endless hot water delivery. Learn about Navien's condensing tankless water heaters and find a Navien contractor at tanklessmadesimple.com.
Count on Navien. First time seeing my son, I feel like my life did a 180. He really a definition of like why he loves somebody.
Through all of fatherhood's first, never stop being a dad. Visit fatherhood.gov to hear more. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Lowe's knows that to win the job, pros need the best prices. That's why
partner of the NFL.
Purchase new wiper blades from O'Reilly. Installed for free. See better and drive safer with O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
You're gonna get hard.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
Get ready, Houston. Get ready to get good and turned on now. Texans got a little primetime matchup up in New York with them Jets tonight, and we are wrapping up right here with this last little Dirty's Daily segment. We're going to turn this thing over to Sean Pendergast and Seth Payne for the official Texans pregame show.
Pendergast and Payne.
Yep, them two guys right there. They'll be at it again, and they'll lead you right up to kickoff where Mark Vandermeer, Andre Ware, Johnny Harris, and company will take over.
Wow.
And then Pendergast and myself, we will have a late night. We'll have a late night with you. Hopefully we're all celebrating a victory on the postgame show. The postgame shows are always fun. They always fly by after wins. They're a little bit slow and a little bit sad after losses. So I pray that the Texans bring us a dub and a nice, solid postgame show. Will Anderson named AFC Defensive Player of the Month.
Go ahead, do your thing.
3 sacks against the New England Patriots, 5 sacks this month in 4 games, and was all over the place. And in my opinion, according to the drive, if you will, we talked about this multiple times, asking Will Anderson to show us more, to go out there and be a just flash all over the field, and he has done that damn sure this month. Also, Josina Anderson, it just broke a couple of minutes ago. I don't know how breaking it is or how surprised anybody should be, but the Texans apparently have been shopping Kenyon Green for the last 2 weeks. Now, I don't know how benching him last week played into their ability to shop him. I would imagine that would torpedo the value of that of said player. But nonetheless, apparently Josina Anderson stumbled upon that bit of news. A little earlier, we did Tyler's Best Bets. If you are listening on the Odyssey app, AUDACY. If you're not, download that sucker. But if you are, there's a rewind feature. Go back and grab those Tyler's Best Bets. There's several of them, 6, 7 of them. I like Tank Dell's over 4.5 catches, who I found me a way to get that in, Tyler, so don't worry about it, man. Now we just need to pray for –
I'm happy to hear, bro.
We need to pray for Bobby Slowick's job security. And a little show announcement. The drive – not announcement, hell, it's already been announced, but I'm going to tell you again, remind you, the drive will be live tomorrow at – Home Run Dugout in Katy.
That's right, baby.
We will be live tomorrow at Home Run Dugout in Katy. All right, Ron. There's look. I'm hoping for good tonight, Texans. But I'm gonna be honest with you. This is a put up or shut up kind of night for me. I don't like what I hear coming out of the organization, if I'm being completely honest with you. When I say that, look, I'm just talking about their comments after struggles on the offensive side of the football. I don't like what I'm hearing. But if they go out there and play well and show us that, you know, what they're saying is basically just playing the media, they're actually going to go out and make adjustments. Like for instance, I don't like C.J. Stroud talking about staying aggressive. It scares the hell out of me, Ron. This is not a time for C.J. Stroud to be talking about staying aggressive, and I've heard him say it multiple times over the last couple of weeks. Bobby Slowick, it seems like since them tight ends were asked to block guys like Jonathan Grenard, and it was an absolute show, Bobby Slowick's been talking more about execution instead of, well, look, we got to just do some things differently. Nick Caserio, he's been talking about, I think after the Green Bay game, oh, man, that's just football, man. The game went about how we expected it to go. That cannot be what you expect out of your squad, especially when you turn around the next week and your pass protection is even worse. D'Amico Ryan's talking about everything. It's all fixable and this and that. Hey, man, we're 8 weeks into this thing. Your quarterback is one of the most pressured quarterbacks, most sacked quarterbacks, most knockdown quarterbacks in the NFL. Now, I'm not so caught up on what you're saying, but it would be nice offensively to see some adjustments that make all that make sense.
Well, I mean, they're definitely just going to have to be adjustments tonight with you have the injuries you have to adjust, and you have to adjust to what the Jets don't do as well and what you do as well. And to me, the Jets clearly are much better against the pass with their secondary and their pass rush, especially their pass rush against your offensive line and your protection. As you said, not just the offensive line, the tight ends, the backs, and everybody. CJ, your protection. So to me, running the football meshes with what they have struggled with on their defense and what with Joe Mixon you've done well.
Yeah,
so there has to be a change.
I agree. That's Ron Hughley. I'm Clint Stoerner. T. Mill. Tyler Milner's behind the glass on the ones and twos over there. You're listening to Sports Radio 610, Houston's sports leader. Ron, top matchups for the game tonight. Tell me if you got any to add to this. Tell me your thoughts on this. Obviously, the Texans have struggled protecting their quarterback. Tonight, Kenyon Green and Juice Scruggs, really versus all of their interior defensive line, but Quinnen Williams to be exact. That's the guy that has the ability to say, no, I want Kenyon Green on this snap. Hell, I want Kenyon Green every snap. He can dictate where the hell he lines up when he wants to line up there. He's going to line up early and often against Kenyon Green, which most of the time, more times than not, is going to be also Juice Scruggs helping him. Ron, that matchup right there, I think, has more of an impact on this game than any other matchup across the.
It did go well last year, and it wasn't Kenyon Green, but it didn't go well last year. The center guard situation with Quinnen Williams, and we all know how that ended. If you need a reminder, it ended with C.J. Stroud missing that game, the remainder of that game, and then the next two games. So that is a big thing. They've got to keep him upright, got to keep him safe and protected. And the way that they just, unleashed DeForest Buckner multiple times, Clint, that can't be the case this week.
Absolutely, and if it is, they're obviously gonna have some problems, Ron. And the other matchup, I think, stay right there on that offensive line because given the struggles, we can't go anywhere else until this is discussed. Laramie Tunsil and Titus Howard, the two tackles, versus, again, the entire defensive front for the Jets, but definitely Will McDonald the fourth, who right now I believe Will has 8 sacks, which is I think puts him third or fourth in the NFL right now. He is a real problem, and these guys, that's going to be a hell of a matchup again, protecting C.J. Stroud.
No, it most definitely is. They've got to listen. They've got what they need to do. I am counting on the Jets falling apart. I'm counting on the Jets going Jets, and that the culture of the Texans will have them in the winner's circle.
All right, it's game time. It's pregame with Sean Pendergast and Seth Payne, man. It's the Texans at the Jets, and folks, this is gonna be a good one, and I feel really good. I feel really good about handing these airwaves over to the great Sean Pendergast.
Thank you so much for stopping by and giving us that great info, Sean.
That guy right there. And Ron, what do you always tell the people?
Hey, Houston, baby. We love you, baby.
I caught a clip of Clint Stoerner and Ron the Show Hughley.
Ron Hughley.
Hughley. Yeah, Hughley. Yeah,
Ron Hughley.
What the hell? How the hell are the Texans underdogs to the sorry-ass Jets?
When I came out of the darkness,
Impossible to fail when someone else instead of me.
We finally have word on Stefon Diggs' knee injury, and it isn't good.
He tore his ACL, so he'll be out for the year. Hurts our team to hear that news, and he brought